Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Sienna. I step into the sleek conference room of Thompson & Gates. I feel the shift in the air, a subtle but unmistakable tension that clings to the mahogany walls like the scent of expensive scotch and barely restrained ambition. 10 senior partners are seated at the long table, their postures stiff with anticipation. Victoria Langley, our managing partner, stands in the room, her signature steel gray power suit tailored to perfection, her expression unreadable. This isn't a routine meeting. Something big is happening. I smooth a non-existent wrinkle from my cream-colored silk blouse, a habit I thought I'd broken. But the urge creeps in like an old enemy. I suppress it, keeping my face composed as I slide into my chair. Evelyn Sterling, my best friend and fellow attorney, leans in and murmurs under her breath, "Brace yourself." I give her a side glance. For what? She just shakes her head. You'll see. Before I can press her, Victoria clears her throat, instantly commanding the room. "Let's get right to it," she says, flipping open a file. "We've been retained for a case that will put this firm in the national spotlight." Murmurs ripple across the table. My mind races. We already handle some of the highest profile divorces in the country. What could be bigger than the billionaire tech mogul settlement we just wrapped up? Victoria glances around, waiting for the murmuring to die down before continuing. Ava Sinclair is divorcing Damian Roth. Dead silence. Ava Sinclair, the Ava Sinclair, is Hollywood's reigning queen, an Oscar-winning actress whose smile can make grown men weep. Damian Roth is her music mogul husband, infamous for his cutthroat empire and rumored affairs. Together they are media royalty. Their marriage has been a tabloid wet dream for years, and now their divorce is about to be the most explosive legal battle of the decade. My pulse kicks up. This case is a career maker. Then I notice Victoria hasn't stopped talking. We will be representing Ava, and I want our strongest attorneys on this. That means 2 lead counsels. She scans the room, and I catch a flicker of something in her expression. A flicker of calculated amusement. Grayson Carter and Sienna Monroe. My breath stalls. The room feels too small, the walls closing in as if the very oxygen has been sucked out. I register the presence of him, Grayson Carter, sitting at the far end of the table, exuding effortless confidence in a charcoal suit and loosened tie, one arm resting against the back of his chair. His storm gray eyes lock onto mine, a flicker of something dark dancing behind them. Amusement, annoyance, resentment. I grip my pen a little too tightly, willing my voice to remain steady. "I'm sorry, did you say Grayson and me?" Victoria's lips curve slightly. "That's right. You're co-counseling on this case." I hear Evelyn exhale sharply beside me, like she's witnessing a car crash in slow motion. No. Grayson and I haven't worked together in 2 years. Not since our marriage imploded in a mess of late nights, lost trust, and one soul-crushing miscarriage that neither of us ever truly spoke about. We signed the divorce papers, split our lives apart with surgical precision, and never looked back. Until now, he was assigned somewhere else, And now, he's back. I force a practiced, professional expression onto my face, even as something hot and bitter curdles in my stomach. I don't mean to question your judgment, Victoria. But are you sure that's wise? Grayson lets out a soft, infuriating chuckle. Why, Monroe? Afraid you can't handle the competition. My spine stiffens. Same damn smirk, same arrogant drawl. I lift my chin, refusing to give him the satisfaction of a reaction. Oh, please. I could argue circles around you in my sleep. Glad to see some things never change, he muses. The tension in the room crackles like a live wire. The senior partners exchange glances, intrigued by the spectacle. Victoria, unimpressed by our little sideshow, sighs. Save the theatrics for the courtroom. I don't need to remind either of you that Ava Sinclair's case is a public relations minefield. The firm needs to show a unified front. No egos, no rivalries, just results. A sharp warning in her voice. I inhale slowly. I've worked too damn hard to let Grayson Carter rattle me. He might be my ex-husband, but in this room, he's just another opponent. Understood, I say coolly. I'll handle this case with the professionalism it deserves. Grayson's gaze lingers on me for half a second too long before he leans in his chair. Same here. Liar. Victoria nods, satisfied. Good. I expect your first joint strategy report by end of the week. Meeting adjourned. Chairs scrape against the floor as people begin filtering out, but I don't move. Neither does he. A beat of silence follows, thick with unspoken words and unresolved history. Grayson smirks, because of course he does. Guess we're stuck together again, Monroe? I clench my jaw so hard my teeth might crack. I'll be professional, I reply, gathering my things with sharp efficiency. Just don't get in my way. He laughs under his breath, and it's infuriating how that sound still slides under my skin like an old melody I used to love and now hate myself for remembering. Oh, sweetheart, he says, smooth and slow. I wouldn't dream of it. My blood boils. I storm out of the conference room without looking back, but I feel his gaze on me the entire way out.
Chapter 2. Grayson. I lean back, watching the spot where Sienna stormed out, her spine stiff, her heels clicking like gunshots against the marble floor. Damn, I shouldn't find this entertaining. But watching her get riled up, watching that fire in her eyes, and the way her jaw clenched just so it does something to me. I should have killed that feeling years ago. The room empties around me, but I don't move. Instead, I loosen my tie and run my fingers through my hair, the weight of the past 2 years settling like lead in my bones. I spent so much time making sure I wouldn't have to deal with her again, taking every out-of-town assignment the firm threw my way. Chicago, San Francisco, London, anywhere that put miles between me and Sienna Monroe. And now, I'm trapped. The chair across from me creaks as Daniel Pierce drops into it, his smirk pure amusement. Man, I should have recorded that, he says, shaking his head. The way she looked at you, that was, hands down, the most sexually charged death glare I've ever seen. I roll my eyes. Shut up. Daniel ignores me, grinning like he's front row at a damn soap opera. So, he drawls, tapping his fingers against the table. Co-counsel with the ex-wife, huh? That's rich. I don't answer, mostly because there's nothing to say. It's happening. I don't get a choice. Funny, Daniel muses. You spent 2 years running from her, and now you're back for a week, and boom. Fate slaps you in the face. Fate. More like Victoria Langley playing a sick game. She's the best divorce attorney in the firm, I say flatly. Daniel smirks. And you're the second best? I glare at him. Relax, man, he says, laughing. I'm just saying, you two are basically the legal world's version of a Greek tragedy. There's gonna be blood, sex, or both. I exhale, dragging my hands down my face. I won't lie. I almost turned down the assignment the second I heard Sienna's name. But something in me, the same stupid masochistic part that never really let her go, it kept me in that chair. Because here's the truth. I want to beat her, not just in court, not just in strategy. I want to get under her skin the way she gets under mine. I want to prove that whatever this is, the leftover tension, the lingering heat, the way she still looks at me like I burned her, means nothing. Daniel watches me carefully, his smirk sharpening into something more serious. "Look, man," he says, leaning forward. "I don't know what happened between you two that made you nuke your marriage, but I do know this. She isn't over you." I scoff. "Nonsense." "I'm serious. If she were over you, she wouldn't be that pissed. Hate and love are two sides of the same coin." I step into my office, letting the door swing shut behind me. I unlock the bottom drawer of my desk. There's a watch inside. A silver Rolex. One that Sienna gave me for our first anniversary. I told myself I'd get rid of it. I didn't. I pick it up, running my fingers over the smooth metal, and for a second, I'm back in our old apartment. Sienna, curled up on the couch, her legs tucked under her, laughing at something I said. The smell of her perfumed jasmine and something subtly sharp, like the edge of a blade. The way she looked at me before everything fell apart. I squeezed my eyes shut and shoved the watch back into the drawer. Enough. I'm not that man anymore. She's not my wife anymore. She's just another attorney. Just another opponent. I will win this case. And I will not let her get under my skin.
Chapter 3. Sienna. The conference room is a battlefield. Not in the literal sense, of course. No blood, no bodies, no weapons. But if words could kill, I'd have already slit Grayson Carter's throat a dozen times over. I sit at head of the sleek glass table, my legal briefs neatly stacked, my pen poised, my composure flawless. Across from me, Grayson leans in his chair, arms crossed over his broad chest, his stupidly perfect gray-blue eyes watching me with mocking amusement. He thinks this is funny. I hate him for it. Victoria, our managing partner, has barely left the room before the first shot is fired. We need to take a strong, no-settlement approach, I say crisply, setting down my pen. Ava wants full custody of her children and complete financial separation. She's ready to go scorched earth. We need to play hardball. Grayson tilts his head slightly, studying me like I'm an interesting but ultimately incorrect theory. That's a terrible idea. I exhale sharply, clenching my jaw so hard my teeth ache. Excuse me? He shrugs, all casual arrogance. Going nuclear from the start is reckless. If we push too hard, Roth's team will respond in kind. This needs to be a strategic dismantling, not a war. I resist the urge to throw my legal pad at his smug face. That's exactly why we need to hit them hard now, I argue, leaning forward. If we wait, if we go soft, Damian Roth's lawyers will frame Ava as unstable, emotional, a typical Hollywood diva, and they'll take the offensive before we can. Right, he says smoothly, leaning forward as well, his voice lowering into something almost amused. Because playing into the exact narrative they'll expect from her is the best strategy? My fingers tighten around my pen. You have a better idea, Carter? His lips curve into that infuriating smirk. I do, actually. But I doubt you'll listen. My pulse hammers against my ribs. This is why I can't stand him. Grayson Carter has always had this ability to make me feel like I'm 2 steps behind, like I'm reacting while he's calculating 10 moves ahead. And worse, he loves it. But I refuse to let him see that. I arch an eyebrow. All cool professionalism, even as my blood simmers. Indulge me. His smirk doesn't fade. He likes this. He likes getting a rise out of me. Bastard. We play nice, he says simply. At least at first. I blink, incredulous. Are you seriously suggesting we play nice with Damian Roth? The same man who buried 3 ex-wives in ironclad NDAs and bought his way out of a domestic violence allegation? His jaw tightens, just for a second, but I see it. Grayson has never been a man who lets his emotions slip, but I know him better than anyone, and that single flicker of tension in his expression, it means something. Still, he recovers quickly, rolling his shoulders back like this is all a casual debate over lunch. I'm suggesting we let Roth's team believe we're open to negotiation, he says. Let them lower their defenses, think we're willing to compromise. Then, when they're off balance, we hit them. I hate that there's logic in his plan. I loathe that it might actually work, and I hate, more than anything, the way he's watching me right now, like he's daring me to fight him on it just for the sake of fighting, because that's what we do. We argue. We push. We clash. Sometimes, when the fire gets too high, we burn. I inhale sharply, recentering myself. I'm not that woman anymore. The one who let him get under her skin, who let their fights bleed into something deeper, something devastating. This is business. This is a case. And Grayson Carter is just another lawyer. I shift my posture, tilting my chin slightly. Fine, I say, crisp and professional. I'll consider your approach. His smirk widens, because he knows what that means. I hate agreeing with him. I pull my notes toward me and start adjusting my strategy, ignoring the way he's still watching me, studying me. Minutes pass in charged silence before he finally leans back, exuding casual arrogance. You know, he says, this would be a lot easier if you just admitted I was right from the start. I don't look up. This would be a lot easier if you stopped talking. He laughs under his breath. Ah, there she is. I glance up, narrowing my eyes. What the hell does that mean? Grayson leans in again, resting his elbows on the table, his eyes locking onto mine with that same maddening intensity he's always had. It means, he murmurs, his voice dropping just enough to send something sharp and hot down my spine. I was starting to worry that you lost your bite. My pulse stutters. It's not just the words. It's the way he says them, like he remembers exactly how sharp I can be and he misses it. I swallow hard, forcing my expression to stay neutral. This is nothing. It means nothing. I will not let him see me break. So I match his gaze, arching a perfect eyebrow. Don't worry, Carter, I say smoothly. If I ever decide to bite, you'll be the first to know. His smirk flickers. Just for a second. From the time I've walked into this conference room, I feel like I've won. The silence ensues, thick and charged, and then, like the universe is desperate to break whatever the hell this moment is, Evelyn clears her throat from the doorway. Jesus Christ, she mutters. The sexual tension in here could set this office on fire. I jolt back, too fast, too obvious. Grayson, the bastard, just smirks. Evelyn shakes her head, tossing me a file. Victoria wants an update in 2 days. Try not to murder each other before then. I take the file, ignoring the way my heart is still pounding too fast. Ignoring the way Grayson is still watching me, like he's waiting for me to react. I grab my pen, I smooth my blouse. I don't react. Don't worry, I say coolly. I have more important things to focus on than Carter's inflated ego. I don't look at him as I stand, but I feel his gaze as I leave the room. That's the problem. I always feel him.
Chapter 4. Grayson. There's not enough bourbon in the world to make this night tolerable. The ballroom at the Metropolitan Grand Hotel is packed with the city's elite. Lawyers, politicians, celebrities, all sipping top-shelf liquor and pretending to tolerate each other. The firm's annual gala is always more about networking than actual celebration, and tonight, it's a public relations battlefield. I swirl the amber liquid in my glass, scanning the crowd, already anticipating the storm waiting to happen. Victoria made it clear. Sienna and I need to put on a united front. The problem? The last time Sienna and I put on a united front, we were walking out of a courthouse, freshly divorced, pretending we didn't still feel each other like an old wound that refuses to heal. I take another sip, adjusting my tie, mentally preparing for the storm. As if on cue, the storm itself walks in. Sienna Monroe. She strides through the grand doors like she owns the damn place, chin high, hazel green eyes sharp, wearing a black satin dress that hugs her in ways that make me want to swear under my breath. Her hair is down, a rarity, cascading over one shoulder, sleek and perfect, and those lips, deep red, daring anyone to cross her. Jesus Christ! I drag my hand down my face. This is going to be a long night. She spots me across the room, her expression carefully unreadable, except for the flicker of something dangerous in her gaze. She's been pissed at me since our strategy meeting this afternoon, and I'd be lying if I said I didn't enjoy it just a little. Because angry Sienna? That's when she's at her most alive. We're standing at the center of the ballroom, cameras flashing when the questions start. Ava Sinclair, our high-profile, scandal-ridden client, is perched between us, draped in a silver designer gown, playing the part of the wronged wife turned feminist icon to perfection. The press is eating it up, because reporters are vultures. They start sniffing for blood. Sienna, Grayson, how do you plan to work together on this case when you couldn't even make your own marriage work? Beside me, I feel Sienna tense. I know before she even says a word that she's about to eviscerate them. She doesn't suffer fools lightly, and she sure as hell doesn't tolerate being questioned like some emotionally unstable ex-wife. Her nails dig into the champagne flute she's holding, the flicker of venom in her expression. So before she destroys a journalist's career on live television, I step in. A smirk tugs at the corner of my mouth as I turn to the cameras. If anything, our divorce proves how qualified we are. We've been through it. We understand every angle, and we know exactly what it takes to navigate high-stakes separations. The cameras flash like crazy as I slip my hand into my pocket, voice smooth, confident. Sienna and I are professionals first. Whatever happened between us personally won't affect our ability to win. Beside me, I feel her exhale sharply. I don't need to look at her to know she's annoyed as hell that I answered for her. But she recovers fast, pasting on her signature, chillingly polite smile. That's right, she says, her voice silk-wrapped steel. Grayson and I may not agree on much, but one thing we do agree on, we don't lose. The reporters eat it up. Ava tilts her head, watching us with a bemused expression, like she's entirely too entertained by the disaster unfolding between us. And then she smirks. You two have unfinished business, she murmurs, just loud enough for only us to hear. Sienna stiffens. My grip tightens around my glass. I let out a dry chuckle. That's a bold assumption. Ava shrugs, taking a sip of champagne. Just an observation. There's a certain heat between you two. One that doesn't scream amicable exes to me. Sienna laughs lightly, but I know it's fake because I can feel the tension rolling off her in waves. That's cute, she says smoothly. Let me know when you're done playing matchmaker, Ava. Our client just smiles knowingly, like she already knows exactly what's going to happen between us. The second we escape the cameras, Sienna rounds on me. You didn't have to answer for me, she snaps, voice low and lethal. I smirk. I was just saving you from committing career suicide on national television. She scoffs, stepping closer, her perfume curling around me, making my pulse tick up. You're insufferable. You're predictable, I counter. I know exactly how you react when you feel backed into a corner. She narrows her eyes, crossing her arms. And how's that? I lean in slightly, lowering my voice just enough to make her nervous. You fight, I say smoothly. Hard. And sometimes you don't know when to stop. She inhales sharply, her pupils dilating. We both know I'm not just talking about tonight. I'm talking about us. The fights, the passion, the way we burned too bright, too fast until it all collapsed. For a second, something flickers between us. Then she blinks, shakes her head, and rebuilds her walls in record time. Well, she says crisply, straightening. Lucky for me, I don't waste energy fighting battles that don't matter anymore. I don't flinch. But that was a direct hit. She turns, walking away, and I let her go. If I don't, I might do something stupid, like remind her exactly how unfinished we really are.
Chapter 5. Sienna. 3 days. That's how long it's been since the firm gala. Since Ava Sinclair, our infuriatingly perceptive client, made her cryptic comment about Grayson and me having unfinished business. 3 days since Grayson, smug, insufferable, breathtaking Grayson, handled the press like the silver-tongued menace he is, turning our failed marriage into a selling point. 3 days since I walked away from him, pretending that my heart wasn't still tangled up in old wounds and unspoken regrets. I was hoping things would settle, that I could go back to treating him as just another opponent. I should have known better, because now I'm standing in Victoria Langley's office, gripping a legal brief like it's a lifeline, staring at our latest disaster. We're doing what? I ask, keeping my voice steady, even though I can feel the first flickers of panic creeping up my spine. Victoria doesn't even look up from her desk. Ava and Damian's team have agreed to an intensive, off-the-record mediation retreat. It's the only way to keep this from becoming a prolonged public war. I exhale sharply. Mediation retreats aren't uncommon. In high-profile cases like this, keeping the negotiations private is often better than a court battle. But that's not the problem. The problem is where it's happening. The Sinclair estate? I say, still trying to process it. The one in the Hamptons? The very one, Victoria confirms, flipping through her paperwork. A full week of negotiations. Exclusive, private, closed-door discussions. No press, no outside distractions. Just you, Carter, and the clients. I grip the back of the chair in front of me. That's a terrible idea. Across the office, Grayson chuckles. Of course he's here for this. He's leaning casually against the doorframe, arms crossed, looking like he's already planning ways to make my life hell. Victoria glances between us, completely unimpressed by my impending meltdown. This is the best option to settle the case favorably, and since the two of you are handling it, you'll need to be there the entire time. I stiffen. The entire time. A whole week. In a luxury villa. With Grayson? Absolutely not. I clear my throat. Respectfully, Victoria, I don't think this is necessary. We can negotiate from here. We have the leverage. Grayson tilts his head, watching me with infuriating amusement. Come on, Monroe. Afraid of a little forced proximity? I turn slowly to glare at him. I'm not afraid of anything, Carter. His lips twitch like he's holding back a smirk. Good. Then you won't have a problem spending a week in a house with me. Oh, I have a problem, all right. A Grayson-sized problem. Victoria sighs, already tired of our passive-aggressive foreplay. This isn't up for debate. The mediation begins in 2 days. Work out your strategy, and for the love of God, try not to kill each other before then. I grind my teeth so hard my jaw aches. Fine. I can do this. I can spend a week under the same roof as Grayson Carter, pretending that my pulse doesn't skitter every time he's near, pretending that my skin doesn't remember exactly what it felt like to be tangled with him in the dark. I can handle this. I have to. The car ride is excruciating. Grayson and I took separate vehicles, but the moment we step out onto the circular driveway of Ava Sinclair's estate, We're stuck together. And of course, it's obnoxiously beautiful. The property sprawls across acres of private beachfront. The villa itself, all glass walls, sleek modern edges, and unnecessary luxury. It screams old money and scandalous affairs. Grayson lets out a low whistle. I'm impressed. Ava really knows how to spend a divorce settlement. I roll my eyes, adjusting the strap of my leather bag. Please don't get any ideas about how much you'll get in the next one, Carter. He grins, flashing me that infuriating, lethal smirk. Who says I'm ever getting married again? I turn sharply, leveling him with a look that could slice through titanium. You'd have to be capable of commitment for that to be an issue. His smirk doesn't waver. God, I hate that face. Before I can analyze it, Ava's voice interrupts. Finally, she says, sweeping down the villa steps, effortlessly glamorous, in oversized sunglasses and a silk robe. I was beginning to think you two wouldn't survive the car ride. Grayson chuckles. Oh, we're just getting started. I ignore him. Ava gestures behind her. Come inside. Your rooms are ready. Rooms, plural. Thank God. I don't trust Ava for a second, but at least she's not cruel enough to force Grayson and me into the same space. I breathe easier as we follow her inside. The interior is even more ridiculous than the exterior. High ceilings, open concept everything, floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the ocean. Ava turns to us with a mischievous glint in her eye. Oh, and one little detail I forgot to mention. I narrow my eyes. What? She smiles. I had the villa staff rearrange some things. My stomach drops. Grayson raises an eyebrow. Define some things. Ava pretends to look innocent. Well, I thought it would be best for you two to be close. You know, for teamwork purposes. A slow dawning horror creeps up my spine. No, she wouldn't. Ava turns to one of the staff members. Please show them to the master suite. Master suite, as in singular. I whip around to face her. You're kidding. Ava smiles serenely. Of course not. The best negotiation happens in proximity. Grayson makes a choking sound, half amusement, half disbelief. I glare at him. Don't say a word. He holds up his hands. Oh, I wouldn't dream of it. But he's enjoying this. I notice that he's barely restraining a grin, the way his shoulders shake with suppressed laughter as we're led up the grand staircase. The suite is worse than I imagined. A massive king-sized bed. One. A single luxurious bathroom with only one shower. And no goddamn escape. Grayson stares at the bed, then at me, and he does that disgusting smirk. Cozy, he murmurs. I swear to God, I will kill him before this week is over.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby. But he's fine, so let's see where this goes.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker. A collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet. And the best part?
90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $59.99, you'll get over 500 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 books for 59 cents a book anywhere else.
Less than $1 per book for all the dirty fun I can handle?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyla.
Chapter 6. Grayson. The villa is too quiet at night. The kind of quiet that makes your mind wander to places it shouldn't. Places like the woman standing across the room, pretending she's not just as rattled as I am. Sienna is facing away from me, pretending to study the ocean view from our shared suite, but I can see the tension in her shoulders, the way her fingers twitch against the hem of her silk slip dress, like she wants to rip the entire situation apart with her bare hands. Her hair is down again, long and dark, spilling over her shoulder in a way that makes my fingers itch with old, dangerous muscle memory. I force myself to look away, dragging a hand on my face as I toss my suit jacket onto the oversized armchair in the corner. This is fine. We can handle one night under the same roof without turning it into a war zone. Or at least that's what I tell myself. Because the air between us? It's thick as hell, heavy with everything unsaid, everything we refuse to acknowledge. I watch as Sienna smooths an imaginary wrinkle on her skirt. A nervous tick. One I haven't seen in a long time. She used to do it before big cases, before cross-examinations that could make or break a client's life. She also used to do it before we fought. Before she told me she couldn't do this anymore. Before she walked away from us. Something inside me tightens. I take a slow sip of bourbon, letting the burn settle in my chest before I speak. You're nervous. Sienna turns, hazel green eyes flashing. Excuse me? I smirk, setting my glass down on the table beside me. You only do that when you're nervous. She follows my gaze down to the spot where her fingers are still toying with the hem of her dress. For a fraction of a second, I see something flicker in her expression. A crack in the carefully curated armor. But then just as quickly she rebuilds. Her spine straightens and she sniffs disdainfully, like I'm not even worth the breath it would take to argue. How perceptive of you, she says, her voice sharp as glass. I guess old habits die hard. I step closer. Not on purpose. At least, that's what I tell myself. But my feet move anyway, like she's a gravitational force I never fully escaped. Just admit it, Monroe, I say, watching her carefully. You don't like this any more than I do. She tilts her chin up. Classic Sienna. Classic defiance. Trust me, Carter, the last thing I want is to share space with you. I chuckle, low and slow. That's funny because if I remember correctly, you used to love... Don't. She cuts me off so fast, so sharp, I almost feel the words like a physical blade. I stop. Not because I'm afraid of pushing her, but because the look in her eyes. It's not anger. Not entirely. It's something else. Unsettled. Something that makes my ribs feel too tight. For a moment, neither of us speaks. The silence stretches, heavy with all the things we don't say. Sienna sighs, running a hand through her hair. And that's when I see it. The exhaustion. The way her fingers tremble just slightly as she presses them against her temple. Just like that, the fight drains out of me. She's tired. We both are. This constant battlefield between us isn't helping. I take a step back, giving her space. Look, I say, exhaling slowly. I know this situation sucks. Sienna snorts, the sound humorless. Understatement of the year. I ignore that. But we have a case to win. So let's just... I gesture vaguely between us. Not make this harder than it has to be. She watches me carefully, like she's waiting for some hidden motive. But when she doesn't find one, she sighs. Fine. Just one word. But it feels like a white flag, like a temporary ceasefire. She turns away, muttering something about getting ready for bed. And I watch her go. Despite everything, despite the sharp edges and the anger and the past that still cuts like a goddamn knife, I still feel her, even when she's across the room or when she's walking away. And that's the real problem, isn't it? I never actually stopped feeling her.
Chapter 7. Sienna. The villa is dark and still when I finally give up on sleep. I've spent the past 2 hours staring at the ceiling, my mind tangled in knots, replaying every moment from today. The press ambush, Ava's meddling, Grayson's infuriating smirk as we were ushered into our shared suite. And now, every time I close my eyes, I hear his voice. See the way his gaze lingers a second too long. Feel the unbearable tension curling in my stomach like a tight fist. This isn't working. With a frustrated sigh, I throw back the covers and grab the silk robe from the foot of the bed, loosely tying it over my sleep shorts and tank top before padding barefoot into the hallway. Maybe some fresh air will help. Maybe a glass of water, maybe some distance from him. But when I step into the massive open-concept kitchen, I immediately know I'm not alone. He's here, leaning against the marble countertop, nursing a glass of bourbon, looking completely unbothered by the fact that he's currently ruining my life. Grayson doesn't look up right away. He just swirls the amber liquid in his glass, watching the ice melt with that maddening, brooding intensity of his, the same intensity that used to undo me. Even in the glow of the kitchen's under-cabinet lighting, he looks unfairly good. His tie is gone, his white dress shirt unbuttoned at the collar, sleeves rolled up, exposing strong forearms, tanned skin, veins that shouldn't be attractive but somehow are. I tell myself to leave, to turn around before he notices me, before I invite more late-night disasters. Suddenly, he speaks. Couldn't sleep? His voice is deep, slightly rough from the bourbon, and it slides over my skin like warm honey and bad decisions. I lift my chin. What gave it away? He finally looks at me, and something in my chest tightens, because those storm gray eyes of his, they feel dangerous in the dark. He takes a slow sip before answering. I know you, Monroe. The way he says it, low, deliberate, it feels like a challenge. I exhale sharply, stepping toward the fridge to put some space between us. But the damn thing is one of those massive built-in models, and it takes me an embarrassingly long time to find the water. I hear his smirk before I see it. Need some help? I slam the fridge door shut a little harder than necessary, gripping my water bottle like it personally offended me. Why are you even still awake? Grayson leans back against the counter, tilting his glass slightly. Same reason you are. I arch a brow. Oh? Anxiety about the case? A looming sense of professional responsibility? His lips twitch. I was going to say being stuck in a house with you, but sure, we can pretend it's work-related. I glare, stepping closer despite myself. I swear to God, Carter. You do that a lot? He muses. I blink. Do what? Swear you're going to kill me. He takes another slow sip. You never do, though. I want to throw something at him. Instead, I set my water bottle down with a very controlled, very professional amount of force. Maybe I'm waiting for the right moment. He smirks, watching me too closely. Smart. You always were strategic. There it is again. The past woven into the present. The memory of late nights like this one, standing in our old kitchen, arguing about case law, about which movie to watch, about who was more exhausted from work. Back when we still knew how to want each other without the weight of failure between us. I swallow hard, forcing myself to stay rooted in reality, the now. And in the now, Grayson Carter is still the same reckless, infuriating man who left me when I needed him most. Go to bed, Carter. Not tired. Try harder. His smirk deepens. You always did hate when I didn't follow orders. I narrow my eyes. I hate a lot of things about you. He nods slowly, swirling his glass. Yeah? Name one. My breath catches because this isn't just banter anymore. It's something heavier, something that presses against my ribs as he holds my gaze like he's daring me to say the one thing I never could. I should tell him I hate that he's here and he still gets under my skin. I still notice the way he rolls his sleeves up past his elbows when he's deep in thought, the way he runs a hand through his hair when he's frustrated. That I still notice everything, but instead, I lift my chin. I hate that you think you know me. His jaw tenses, just slightly, but I catch it. And for a second, the smirk drops. For a second, something raw and real flickers in his expression. Because we both know it's a lie. He does know me. That's exactly why this is dangerous. I turn before he can say anything else, before I can let him get any closer to the part of me that still aches for things I can't have. But as I step toward the hallway, his voice stops me. Software. Lower this time. I know you, Sienna. My heart stutters, but I keep walking. I don't turn back. If I let him see what his voice still does to me, I won't be able to stop this from unraveling. And if there's one thing I cannot survive again, it's falling for Grayson Carter.
Chapter 8. Grayson. Sienna walks away from me like she always does, like she did 2 years ago. Like she did last night in the kitchen, her voice clipped and cold. Her back straight as if leaving me behind is the easiest thing in the world. It isn't. Not for me. And whether she wants to admit it or not, it isn't for her either. I notice it in the way her shoulders tense when I speak. The way she avoids my gaze when she thinks I'm looking too closely. The way her hands tremble slightly when she's pissed at me, but trying to hide it. She still feels this, no matter how much she pretends otherwise. That's going to be a problem. I push open the door to the villa study the next morning, a massive space filled with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the ocean. It should feel relaxing. It doesn't. Sienna is already inside, seated at the long conference table, her laptop open, legal brief spread out in an impossibly neat arrangement that tells me she's been at this for hours. She doesn't look up as I enter. Good. That means I get to watch her for a second, to take in the way she chews her lower lip when she's deep in thought, the way she taps the end of her pen against her notepad in an absent-minded rhythm, the way the morning sunlight catches in her hair, making her look softer than she should. She clears her throat. Are you planning to work? Or are you just going to stare at me all morning? I smirk, pulling out the chair across from her. Why not both? She shoots me a look before clicking her pen and straightening her posture. Let's go over Ava's financials again. I want to reinforce our argument for full asset separation. I lounge in my chair, stretching out my legs. We should open with custody first. Damian's legal team is expecting us to lead with finances. We should hit them where they're weakest. She exhales sharply, shaking her head. That's a mistake. I arch a brow. And why is that? She sets her pen down with an audible click, leveling me with a look that could cut glass. Because Damian's team will fight harder if they think Ava is prioritizing the kids over money. If we start with financials, they'll be more likely to negotiate on custody later. We play the long game, not the most aggressive one. I tilt my head. Interesting theory. It's not a theory, it's strategy. I grin because this is my favorite version of Sienna Monroe. Sharp, calculated, ready to fight. The problem is, I'm just as sharp, just as calculated, just as ready to fight. Strategy only works if you know your opponent's weaknesses, I say, watching her reaction. And the thing about Damian Roth? His weakness isn't money, it's control. If we push him into a defensive position early, he'll start making mistakes. Her eyes flash. Or he'll dig in and refuse to negotiate at all. Not if we do it right. She leans forward, her elbows on the table. You always think you can control the outcome of every case with your arrogance alone. And you always think you can win by outplanning everyone? She laughs without humor, shaking her head. Of course you'd say that. You've never had to plan for anything. You just... She waves a hand in the air. Walk into a room and assume everything will fall into place for you. I hold her gaze, my voice dropping. That's not true. Her jaw clenches. It is. You never had to try, Grayson. Not in court, not in life, not even in our. She stops herself. I feel the shift in the air. The conversation just veered into dangerous territory. I lean forward, mirroring her posture, my hands flat on the table. Finish that sentence, Monroe. She glares at me, but I see the way her fingers curl slightly against the tabletop. The way her breath hitches, barely noticeable. But there. She's 1 second away from unraveling. Good. So am I. I lower my voice, knowing it will push her just enough. Go on, say it. Her nostrils flare. Fine. You never had to try in our marriage. You just expected me to always be there, holding everything together, while you... She cuts off, shaking her head. But I already know what she was going to say. While I what? Worked too much. Didn't see her enough? Didn't fight hard enough when she was breaking? I feel something sharp twist in my chest, but I don't show it. Instead, I say what I know will make her snap. You didn't exactly fight for us either. Her lips part like I just slapped her. The silence between us is razor thin, stretched tight and dangerous. Her voice is low, but there's a lethal edge to it. Excuse me. I lean back slightly, watching her reaction. You heard me. She lets out a bitter laugh, shaking her head. You have some nerve, Grayson. You think I didn't fight? You think I didn't try? I hold her gaze, refusing to let her turn this on me. If you had, we wouldn't be sitting here as exes. She shoves her chair back so fast it scrapes against the floor. I don't move. I just watch as she takes 2 slow, measured steps around the table, toward me, her arms crossed over her chest. You think this is my fault? She asks, her voice deceptively calm. That I just walked away because I didn't fight hard enough? I push my chair back, standing to meet her head on. We're close now. I can see the way her pulse jumps in her throat, the way her chest rises and falls with shallow breaths. I think, I say, voice low, that we both let it fall apart. Her eyes flicker with something deep, something painful. She has been looking tired since this whole mess started, not angry or guarded, just tired. She shakes her head slowly, stepping back. I can't do this with you. I don't let her walk away this time. Do what? This. She gestures between us. The past. The fighting. Her voice falters, but she forces herself to finish. The pretending like this doesn't hurt. I swallow hard, my throat dry. Because she's right, this does hurt. More than I'll ever admit. She exhales, stepping further away. We need to focus on the case. I nod once. Yeah. But as I watch her leave, I already know. This isn't over.
Chapter 9. Sienna. The tension between us is unbearable. Thick, tangible. A wire stretch so tight, so razor thin, I know that one wrong move will snap it. I hate it that I still feel this. Hate that he's still in my veins. Hate that every glance between us lingers a second too long. I tell myself I don't care. That last night's fight is behind us. That Grayson Carter is just another colleague. Just another lawyer I can outmaneuver and compartmentalize. But then, the universe decides to laugh in my face. It starts with a door. The villa's linen closet is small. I'm inside, reaching for extra towels, because this morning's mediation was exhausting, and all I want is a hot shower to wash away the frustration sitting on my skin. Suddenly, there's a solid wall of heat behind me, and before I can turn around, the door swings shut. Grayson's body is pressed against mine, his chest firm against my back, his breath warm at my temple. My pulse stutters violently. His hand is on the doorknob, the other bracing against the wall beside me. I can feel every inch of him, the tension in his muscles, the way his fingers curl slightly, like he's trying not to touch me. Jesus, he mutters, his voice low, frustrated, barely above a whisper. What the hell is it with this house and bad decisions? I suck in a breath, ignoring the way my skin prickles. You're the one who walked in without looking. His chuckle is dark, rough, too close to my ear. And you're the one blocking the exit, sweetheart. Sweetheart. It slams into my chest like a hammer. I stiffen, turning my head slightly to glare at him over my shoulder. Don't call me that, I snap. His eyes flick down to my lips. Why not? There it is. That thing between us. The fire that never really died. I can feel every inch of him, and he knows it. He knows exactly what this is doing to me, because it's doing the same thing to him. Before either of us can make a worse mistake, the door swings open. Ava stands there, one perfect brow raised, sipping her mimosa. Well, she drawls, far too amused. If you two need a moment to reenact some kind of legal-themed porno, just let me know so I can make sure the press doesn't get wind of it. I shove past Grayson so fast I almost trip over my own feet. This is a nightmare. The next time it happens, I swear it's the house's fault. I'm reaching for a glass on the top shelf in the kitchen, stretching on my tiptoes, when suddenly his hand is there, just above mine. He doesn't say a word. He just grabs the glass and hands it to me, his fingers brushing against mine for half a second too long. The air shifts, crackles. I glance up at him, already regretting it because his eyes, they're darker than before. He's staring at me like he wants to ruin me. I hate that my body still reacts, that heat spreads through my chest like wildfire, that my lips part without permission. His jaw tightens, his fingers flex. He steps back too late. And that's the problem, isn't it? It's always too late. By the time we finally stop pretending we're avoiding each other, it's late. I step out of the bathroom, hair damp, robe tied too loosely, only to find him already in the bed. The one bed. He's sitting up, flipping through some case files, looking infuriatingly comfortable in a white t-shirt and sweatpants. He doesn't glance up immediately, just turns a page, so casual, so unaffected. Relax, Monroe, he says, voice smooth but with an edge. I won't bite. I scoff, crossing my arms. I'm not worried about that. He finally looks at me and something shifts in the air. His gaze drags slowly over me, bare legs, damp collarbone, the way my robe clings in places I don't want him to notice. He notices anyway. His throat bobs. He clenches his jaw like he's fighting something. I should turn around. I should go sleep on the couch. I should do anything but walk closer. Instead, I take a step toward the bed, exhaling sharply before climbing in on the farthest edge possible. This is fine. This is normal. This is totally survivable. I close my eyes. I heard the mattress shifts. Heat. His heat. He's close. I open my eyes just as he moves, reaching for something on the nightstand. His arm brushes against mine, bare skin against bare skin, and the contact sears through me like an electric current. Neither of us moves. Neither of us breathes. This is not survivable. Not when his hand stays there for a fraction too long. When our eyes lock in the dim light, the silence is too loud, too intimate. Every nerve in my body is screaming at me to remember what this used to feel like. My throat is dry. Grayson. His name comes out softer than I want it to. He hears it. He feels it. He doesn't move. Neither do I. If we move, if we shift even an inch, we'll ruin everything. Again.
Chapter 10. Grayson. This is a mistake, but I don't stop. I can't. Sienna is beneath me, her body warm and soft, her lips crushing against mine like she's forgotten how to hate me. Or maybe she still does, and that's what makes this so desperate. Her hands fist in my shirt, pulling me closer, dragging me deeper, and it's all I can do to hold myself together when her tongue brushes against mine. Jesus, it's like she wants to ruin me, like she wants to erase the space between us, the years, the hurt, the ghosts of what we used to be. I kiss her harder, letting myself drown in it, one hand sliding to her hip, feeling the way she shudders when I touch her. She still reacts to me. I want to tell myself it's just muscle memory, just a leftover impulse from a love that should have died a long time ago. But then she makes a sound against my mouth. Something soft, something raw, and I'm gone. I roll her onto her back, pressing against her, my hands sliding beneath the silk of her robe, finding bare skin, finding her warmth, finding her. She gasps, not in shock, in recognition. Because this is what we know, this is what we were always good at. Burning, consuming, falling too hard, too fast, too much. I bite her bottom lip and she arches into me, her nails digging into my shoulders, her body fitting against mine like we were made for this. Maybe once a long time ago we were. But then she stops. Her breath stutters, her body goes stiff beneath me. Before I can process it, before I can even think to pull back, she's shoving me away like I burned her. She scrambles off the bed, her breathing ragged, uneven, panicked. No. Her voice is shaky, broken, but it lands like a punch to the ribs. I sit up, dragging a palm over my face, trying to shove down the heat still clawing at my skin. I went too far. We went too far. She's pacing now, fingers pressing into her temples, breathing too fast. I did that. I, to all that is unholy, did that. I can't do this, she mutters under her breath. I can't. She moves toward the door like she's about to leave, and I snap out of it. No, not like this. Not when she looks like she wants to crawl out of her own skin, like she's about to run away from me again. I push off the bed, crossing the room in 3 long strides, grabbing her wrist before she can go. She jerks to a stop, eyes flashing with too much emotion. I need to go, she breathes. I shake my head. No, you don't. Her chest rises and falls too fast. I need air. I search her face, hating that she looks so unraveled, hating that I did this to her, hating that I still want to kiss her again. I exhale roughly, dragging a hand through my strands. Stay here. She swallows hard, her throat bobbing. What? I step back, giving her space, my pulse still pounding. I'll go. Her brows knit together, confused. What? I need air too, I admit, my voice rough. But you're the one that freaked out, so you get the bed. Her lips part, her fingers tightening around the fabric of her robe. I shake my head, grabbing a pair of sweatpants and heading for the door. I'll be back in an hour, I tell her. Just don't go anywhere, I'll sleep outside on the sofa. I don't wait for her response, I'll lose it. The cold water should help. It doesn't. I dive beneath the surface, letting the ocean swallow me, dousing the fire still licking at my skin. This was a mistake. A disaster. We're already on thin ice, already playing with something too dangerous. I push my wet hair back, inhaling deep, trying to cool the heat still pulsing under my skin. Because that kiss? It was everything I didn't let myself think about for the past 2 years. Everything I tried to forget. And now, I can't stop replaying it. The way she gasped into my mouth. The way she trembled when I touched her. The way she pulled me closer before she pushed me away. That's what she does, isn't it? She pulls me in, then runs. She wants me, then hates herself for it. She always has. I float on my back, staring at the stars, cursing myself 6 ways to Sunday. This is getting too complicated. This isn't about us. It's about the case. About getting through this damn mediation, keeping our jobs, not getting dragged into Ava Sinclair's web of tabloid-fueled chaos. Not about rekindling a fire that already burned us both alive. I need to stop this. I need to stop her. But as I stare up at the sky, the salt still clinging to my skin, the taste of her still on my tongue, I already know. I won't. I can't. No matter how much I try to fight it, I still want Sienna Monroe. That is the biggest problem of all.
You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler. Chapter 11. Sienna. Breakfast is a disaster. An awkward, unbearable disaster. The kind where no one speaks unless absolutely necessary. Where the tension is so thick it could be spread like butter across our toast. And the worst part is Ava Sinclair notices. Of course she does. Ava doesn't miss anything. She sits across from me, sipping her morning espresso, legs crossed, studying me like I'm one of her Oscar-winning scripts. Grayson is sitting directly beside me, his presence a heat source I can't escape. I keep my eyes trained on my plate, pretending I'm too busy slicing my fruit into perfectly even pieces to care about the way his shoulder brushes against mine whenever he moves. Too busy to remember the way his lips felt on mine last night. Ignoring the fact that I can still feel his hands gripping my waist, pulling me closer, making me lose every single ounce of common sense I've ever had. I shouldn't have kissed him. How could I let it get that far? I shouldn't want more. But I did. Now we're sitting here, silent, in a kitchen that feels too small, trying not to acknowledge the giant, reckless, unforgivable mistake hanging between us. Ava sets her espresso cup down too carefully, breaking the silence. I have to ask, she says, her voice amused, but sharp. Did someone die, or is this just your normal morning energy? I nearly choke on my orange slice. Grayson reaches for his coffee, unbothered. We're just focused. Ava raises a brow. Focused? On what? Ignoring each other? I clear my throat. The case? She snorts. Sure, sweetheart. I stab a piece of melon, refusing to meet her gaze. We have a lot to discuss. Oh, please, she sighs. We've been discussing this case for days. I could recite my deposition in my sleep at this point. I flick my eyes up, but Ava is already looking at Grayson, far too interested in his complete lack of response, and the way his jaw is tight, the way he's avoiding looking at me altogether. It's a dead giveaway. Ava smirks, like she's just confirmed something. Jesus, she mutters. It's worse than I thought. Grayson finally glances up. What is? Ava leans back in her chair, stretching her arms over her head, as if this conversation isn't actively ruining my life. You two, she says casually, and whatever the hell is going on between you. I freeze. Grayson's grip tightens around his coffee mug. Ava waves a hand, sipping her mimosa. And don't give me that we're professionals nonsense. I can smell the tension from across the room, and frankly, I'm tired of breathing it in. Grayson exhales sharply, dragging a hand over his face. This isn't your concern, Ava. She laughs, because nothing about this is funny, and yet, she's clearly entertained. I'm the client, she says, tilting her head. Which means, in some way, I pay for your time. And right now, you two being insufferable is wasting my time. I set my fork down, exhaling slowly, gathering every ounce of restraint I have left. Ava, with all due respect, we are not— Oh, you are, she interrupts smoothly. I glare. She grins. Grayson mutters something under his breath, probably a curse word directed at the gods for putting us in this situation. Ava just shakes her head. You two are circling each other like you're afraid of what might happen if you get too close. I hate that she's right. I loathe that she sees it. I hate that I don't have a single response. Grayson stays completely silent, which is worse, because Grayson never stays silent. Ava claps her hands together, standing up. Well, I've decided something. I blink. What? She smirks. You need to get out of your heads. Grayson lifts a brow, already suspicious. Ava. She holds up a hand. Nope, no arguments. I've been cooped up in this house for days with my soon-to-be ex-husband's lawyers. And frankly, I need a goddamn break. I fold my arms. And what exactly do you have in mind? Her smirk turns downright dangerous. Well, she drawls, finishing her mimosa. I was thinking we should have a little fun. A warning bell goes off in my head. Grayson tenses beside me like he's thinking the same thing. I press my lips together. Define fun. Ava grins. Who fancies a yacht overnight?
Chapter 12. Grayson. This is a terrible idea. The kind of idea that only Ava Sinclair could come up with, one that makes absolutely no sense. Yet she executes with an air of confidence that convinces everyone else to go along with it. Which is how I find myself standing at the dock, watching as the crew loads up our bags onto a ridiculously luxurious white yacht, complete with a polished deck, glistening chrome railings, and staff dressed in crisp white uniforms. Ava is perched on the lower deck, oversized sunglasses pushed to the top of her head, swirling a mimosa like she's hosting the goddamn Cannes Film Festival. "Oh, lighten up, Carter," she calls as I hesitate at the ramp. "This is supposed to be fun." I roll my shoulders, trying to shake off the unease sitting heavy in my chest. It's not the yacht that's the problem. It's not the ridiculous amount of money Ava clearly threw into this little excursion. It's not even the fact that this whole thing is obviously a ploy to force Sienna and me into close quarters. It's her, Sienna. The second she steps onto the yacht, my already frayed patience goes up in flames. She's wearing a black one-piece swimsuit, low cut in the back, her legs long and toned as she walks onto the deck like she hasn't just knocked the wind out of me. Her dark brown hair is twisted up, a few loose strands framing her face, and she's wearing those oversized sunglasses that hide her eyes but do nothing to shield the sharp, guarded expression on her face. She doesn't look at me. Not at first. But she knows I'm watching. I can tell by the way her fingers twitch slightly before she grips the railing, by the way she tilts her chin up just a little higher, as if she's bracing for battle. Damn, maybe she should be. Because if she thinks I don't notice how good she looks, how much I still want her, she's out of her damn mind. I inhale sharply, tearing my gaze away. This is going to be a long day. The second the yacht pulls away from the dock, the tension suffocates. Sienna is too stiff, controlled, sitting at the lounge area with her legs crossed, pretending to be absorbed in her phone. I'm on the opposite end of the deck, pretending to care about the waves. And Ava, she's loving every second of this. It seems pushing our buttons is her favorite new sport. I have to say, she muses, stretching out in a white cover-up like some bored heiress, I really thought you two would have sorted this by now. Sienna doesn't look up. Sorted what? Ava smirks over the rim of her mimosa. The fact that you two clearly want to rip each other's clothes off, but you're both too stubborn to admit it. Sienna doesn't flinch, but her fingers tighten slightly around her phone. I take a slow sip of my bourbon, not rising to the bait. Ava sighs dramatically. God, you're both so exhausting. It's like watching two people stand in a burning house arguing over who started the fire instead of just leaving the damn building. Sienna finally looks up, lips pressed into a thin line. Are you done? Ava grins. Not even close. She turns her gaze to me, her expression far too smug. What about you, Carter? Nothing to say? I meet her eyes, unamused. What do you want me to say, Ava? She shrugs. Oh, I don't know, maybe something like, Ava, you're absolutely right. Sienna and I are wildly in denial and should probably just make out on this yacht and spare everyone the agony of watching us suffer. Sienna lets out a slow exhale, tilting her head toward the sky like she's praying for patience. I smirk. You'd love that, wouldn't you? Ava beams. It'd be the highlight of my year. I shake my head, finishing my drink. Not happening, Sienna mutters. Over my dead body. Ava sighs, standing up. Fine, have it your way. But mark my words, something's going to give. And I can't wait to say I told you so when it happens. She walks away, smirking to herself, leaving me alone with Sienna. Just like that, the tension doubles. I lean back, rubbing my jaw. She's insufferable. Sienna doesn't answer right away. She's not wrong, though, she says softly. My grip tightens slightly around my glass. I glance at her, but she's already standing, already walking toward the other side of the deck, as if she hasn't just tossed a grenade into my chest. Hours pass. We drift along the coastline, sunlight bouncing off the water, waves lapping against the yacht. It's almost peaceful. Almost. If it weren't for the fact that I can't stop watching her. She moves with the same precision, the same effortless grace that used to drive me crazy. She's aware I'm watching. She knows because every time I step too close, her shoulders tense. Every time I speak, her fingers twitch. Every time I let my gaze linger a heartbeat longer, her breath catches before she forces herself to look away. She's feeling this, just as much as I am, and it's killing me. By the time the sun starts setting over the horizon, I need space. I need air. I need to be away from here. I need to stop thinking about the fact that we're stuck on this boat, that she's still Sienna Monroe, that I still want her in ways that make my head spin. I stand, heading toward the railing, gripping the cool metal. Behind me, I hear her footsteps. I turn, expecting another argument, another verbal sparring match that will end in flushed skin and unresolved tension. But instead, she just looks at me. Something in her expression is tight, controlled, but beneath it there's something else. Something that feels like an undoing. We're both on a tightrope here, waiting for something to snap. And damn, this is going to end badly. For both of us. Suddenly, the crew's voice interrupts us. It's time for dinner. She turns on her heel, walking away from me. I heave a sigh of relief, thanking God for small mercies.
Chapter 13. Sienna. The night air is heavy with salt and silence as I lean against the yacht's railing, staring at the endless expanse of ocean stretching into the horizon. The water is smooth, almost eerily still, reflecting the sliver of moonlight above us. Everything should feel calm, but it doesn't. The moment dinner ended, the air shifted. At first, it was just a small static in the air, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. Then the crew started whispering. One of them ducked into the captain's cabin, returning minutes later looking too tense for this to be a casual hiccup in our voyage. Now, there's a subtle tension buzzing through the yacht. One that has nothing to do with Grayson and everything to do with the way the staff is moving just a little too quickly, murmuring just a little too quietly. I sip my wine, pretending I don't notice. Pretending I don't see the way Grayson's shoulders are tight with unease as he watches the crew from where he stands at the bar. Ava is reclined on a lounge chair, swirling the last of her cocktail, completely unbothered. I tap my fingers against my glass. Tell me I'm not the only one sensing something off. Grayson doesn't answer immediately. His gaze flicks to the captain, who is speaking with two of the engineers near the helm, their expressions grim. He exhales. You're not? Ava groans dramatically. For God's sake, don't tell me you two are about to spiral into some paranoid lawyer nonsense. If the yacht was sinking, we'd know it. Grayson's eyes darken slightly, but his voice remains level. I don't think we're sinking. Ava lifts a perfectly manicured brow. Then what's the problem? Before he can respond, the captain steps forward, clearing his throat. Apologies for the interruption, he says, his tone too carefully neutral. But we're experiencing a minor technical issue with the yacht's communication system. My stomach tightens. What kind of issue? The captain shifts slightly, his face calm, but his body language says otherwise. Our radios and GPS are temporarily down. We still have onboard navigation, but we're unable to make contact with the marina for now. We're working on the problem, and there's no immediate cause for concern. No immediate cause for concern. I've spent too many years in courtrooms to believe that kind of phrasing. Ava waves a hand. So we're off the grid for a bit. Big deal. Maybe it's the universe telling us to unplug. The captain offers a tight smile before excusing himself, heading toward the control room. But Grayson is already watching me, the same suspicion in his eyes that's curling in my gut. Something isn't right. The first real sign of trouble comes when the yacht jerks suddenly, the gentle hum of the engine sputtering out mid-cruise. My heart leaps into my throat. I grab the railing for balance as the boat lurches, then stills. Silence. The kind of silence that doesn't belong on the open water. Ava sits up, her relaxed demeanor evaporating instantly. What was that? I turn to look at the captain, who is already moving toward the controls, barking something at his crew. Grayson steps beside me, his voice low. That didn't sound like a minor technical issue. No, it didn't. Within minutes, the captain returns, looking significantly less composed than before. The engine has stalled, he announces, rubbing a hand over his forehead. We're running on reserve power, but we won't be able to move until we figure out what's causing the issue. Ava blinks. So, we're stuck. For now, the captain admits. We'll do everything we can to fix it. I exchange a glance with Grayson, a silent confirmation passing between us. This is bad. Very bad. As the crew scrambles to assess the damage, the yacht begins drifting. Slowly at first, then with more force. By the time we realize what's happening, we've already been pulled far from where we were supposed to be. I grip the railing as I watch the distant coastline shrink. We're moving too fast. The captain mutters a curse under his breath. The current is stronger here. Without the engines, we have no way to control our direction. Grayson exhales sharply beside me. Where exactly are we drifting toward? One of the crew members hesitates before answering. There's a private cove up ahead. We'll likely end up there unless we can regain control first. Ava scoffs. Great. So we're starring in our own version of Castaway now? Grayson's jaw ticks, but he remains silent. I can feel the frustration radiating off him, the helplessness neither of us can stand. I swallow my own frustration, pressing my fingers to my temples. How long until we know if the yacht can be repaired? The captain hesitates. It depends on the problem. But without GPS or radio, we have no way of calling for help unless we manually send someone to the marina. Silence. Then Grayson speaks, his voice low and authoritative. How far is the marina from here? About an hour by speedboat, the captain replies. We can send 2 crew members and Ava's assistant to get help, but the boat only fits a few people. I already know what's coming before he says it. So we're staying, I say, my voice flat. The captain nods. It's safest for you to remain on the yacht until we get assistance. Ava sighs. For how long? The captain shifts his weight. Could be a few hours. Could be until morning. I close my eyes, exhaling slowly. Of course. Of course, this is how this night ends. Stranded, with Grayson Carter. I don't look at him, because I already know exactly what I'll see. That same storm in his gaze, that same barely restrained tension that's been brewing since the moment we stepped onto this boat. That same pull between us that we keep trying to ignore. Now, there's nowhere to escape it.
Chapter 14. Grayson. The yacht rocks gently in the water, the dim emergency lights casting long shadows over the deck. The world feels empty. We're stranded in the middle of nowhere. I don't like the silence and the unspoken things clogging the air between us. I hate that she's standing there, arms crossed, jaw tight, acting like this is just another inconvenience and not the torture it really is. How can I still want her? Again. Always. Sienna exhales sharply, rubbing her temples. This is ridiculous. I lean against the railing, watching her carefully. No argument there? Her eyes flick to mine, sharp, assessing. You know what I mean, Carter. We shouldn't be here. You say that like we had a choice. She lets out a dry laugh, low and bitter. We did. We could have just said no to all of it. I grip the railing tighter. You and I both know that wasn't an option. She doesn't answer right away. Then she turns, gaze cutting. You always make it sound like we had no control over any of it. I arch a brow. Did we? She lets out a sharp breath, stepping toward me and closing the gap between us. You act like everything just happened to us, like we just fell apart one day. But that's not how it went down, Grayson. I hold her gaze, heat crawling up my spine. Then tell me, how did it go down? Her arms drop to her sides, hands curling into fists. You left first, she says, voice low, quiet, lethal. Something inside me snaps. I push off the railing, closing the gap between us. Nonsense. Her chin lifts, stubborn as ever. It's not. I step closer, enough to smell the coconut and vanilla lingering on her skin, enough to see the flicker of hesitation in her eyes, how her breath hitches when I get too close. You're rewriting history, I murmur. She laughs sharply, shaking her head. Oh, that's rich, coming from you. I grit my teeth. Sienna, you were the one who checked out first. Don't stand there and act like you fought for us. Her eyes flash. I did fight. When? Her lips part, but she doesn't answer. She knows that somewhere along the way we both let go. You think I wanted to lose you? Her throat works as she swallows, but her eyes are still fire, still defiant. You didn't try to stop me. My chest tightens. Neither did you. Silence stretches between us, thick and unbearable. I should let it drop, but I can't because she's standing here looking at me like she still feels it, like she still wants me. That's the real problem, isn't it? We never stopped wanting each other. Sienna shakes her head, breaking eye contact, but I don't let her retreat. I reach for her wrist, pulling her back, forcing her to look at me. She gasps softly, caught off guard, but she doesn't step away. Doesn't move. Just breathes, heavy and shallow. I tighten my grip, not enough to hurt, just enough to remind her that I'm still here, that I never really left. Her fingers tremble just slightly, and I feel it like a goddamn earthquake. I step closer, lowering my voice. You really believe I didn't fight for us? Her lips part, her pulse fluttering beneath my fingers. I should walk away before we ruin this all over again. But then she shoves me. Hard. My back hits the railing, and I barely have time to process it before she's in my face, eyes wild, breath uneven. "You're such a jerk," she hisses. I grin, because this the real us. "This isn't new information, sweetheart." Her breath hitches at the nickname. Her hands shake, the way her chest rises and falls too fast. She's unraveling. So am I. She grabs my shirt, and I snap. My hand cups the back of her neck, my mouth crashing into hers. Hard, desperate, unforgivable. She gasps against my lips, but she doesn't pull away. She presses closer, her hands sliding up my chest, fingers fisting my shirt like she's trying to hold on to something she knows she shouldn't want. I back her into the railing, pinning her there, swallowing the soft sound she makes when my tongue sweeps against hers. Holy God. I forgot what this feels like, how good she tastes, and how perfectly her body fits against mine. Her hands slide into my hair, tugging, demanding, punishing, and it's not enough. I want more. I want to undo her, to remind her of exactly how we used to fit together. I press harder, sliding a hand down her waist, over the curve of her hip, gripping just enough to make her moan into my mouth. My pulse pounds, every nerve ending in my body is screaming. I drag my lips down her throat, over her collarbone, relearning the taste of her skin, the sound of her breathless sighs. Suddenly, she jerks away. Her chest heaves, her hands trembling as she stares at me, eyes wide, lips swollen. And damn, she looks wrecked. But she also looks terrified. "I'm sorry," I apologize in soft, small voice as if speaking is hard. I turn away, but it's her turn to grab me this time. Our gazes lock. "Don't say I'm sorry, damn it," she hisses. "How can you? Do you think sorry will fix anything? This thing between us?" She bites her lips, then grabs me on the neck. Our lips meet again, and this time, there's no stopping the fire between us as it turns into an inferno that burns us both. God help me, I crave her. It's like a dam opens up inside me, and my need for her overpowers every part of me. So does she. There's no stopping us tonight.
Chapter 15. Sienna. I don't know who moves first. 1 second, I'm standing there, breathing hard, the taste of him still on my lips, and the next we collide, fingers gripping, mouths crashing, desperate, ravenous, consuming. There's nothing soft about this, nothing careful. It's years of anger, longing, and regret twisted into something raw and unforgivable. His hands slide down my back, gripping my hips, pulling me flush against him, and I can feel everything. Every ounce of restraint he's trying to hold on to. Every bit of tension he's been carrying since the moment we walked onto this goddamn yacht. His restraint snaps. He lifts me off my feet, his arms strong, his body pressing me back against the railing. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 16. Grayson. The morning after shouldn't feel like this. It shouldn't feel hollow. It shouldn't feel like something is slipping through my fingers before I even have a chance to hold it. She's already running. As I lay here, eyes barely open, the warm imprint of her body still lingering against the sheets. I know exactly what's coming before I even look at her. Sienna is already dressed. Back to me. Her shoulders rigid, her hands clenched, like she's forcing herself to keep moving. Like if she stops for even a second, she might have to face me. And she doesn't want that. I push up on my elbows, my voice rough from sleep. You don't get to pretend that didn't happen. She freezes for a second. She shakes her head, reaching for her bag. We were stranded, Grayson. It was. I sit up fully, the sheet pooling at my waist, anger curling low in my stomach. It was what? She swallows hard. A mistake. The word lands like a punch to the ribs. I force my voice to stay even. That's not what you were saying last night. She turns then, arms crossed, gaze steely and unreadable. It was nothing, Grayson. We slept together, that's all. I stare at her because she knows she's lying. We both do. I swing my legs over the side of the bed, standing, moving closer before she can escape. She doesn't back away, but I can see it in her eyes, the way her pulse skips at her throat, the way she clenches her jaw like she's bracing for impact. I drag my fingers through my strands. You think saying that makes it true? Her breath hitches, but her voice doesn't waver. It makes it what it is. I shake my head. No. Her brow furrows. No? No, I say, stepping closer, my voice lower. That wasn't nothing. That wasn't some heat of the moment, and we both know it. Her throat bobs, her grip on her bag tightening. Grayson. Tell me I'm wrong. I cut in. Her lips part, but she doesn't say it. She doesn't say I'm wrong. She can't, because last night was everything. Every unsaid word. Every unfinished thought. Everything we buried the night we signed our divorce papers. I step even closer, dropping my voice. Tell me you didn't feel that. Silence ensues for a second. She laughs. Short. Bitter. And somehow that feels worse than if she had just walked away. She shakes her head, eyes flashing. God, you are impossible. I narrow my gaze. And you are a coward. Her nostrils flare, anger sparking in her expression. You think this is about fear? I exhale sharply. That's exactly what this is about. Her fingers curl into fists. You don't get to stand there and act like last night meant something, Grayson. Why? I challenge. Because it did? She glares at me. Because it can't. That lands deep, like she just took a blade and shoved it between my ribs. And for a second, I almost let it go. Almost. But then she shakes her head, like she's closing the door on this before it even opens, and I feel something snap inside me. I force a smirk, my voice cold, detached. Fine. Her eyes flash with something unreadable. Fine? I shrug, reaching for my pants. You want to pretend? Go ahead. She stiffens, her expression faltering. I'm not pretending. I chuckle, low and humorless. Of course you are. I pull on my shirt, buttoning it slowly, deliberately, watching the way her shoulders tense. Then I glance at her, my smirk razor sharp. It was nothing, right? I taunt. Her eyes darken. Yes. Good, I say, grabbing my watch from the bedside table. Then we're on the same page. I see it in the way her body reacts, the way her fingers twitch like she wants to throw something at me. But I don't give her the chance. I brush past her, shoulders barely grazing, and head toward the bathroom. See you at breakfast, Monroe, I mutter as I pass. She doesn't say anything. Not until I hear the door slam behind her. The second Ava steps back onto the yacht, she takes one look at me and Sienna and groans. We're back to reality. Oh my God, you two are even worse than before. Sienna is standing on the opposite end of the deck, arms crossed, sunglasses on, pretending to be the picture of calm indifference. I sip my coffee, watching her over the rim of my cup. She hasn't looked at me since she walked out this morning. I haven't stopped looking at her. Ava plants a hand on her hip. So what happened while we were gone? Sienna doesn't blink. Nothing. Ava looks at me. Grayson? I take another sip of coffee. Same. Ava snorts. Right, sure. I don't respond. Sienna doesn't either. Everything just changed. No matter how much we pretend otherwise, it's our new reality.
Chapter 17. Sienna. I tell myself it was a mistake, a moment of weakness, a heat of the moment, blame it on the circumstances, lapse in judgment. But the problem with lying to yourself is that you have to believe it. As I walk into Thompson and Gates on Monday morning, my heels clicking against the sleek marble floors, my freshly ironed power suit as sharp as the knives in my back, I know one thing with unwavering certainty. I don't believe a damn word of it. I feel him before I see him. It's ridiculous, but it's true. I step into the firm's lobby. My skin prickles with awareness, my heart kicking up a fraction. There he is. Grayson Carter, standing by the espresso machine in the glass-walled break area, navy suit tailored to perfection, tie slightly loose like he couldn't be bothered to make it perfect. He's talking to Daniel Pierce, his best friend and longtime pain in my ass. He doesn't see me. Not yet, but Daniel does. And the way his gaze flickers between me and Grayson, his lips tilting into an almost knowing smirk, I know I'm in trouble. I inhale sharply, steeling myself. It's fine. It's just work. We're just colleagues. Nothing happened. Except everything happened. I can still feel it. The way his body pressed into mine. The way his lips bruised over my skin. Desperate, relentless. The way I let him ruin me all over again. I exhale. I do the only thing I can do. I walk right past them, pretending I don't see him at all. The boardroom is too cold, the air conditioning blasting against my skin, but I barely notice. Because Grayson is sitting directly across from me, his elbows resting on the long mahogany table, his fingers tapping against his pen like he's fighting the urge to look at me. Ava is at the table, fuming. Damian's team is deliberately leaking information. She snaps, tossing a tabloid onto the table. The headline reads, Ava Sinclair, bitter ex-wife or master manipulator. I don't react, even though my blood is boiling. They're trying to force us into an early settlement, I say evenly, flipping through the article. They want to paint you as unstable, so you'll take whatever scraps they throw your way. Ava scoffs. I don't settle. Grayson finally speaks. Then we push back. His voice is calm, controlled, lethal. The voice that used to drive me insane in court. The voice that used to whisper against my skin in the dark. I glance up, forcing myself to ignore the way my pulse stumbles. His eyes flick to mine, just for a second. It's enough. The tension in the room is thick, suffocating, and Ava notices. Her gaze sharpens, but she doesn't say anything. Instead, she leans back in her chair. I want a press conference. Grayson shakes his head. Not yet. Ava's lips purse. I don't like waiting. I fold my hands on the table. We don't react. We control the narrative. If we hold out, the media loses interest. If we engage, we're playing Damian's game. Grayson nods, almost begrudgingly. For once, I agree with Monroe. Something in me tightens. Because that's what we do. Fight, compromise, win. But this isn't just about Ava. This is about us. I don't know if either of us are going to win. By the time the meeting ends, I've successfully avoided Grayson for the entire day. But Daniel Pierce is a different story. He leans against the doorframe of my office like he owns the place. Arms crossed, amused smirk firmly in place. I don't even glance up from my laptop. Whatever it is, Pierce, I don't have the luxury for it. Oh, I think you do. I sigh, pressing my fingers against my temples. Do I want to know? Probably not, he muses. But since I'm an excellent friend, I feel obligated to tell you anyway. I finally look up, arching a brow. You have friends? Not the point, Monroe. he says easily, strolling in like he owns the place. He drops into the chair across from me, stretching out like he's settling in for a long chat. I go back to my screen. Spit it out, Daniel. He leans forward, resting his elbows on his knees. What happened on the yacht? My fingers freeze over the keyboard. I school my expression. Excuse me? He grins. You heard me. I give him a flat look. It was a professional retreat. We worked the case. He whistles low. That's your story? That's the truth. His grin widens. And yet, you haven't made eye contact with Carter once today. I force myself to look directly at him. Are you done? Daniel chuckles, shaking his head. You can lie to me all you want, Monroe. But you should know something. I fold my arms. What's that? He tilts his head. Grayson isn't lying to me. My stomach drops. I keep my voice even. And what exactly has Carter been saying? Daniel smirks. That's the thing. He hasn't said anything. I exhale, relieved. Daniel leans closer, his voice dropping slightly. But you know what's interesting, Monroe? I don't answer. He grins. He never stays this quiet about anything.
Chapter 18. Grayson. The numbers on my screen blur. The text on the deposition I've been reviewing for the past 20 minutes makes no sense. I blink hard, rubbing my palm over my face, and lean back in my chair. This isn't working. I can't focus. It's not the case. It's her. Sienna Monroe has taken up permanent residence in my head, and no amount of coffee, work, or sheer willpower has been able to shake her loose. It's the worst kind of distraction, the kind that coils in my gut and turns into a slow-burning frustration I can't control. It makes me snap at paralegals for asking routine questions, the kind that has me waking up in the middle of the night, sweating and hard as a rock, with the memory of her body beneath mine still imprinted on my skin. I should be over it, over her, but she's everywhere. She's in the scent of coffee in the break room because she only drinks espresso, black, no sugar, no nonsense. She's in the sound of her heels clicking against the firm's polished floors, in the way every single person in this office sits up straighter when she enters a room, like she's some kind of queen gracing her subjects with her presence. She's in the way she pretends last night never happened, the way she looks right through me like we didn't spend hours tangled together, her nails in my back, my name falling from her lips like it was the only thing she knew how to say. The way she laughs at something another man says. That's when I lose it. The tension in the conference room is palpable. Ava sits stiffly by the table, her perfectly manicured nails drumming against the polished surface in barely contained annoyance. Across from her, Damian Roth, her soon-to-be ex-husband, looks as smug as ever, lounging back in his chair like he has all the time in the world. There's his fiancée, the 25-year-old influencer turned publicist, who has somehow convinced herself that Ava is the villain in this story. Sienna is sitting beside me, perfectly poised, her back straight, her expression cool and unreadable. I should be paying attention. I should be focused on every word being thrown across the table because we need to win this case. But I'm not. I'm watching the man sitting next to her, Derek Miles. He's one of our firm's up-and-coming associates, young, overly confident, and way too interested in whatever Sienna is saying. He leans in, murmuring something to her, and she... damn. She laughs, soft, polite, dismissive, but still it's a laugh. And I see red. I grip my pen so hard it nearly snaps in half. The logical part of my brain tells me this is nothing, that he's a colleague, that this is just casual banter between professionals. But the part of me that still remembers how she tastes is ready to flip this goddamn table. Instead, I do what I do best. I push the anger down, channel it into something cold, sharp, something deadly. The deposition ends without bloodshed, which is honestly a miracle. But the second we're out of the conference room, I reach for her wrist, stopping her in her tracks. She turns, brows arching in irritation. What the hell, Carter? I don't answer. Instead, I pull her into one of the private offices, shutting the door behind us. She rips her arm free, her gaze sparking with fury. You have no right to do that. I step forward, towering over her, my voice low and sharp. So that's how we're doing this? Her arms cross, a defensive move. Doing what? Ah! I clench my jaw, my pulse hammering. You're just moving on like it never happened? Her nostrils flare, a flicker of something dark flashing in her hazel green eyes. She steps closer, and suddenly, we're too close. She tilts her head, challenging me. You already did, Carter. Her words are a dagger straight to the chest. I stare at her, my jaw locked so tight it aches. She exhales, shaking her head. You don't get to do this. I lower my voice, my restraint barely holding. Do what? Act like you care. I inhale sharply, my fingers curling into fist at my sides. You think I don't? Her breath catches, but she hides it well. She hesitates for half a second before her expression steels. I think it doesn't matter, she whispers. And that's what breaks me. The way she says it like it's final. Like she's already decided that nothing we do will change the past. Like she's already planning her escape. The air between us is too thick, too charged. I can feel the heat of her body, the lingering scent of her perfume. I should walk away. I should let her go. I should do a lot of things. Instead, I move closer. Tell me you don't feel it. She swallows. Her throat works, her pulse fluttering at her neck. But before she can say anything, a voice cuts through the room. Well, this is interesting. We both freeze, then turn. Victoria Langley is standing in the doorway, arms crossed, expression bored but unimpressed. Damn it! Sienna stiffens beside me. Victoria tilts her head, surveying the tension hanging thick between us. Would one of you like to explain why you just dragged your co-counsel into an office and closed the door? Neither of us speaks, because there's nothing to say that won't make this worse. Victoria exhales, pinching the bridge of her nose. I was already planning on having this conversation with you two, but since you clearly can't keep your emotions out of this case, let's cut to the chase. She folds her arms, leveling us with a piercing gaze. There are rumors circulating. The firm is concerned. I exchange a quick glance with Sienna, but she's already in damage control mode. What kind of rumors? She asks, her voice calm and collected. Victoria lifts a brow. The kind that suggests the two of you have unresolved personal issues that are affecting your work. I exhale sharply. She delivers the final blow. One of you steps down from the case, she says, or you both risk losing your positions at the firm. Silence. Then Sienna speaks first. That's not real. We're definitely getting along, right, Grayson? Yes, I reply, clearing my throat. Definitely. You better be. Victoria's eyes are sharp as if she can see through everything. Then she leaves us standing there, holding our breath. Sienna hisses, pointing at me. It's your fault. It's both our fault, so we better do something to make them believe we're okay.
Jacob, I wonder if you still remember the way I used to touch your face when I was trying not to fall apart. I wonder if you ever forgave me for how it ended, or if you even should. I broke a lot of things, but I never stopped loving you. That part, that was always real. Chapter 19. Sienna. After hours of being cooped up in a conference room with the clients, opposing lawyers, Grayson and Victoria's warning, I need a breather and my third cup of black coffee. But when I got to the cafeteria, I realized there's no escape. It's a full-blown, slow-moving, caffeinated nightmare where I have to sit across from my ex-husband, pretend like we get along, and eat an overpriced salad while the entire firm watches us like we're a goddamn reality show. All because Victoria Langley is breathing down our necks. Grayson is already at the table when I step into the firm's executive lunchroom, his posture effortlessly relaxed, his suit perfectly pressed, his expression so infuriatingly indifferent that I almost turn around and walk right out. Instead, I take a deep breath, plaster on my best fake smile, and slide into the chair across from him. His stormy gray-blue eyes flick up to mine, and I swear, for just a fraction of a second, something shifts in them. Something dangerous. Just as quickly, it's gone. He lounges in his chair, voice smooth as sin. Monroe. I force myself to breathe evenly. Carter. There's a flicker of amusement at my perfectly professional tone. Prick. With deliberate slowness, he picks up his iced black coffee, his fingers wrapping around the glass in a way that should not be distracting, and takes a sip. Then, as if he's not the most frustrating human on the planet, he tilts his head and smirks. You look refreshed. I grip my fork too tightly. That's an interesting way of saying you look like you didn't sleep either. His smirk grows, just slightly. Oh, I slept fine. I arch a brow, giving him a sweet fake smile. You always did have an impressive ability to lie to yourself. A low chuckle rumbles in his chest, and damn it, I feel it. I feel it the way I used to feel it at 2 a.m. in our old apartment. When he'd laugh against my skin, his breath warm, his hands wandering, whispering things he never really meant. I shove the memory away like it's poison. Instead, I pick up my water glass and take a slow sip, schooling my expression into bored indifference. This is ridiculous, I murmur, keeping my voice low enough that only he can hear. His eyes darken just slightly, like he knows exactly what I mean. Is it? He muses, reaching for his fork. We're two professionals having lunch, completely normal. Right, I scoff. And that's why half the firm is pretending they're not eavesdropping. I flick my gaze around the room, and sure enough, a few too many junior associates are suddenly fascinated by their phones, some partners are whispering behind their coffee cups, and Daniel Pierce, that bastard, is straight up watching us like he paid for front row seats. I stab a piece of lettuce with unnecessary force. Grayson just smirks. Relax, Monroe. We have to be convincing, remember? I smile so sweetly it could cause cavities. If you tell me to relax one more time, I will stab you with this fork. He chuckles again, shaking his head like I'm entertaining, and that's when Ava decides to join the party. She slides into the seat next to me like she owns the place, setting down her sparkling water and flipping her silk blonde hair over her shoulder in one swift movement. Her cat-like blue eyes flick between me and Grayson, her lips curving into a slow, amused smile. Well, she drawls, lounging in her chair. If this isn't the most painfully awkward lunch I've ever seen. I don't even flinch. You should get out more. Her grin widens. Oh, I get out plenty, but nothing beats a front row seat to two divorce lawyers pretending they aren't dying to strangle each other. Grayson's expression is infuriatingly unreadable. We're not pretending, he says smoothly, taking a casual sip of his coffee. Ava just laughs. She tilts her head toward me, eyes gleaming with pure mischief. So, Monroe, are you enjoying your salad? Or are you considering using the fork as a weapon? Grayson chokes on his coffee. I glare. I don't resort to violence, unlike some people at this table. Grayson wipes the corner of his mouth with a napkin, barely hiding his smirk. That's slander, sweetheart. Ava gasps dramatically. Oh no, is the truce already breaking? She leans forward, whispering conspiratorially. Because for two people pretending to get along, you look like you'd rather be stabbing each other with those salad forks. Grayson grins. I'm unarmed, but Sienna has excellent aim. I roll my eyes. Can you both shut up and eat? Ava chuckles, clearly delighted by my misery. But then her expression shifts, just slightly. Her smile dims, and when she speaks next, there's a note of something real in her voice. Seriously, though, she murmurs, stirring her drink. Are you two okay? The question catches me off guard. For a second, I don't have an answer. Grayson glances at me, something almost unreadable flickering in his gaze. Then he clears his throat. Of course, everything's fine. Ava notices. Her eyes narrow slightly, like she's debating whether to push, but then she just exhales, leaning back. Well, that's boring. I let out a slow breath. Crisis averted. Until she turns to Grayson and smirks. You know, she muses, voice deceptively light. You were a lot more fun when you were single. Grayson raises a brow. I'm still single. Ava shrugs, swirling the ice in her glass. Are you? I stiffen. Grayson doesn't even blink. What's that supposed to mean? Ava just smiles knowingly. And I hate her. Because she sees too much. She's goddamn right. Grayson isn't acting single. And I'm not acting like a woman who's moved on. I set my fork down. I should get back to work. Ava hums. Of course. Very convincing, Monroe. Grayson watches me, his gaze unreadable. I don't meet it. Instead, I rise from my seat, smoothing my skirt, my heart pounding way too fast. Ava's words are still ringing in my head. This truce is nothing but an illusion. I can't lie to myself forever. Neither can he.
Chapter 20. Grayson. I hate golf. It's slow, it's quiet, it's a game of patience and precision, neither of which I currently have. But here I am standing at the edge of the pristine green at the Blackwood Club, the city's most exclusive golf course, pretending I give a damn about anything other than the woman walking up the stone pathway in heels that could kill a man. Sienna Monroe. She arrived separately, exactly as we agreed. No need to give anyone extra ammunition. We're here for work anyway, some networking event. But whatever else in the equation doesn't matter, because the moment she steps into the event, we're side by side anyway. It's magnetic, unavoidable. Like the moment she steps into my orbit, the universe rearranges itself, forcing us into the same gravitational pull. And she hates it. I can tell. Her spine is rigid, her lips pressed into a perfectly polite smile, her hands delicately folded around a glass of champagne. She's the picture of composure. I, on the other hand, play my role too well. I smile at people like I don't want to be anywhere but here. I make casual comments, easy conversation, smooth laughs. Like none of this is affecting me. Like the woman next to me isn't the one person who can unravel me with a single glance. Sienna wants to strangle me. I know it the second she leans in slightly, voice low and edged with irritation. Stop looking so relaxed. I tilt my head toward her, smirking. Jealous? Her gaze flicks to mine, sharp as a blade. I'd rather be anywhere else, Carter. Then stop staring at me like you want to murder me with your butter knife, Monroe. She exhales sharply and downs the rest of her champagne in one sip. I bite back a chuckle, but the amusement is short-lived, because that's when Damian Roth walks in. He makes his entrance like he owns the room, tall, tanned, and still exuding that unbearable Hollywood arrogance. His expensive golf polo is just tight enough to flex over his shoulders, his Rolex glinting under the setting sun. I hate him on sight. Not because he's our opposing counsel's client, not because he's a cheating bastard who dragged Ava's name through the mud, but because his eyes land on Sienna first, and stay there. His mouth curls into a slow smirk as he strolls toward us, drink in hand, confidence radiating off him like a cologne. Sienna, he greets smoothly. You're a vision as always. Sienna doesn't react. She just lifts a brow, cool and composed as ever. Damian, she replies, voice edged with barely concealed boredom. He looks at me and he grins. Well, he muses, sipping his drink. You two are working together again. What's the phrase? History repeats itself? I clench my jaw, fingers tightening around my drink. Sienna cuts in before I can respond. The phrase you're looking for is highly competent professionals who don't let the past dictate the future. I barely stop myself from smirking. Damian chuckles, looking between us. Right. And how's that going for you? Before I can tear his smug face apart, Victoria appears at my side, her tone sharp, her presence commanding. As you can see, it's going exceptionally well, she says smoothly. Which is exactly why Grayson and Sienna will be handling the remainder of the case, ensuring this case will go smoothly as possible. Damian laughs, his eyes never leaving me. No offense, Carter, but you must be one hell of a masochist to sign up for another round of this. My fingers curl into a fist at my side. I grit my teeth. None taken. Sienna places a hand lightly on my arm, a subtle warning. Let it go. I glance at her, noticing the way her fingers linger just a second too long before she drops them. Damian watches the exchange, his smirk widening. He tilts his head like he's thinking about something. You play, Carter? I blink, thrown off. Play what? Damian gestures toward the golf course stretched out beyond the terrace. Golf? You any good? I don't bother lying. Not particularly. His smirk sharpens. Then how about a friendly wager? Sienna sighs. Oh, here we go. Damian ignores her, his gaze locked onto mine. 9 holes. You win, I back off the case for a week. Give you and your client some breathing room. I narrow my eyes. And if you win? His smirk turns downright lethal. I ask out Sienna. A date. Just the two of us. Silence. I blink slowly, letting the words sink in. Sienna, oblivious to the storm brewing inside me, sips her drink like she isn't the goddamn prize in a deal she didn't agree to. My entire body locks up. I could knock his teeth out. Right here, right now. I could end his smug, self-satisfied existence. But I don't. Instead, I give him the same slow, knowing smirk he just gave me, and I say, let's play.
Chapter 21. Sienna. I swear to God, I am going to ruin both of them. Damian for thinking he can use me as a goddamn prize in some testosterone-fueled pissing contest. And Grayson for going along with it. I stand at the edge of the golf course, arms crossed, jaw clenched so tight it aches, watching them shake hands like they haven't just reduced me to a wager. I can't even react. Not here. Not in front of Victoria Langley, not in front of the other senior partners, not in front of the carefully curated audience watching this match unfold like it's the goddamn Olympics. But inside, I'm seething. Damian will pay. One way or another, I will watch him lose everything. I will make sure Ava takes him for every last cent, every last property, every last deal he has his dirty fingers in. And Grayson, he's a different kind of problem. Because right now he's standing on the first hole of this pristine golf course, looking relaxed, looking unbothered, looking like he didn't just agree to play a game where the stakes include me. I swear if he loses, if he lets Damian win this just to mess with me, I'll kill him myself. I expect this match to be petty. I expect Damian to be a smug, arrogant prick, expecting Grayson to fold. What I don't expect is the sheer ferocity of the way Grayson plays. I watch as he takes his first shot, the club swinging effortlessly, his focus razor sharp. The ball soars through the air, landing perfectly on the fairway. Damian smirks, adjusting his grip on his club. Not bad, Carter. Didn't peg you for a golfer. Grayson shrugs, his expression smooth, unreadable. I pick things up fast. The words are casual. It's in the way his jaw ticks just slightly, the way his fingers tighten on the club. This isn't about golf. This isn't about some stupid game. This is personal. Every time Damian takes a shot, Grayson answers with precision. Every casual remark Damian throws out, every little dig about our marriage, every condescending smirk, Grayson takes it, absorbs it, then delivers it back tenfold. There's no easy charm anymore. No fake pleasantries. No carefully controlled act. By the 5th hole, they're barely speaking. By the 7th, Damian's smirk is gone. By the 9th, the match is over. And Grayson wins. Damian is grinning, but I know it's forced. He claps Grayson on the back like this was all good fun, but there's a flicker of something in his eyes, something dark and annoyed. Didn't take you for the competitive type, Carter. Grayson shrugs, expression blank. You should know by now. I don't lose. The tension is a living, breathing thing, pulsing between them like a goddamn third presence. I can't take it anymore. I move, walking straight toward the clubhouse. I don't care that people are watching. I don't care that we're supposed to be playing nice. I need a minute. I don't hear him follow me. I don't know he's there until the door swings shut behind me, the heavy silence swallowing us whole. Grayson steps into the golf club's private locker room, his tie loose, his sleeves rolled up, his entire body still thrumming with something wild and unresolved. I turn, arms crossed. You're a jerk. He doesn't even flinch. You're welcome. My breath catches, but I shove it down, my nails digging into my palms. Excuse me? He takes a step forward, his voice low, even. You're pissed. I get it. But I just saved you from having to reject Damian's sleazy, self-serving offer. I scoff. That's what you think this was about? Grayson narrows his eyes, jaw tightening. Wasn't it? I step closer, my blood boiling. You just let yourself get dragged into some disgusting pissing contest. Over me. Like I was some prize. He tilts his head, expression unreadable. You'd rather I let him win? I'd rather you not let men gamble over my damn social life. His mouth twitches, something dangerous sparking in his eyes. So you're mad because I won? I'm mad because you played. We're close now. His chest rises and falls, his breath uneven, and God damn it, I hate how aware I am of it. I hate the way my body remembers, how his lips felt against mine, how his hands once fit so perfectly on my waist, how he once said my name like it meant something. I swallow hard, stepping back, creating distance. Grayson notices and smirks. I grip my teeth. I loathe you. He exhales, shaking his head. No, you don't. Yes, I hiss, pushing against his chest. I do. He catches my wrist, my breath stutters. He doesn't pull me closer, doesn't move, nor speak. He just holds me there, our eyes locked, everything pressing in. For a second, a beat longer, I think he's going to kiss me. I might let him. Suddenly the lights flicker, then go out. A soft mechanical click echoes through the room. And just like that, we're locked inside.
Chapter 22. Grayson. The door doesn't budge. I push harder, shoulder bracing against the solid wood, but the lock holds. The old-school latch has sealed shut behind us, the kind of reinforced mechanism designed to keep expensive golf equipment secure. Which, of course, means we're stuck. Locked inside a goddamn locker room. With Sienna Monroe. I exhale sharply, jaw clenching as I turn to face her. She's pacing. Fast, controlled, frustrated. Her heels click against the polished tile, and every sharp movement of hers is loaded with tension. I rub my hand on my nape. You're going to wear a hole in the floor? She stops, spins on her heel, and fixes me with a glare so lethal I half expect to feel a knife between my ribs. Are you enjoying this? I arch a brow. The part where we're trapped together in a glorified storage room, not particularly. Her eyes flash, her arms crossing so tightly I'm surprised she doesn't snap in half. This is your fault, she mutters. I let out a dry laugh. How the hell is this my fault? She tilts her head, pure venom lacing her words. Because you just had to let your caveman instincts take over. Had to play hero and accept Damian's stupid bet like we were in some medieval jousting match. I take a slow step forward. We're back at this again, huh? Oh, I'm sorry. Should I have let him take you out? Her jaw tightens. That's not the point. That's exactly the point. Her breath is sharp, her chest moving up and down fast, and her scent, vanilla and something untouchable, wraps around me like a noose. She lifts her chin, that infuriating, stubborn streak flashing in her hazel green eyes. What happens between me and Damian is none of your business. I exhale through my nose, a bitter chuckle escaping before I can stop it. You actually think I'd let that smug bastard put his hands on you? Her expression darkens. I'm not yours to protect. The words hit their mark. Something low and sharp twists inside me, an old wound ripped open with ruthless precision. No, I murmur, voice rough. But you were. She freezes. For a second, everything stops. Her breathing, the space between us, the barely contained war that's been simmering for weeks. I see it in her eyes. The past. The nights spent tangled in sheets. The whispered promises we never quite kept. The fire between us that refuses to die. I step closer, her body still rigid, her hands now clenched into fists. She doesn't move away, doesn't tell me to back off. Instead, she whispers, "Don't." But it's not a threat. It's a plea. I lift a hand, slowly, testing her. My fingers brush just barely along the inside of her wrist, feeling her pulse rapid, unsteady, traitorous. She shivers. I can feel it, see it. Tell me you don't feel this, I say, voice low. She swallows hard. I don't. Liar. I move even closer, our breaths mingling, our lips inches apart. I could prove you wrong, I murmur, my fingers trailing higher, over her forearm, her skin warm beneath my touch. She sucks in a sharp breath. Her body leans in, just slightly. And then the fire alarm goes off. The blaring siren shreds through the room, high-pitched and urgent, the kind of sound that makes the air feel too thick, too electric. I snap back first, breaking whatever moment had been threatening to ruin both of us. Sienna stiffens, stepping away fast. What the hell? She starts, but then she stops. We both notice it at the same time. The air is shifting, thickening. A strange burning smell curls under the door. I move fast, slamming my hand against the handle again, testing it. It doesn't move. I curse under my breath, glancing at Sienna. Her face has lost its color. This isn't a drill, she whispers. Smoke creeps under the door, snaking toward our feet, slow and sinister. The temperature in the room is rising, the walls too close, the oxygen getting thinner. I lock eyes with her, my pulse hammering. We are not getting stuck in here.
Chapter 23. Sienna. The fire alarm screams through the locker room, an unrelenting, high-pitched wail that drills into my skull. But it's not the sound that sends my pulse into a panicked, erratic rhythm. It's the smoke. Thick, curling tendrils slither beneath the door, blackening the air. It moves like a living thing, slow and sinister, creeping toward my feet. The heat follows, subtle at first, then suffocating. I can't breathe. Grayson moves again. I watch, frozen, as he tests the door handle again, cursing under his breath before stepping back, his body going tense in that dangerous way I recognize all too well. Stay back, he orders. I don't. He doesn't wait for me to. In one swift motion, he slams his foot against the door. The first hit barely rattles it. The second knocks dust from the frame. By the third, wood splinters, the lock snapping under the force. Smoke rushes in like a goddamn tidal wave, and I lose every ounce of control. I stumble back, choking, gasping as the air turns thick, too thick. My hands tremble. My throat burns, my lungs shrinking into nothing. No, not here, not now. The memory slams into me before I can stop it. A different fire, a different night, a different life falling apart in flames, a child crying amidst the flames and smoke. No, no, no. Sienna. His voice cuts through the panic, sharp and undeniable. Suddenly, a touch. His hand wraps around my wrist, firm and steady, grounding me. I gasp, eyes snapping up to his. Grayson's gaze locks onto mine, steady despite the chaos around us, despite the heat closing in. "I've got you, Monroe," he murmurs, voice low and sure. "We're getting out." I don't nod, I don't speak, but I move. The hallway is worse than I expected. Smoke swirls in the air, clouding everything in a thick, choking haze. The overhead lights flicker wildly, casting broken, distorted shadows along the walls. Grayson keeps me close, one hand still gripping my wrist, the other held slightly out, as if ready to shield me from whatever comes next. We move fast. The heat intensifies, pressing against my skin, making each breath feel like swallowing fire. "We need a way out," I manage, coughing through the words. Grayson nods, scanning the space. His jaw is locked tight, tension rippling through his body as he pulls me down a side corridor. The exit is ahead. I see it, just beyond the smoke, just beyond the chaos. But the moment we step toward it, the ceiling groans. The next thing, it collapses. Flames burst through the opening, licking along the walls, consuming everything. We skid to a stop, trapped. "Other way," Grayson snaps. We pivot, fast. And that's when I see it. The golf club lounge, its wide glass windows lining the far wall, offering a clear view of the terrace beyond. I grab Grayson's arm, jerking him toward it. There. We run. The lounge is empty, but smoke seeps under the doors. Outside, the terrace looms. A breath of cool air, open space, safety. Grayson strides to the nearest lounge chair, yanking it into his hands. "Cover your face," he orders, voice tight. I don't question him. I just do it. Before I can say a word, he swings the chair like a goddamn battering ram. Glass explodes. Shards fly, glinting like diamonds in the firelight. The air outside rushes in, crisp and fresh, a stark contrast to the suffocating heat behind us. Grayson turns to me. "Go." I don't hesitate. I climb through first, stepping onto the terrace, feeling the sting of adrenaline still pounding in my veins. Grayson follows, ducking through the wreckage, blood trailing from a fresh cut on his forearm. He barely notices, because suddenly we're outside. The fire rages behind us, the flames licking at the sky, the alarm still screaming into the night. We made it. We're safe. I let out a breath, sharp, ragged, unsteady. I don't know why, but I laugh. It's hysterical, barely controlled, pure adrenaline. Grayson turns, brows raised. "You're laughing?" I gasp for air, gripping my knees. "We just escaped a burning building, Carter." His lips twitch. "Yeah." I look up, still breathing too fast, too hard. "And you really went full action hero in there." He exhales a laugh, finally a flicker of something lighter cutting through the tension. "Guess I'm just good under pressure." My pulse skips, because the way he's looking at me, like he's still trying to make sure I'm okay, is suddenly too much. I glance away, clearing my throat. "We need to get help." He nods, gaze still too heavy, but before we can move, something shifts, and then the ground shakes. The fire behind us roars, and suddenly, a beam from the terrace overhang crashes down, blocking our only way forward. Grayson moves fast, pushing me out of the way. I stumble, hitting the ground hard, and when I look up, he's trapped. Oh, God.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 24. Grayson. Go. I grit my teeth, my entire body tensed as I shove at the damn wooden beam pinning my leg. The heat is unbearable, smoke curling around us, pressing against my skin like a second layer of hell. But Sienna isn't moving. She's staring at me, eyes wide, hair wild, face streaked with soot and terror. Frozen. Sienna, go! Now! My voice comes out harsher than I intend, but I don't care. She has to leave. She takes a half step back. For a second, I think she's going to listen. Then her gaze hardens, and I know she's about to do something stupid. No. She moves before I can stop her. I swear loudly, struggling against the searing pain radiating up my leg as she ducks beneath the fallen beam, hands gripping onto the burning wood, pulling at it like she can actually move the damn thing. Sienna! Stop! I growl, voice raw. She doesn't. She's crying now. Not because of pain, but because of pure, unfiltered fear. I'm not leaving you, she gasps, yanking at the debris, her delicate fingers scraping against rough splinters, her dress streaked with ash. My chest tightens painfully. The fire is too close. The smoke is thickening. She's going to pass out if she doesn't stop breathing this in. Sienna, I snarl, desperate. I swear to God. I lost you once! Her voice breaks. I'm not doing it again. And I realize this isn't just about the fire. It's us. All the years, all the heartbreak, all the times we let pride win, all the nights we went to bed on opposite sides of a war we never truly ended. And now she's here, risking her goddamn life, because losing me is worse than the fire closing in. How can I ever stop loving her? Okay, I say roughly, forcing my voice to steady. Then we do this together. She nods frantically and we move as one. With one final shove, we dislodge enough weight that I can pull my leg free, pain roaring through my body. I barely register it. Because Sienna wobbles, the smoke hitting her hard, and I catch her just as her knees buckle. I've got you, I murmur, gripping her waist, steadying her. About time, she rasps, coughing against my shoulder. I almost laugh. Even half-conscious, she still has an attitude. We stumble forward just as the fire department bursts in, shouting orders, dragging us out of the inferno and into the fresh, cool air. The last thing I hear before I black out is Sienna, gasping my name. I wake up to the sharp scent of disinfectant and the rhythmic beep-beep-beep of a hospital monitor. My arm and legs are bandaged, my head pounds and my chest aches like hell. I remember Sienna. I snap up too fast, hissing at the pain as I turn my head. And there she is, sitting in the hospital bed beside mine, breathing, alive, and glaring at me. "Are you insane?" she hisses, voice raw from smoke inhalation, her fingers white-knuckling the hospital sheets. I blink at her. "Are you serious? You're the one who ran into a burning building like a lunatic." Her eyes narrow. "Because you were trapped, you idiot. Thank you saved me, Grayson." Something passes between us, but she looks away, breaking the contact. Maybe this is all she can give me right now, and I don't want her to feel awkward. I smirk, despite the fact that every part of my body hurts. "And here I thought you hated me." She huffs, shifting uncomfortably in the bed, but her lips twitch like she wants to smile and strangle me at the same time. The door swings open before we can continue our well-earned argument. Victoria Langley strides in, dressed in her usual, perfectly pressed suit, arms crossed, expression mildly unimpressed, like she hasn't just been informed two of her firm's best lawyers almost died together. "Glad to see you're both alive," she says smoothly. "I'd hate to lose my best assets to an arson incident." Sienna groans. "Jesus, Victoria, a little compassion?" Victoria lifts a brow. "You two were locked in a room alone before a fire broke out. You do understand how this looks?" I sigh, rubbing my hands together. "We didn't set the fire, Langley." She smirks like she's not entirely convinced. Before she leaves, she gives a pointed look at the shared room. I narrow my eyes. "You did this on purpose." She smiles. "Consider it an exercise in conflict resolution." With that, she sweeps out, leaving us alone again. I glance at Sienna. She looks exhausted. Her hair is a mess, her lips are chapped, and her nails are still scratched up from trying to save me. She looks so goddamn beautiful, I can't stand it. I shake my head, chuckling softly. "What a week," she groans. "I need a vacation." Before I can respond, the doctor steps in. Middle-aged, sharp-eyed, efficient. He barely glances at us before flipping through his clipboard. "Well," he says, voice brisk, "everything looks fine for both of you. The burns isn't a big problem for Mr. Carter. For Miss Sienna, she inhaled smoke, but it's not life-threatening." Sienna and I both nod, ready to move on with our lives. "And the baby's healthy, but we'll keep you overnight for observation." The silence is deafening after her last statement. The room goes completely still. My pulse stops. Sienna's entire body locks up, and we both turn to stare at the doctor. "What the hell?"
Chapter 25. Sienna. The silence is unbearable. The air feels thick, pressing against my skin, against my ribs like my lungs don't know how to breathe this in. I can still hear it. The doctor's words, echoing, reverberating, wrecking me. "The baby's healthy, but we'll keep you overnight for observation." My brain short circuits. The words don't make sense. They sit heavy in my chest, sinking deeper, lodging into places I'm not ready to examine. The baby. There's a baby. Inside me. Right now. I clutch the hospital blanket, fingers tightening, nails digging into the fabric like I need to anchor myself to something before I fall apart. Across the room, Grayson hasn't moved. He's staring at me, completely frozen, his body unnaturally still in the stiff hospital chair. He looks like someone just ripped the floor out from under him. Maybe because I have. I can't look at him. I can't process this. I need time. I need space. Is it mine? How are you so sure if it's mine? The world tilts in its axis. Everything inside me stops. I jerk my head up, my pulse spiking, my breath sticking in my throat. "What?" My voice comes out too quiet, but he hears it. His hands are clenched into fists, his jaw locked tight, like he doesn't even want to ask the question, like it's physically painful for him to say it. But he doesn't take it back. He doesn't soften the blow. "Are you sure it's mine, Sienna?" I see red. The room fades. The hospital, the sterile walls, the bed, the beeping monitors. None of it exists anymore. Just him. And this unbearable, unforgivable moment. I throw the blanket off, swinging my legs over the bed so fast my IV line pulls. I don't care. Are you? I laugh, but it's not a laugh at all. It's sharp, bitter, wrecked. You did not just say that to me. Grayson flinches just barely, but I see it. He knows he messed up. I don't care. He needs to hear this. You think I'd lie about this? My voice is dangerously low, like a storm rolling in. You think I'd drag you into something like this? Don't worry, this baby isn't yours. This baby is mine, and it's not an it. It's my baby. Sienna? No, I snap, cutting him off. Don't call my name like that. You don't get to sit there, looking at me like I just handed you a death sentence, and then have the audacity to ask if this baby is yours. He stands abruptly, pacing now, dragging a hand down his face, exhaling hard. It's not... Damn. He lets out a rough, frustrated sound before turning to face me again. That's not what I meant. Then please, I say, voice sharp as glass. Explain to me what exactly you meant. His jaw tightens, his stormy blue eyes flickering with something almost like panic. Almost. Because Grayson Carter doesn't panic. But right now he looks close, and I hate that I understand why. I loathe that I know exactly what's happening inside his head. I detest that I notice him struggling, see the way he's fighting against his own past, against his own fears, against every single goddamn thing that's keeping him from just what? Being happy about this? Believing this might be good? I don't even know if I believe that yet. But that's not the point. The point is, he shouldn't have asked. The point is, he should have known better. I push off the bed, standing now because I can't be sitting when I say this. I get it, I say, my voice quieter now but not softer. You weren't expecting this. Neither was I. Grayson just watches me, his chest rising and falling a little too fast. But you don't get to accuse me, I say, forcing him to hold my gaze. You don't get to take all the messy, complicated emotions you have about this and turn them into a cheap, baseless question like that. He swallows hard. I see the regret. I see the weight of it settling into his bones. But it's too late. I shake my head, stepping back toward the bed. I need you to leave. Sienna. Get out, Grayson. Change to another freaking room. I don't want to see you. His hands clench at his sides. I watch him hesitate, the war in his mind flashing across his face, battle lines drawn. But he makes the right choice. He turns, limping. He leaves. The door clicks shut, and I sit back down on the bed, staring at the wall, my heart still hammering, my hands still shaking. Ever since the doctor spoke those words, I let myself feel it, the fear, the panic, the tiny, impossible flicker of hope buried deep, deep beneath all the wreckage. I press a hand against my stomach. What the hell am I going to do?
Chapter 26. Grayson. I haven't seen her in 2 goddamn days. I tried calling. She didn't answer. I texted. No reply. I showed up at the office, but she was conveniently in a meeting every damn time. We haven't talked about the case, too. Ava has given us time off because of what happened. So now I'm here. Standing outside her apartment, feeling like an idiot. I should leave. I should turn around and walk away. But I can't. 2 days of silence is 2 days too long. I take a slow, steady breath, then knock. There's a beat of hesitation, like she's deciding whether she'll even bother opening the door. Then it swings open. Sienna stands there in an oversized sweater and leggings, her dark hair loose around her shoulders, her expression carefully blank. She looks tired. She looks like she's been thinking about this just as much as I have. For a moment, neither of us speaks. I clear my throat. Can we talk? She studies me, her lips pressing into a thin line. She should tell me to go to hell. She should slam the door in my face. Instead, she steps aside. Fine, she mutters. Come in. I step inside, the familiar scent of her apartment wrapping around me. It hasn't changed. Still minimalist, controlled, every detail deliberate. Except for the coffee table where a half-eaten box of chocolate sits next to a mess of legal briefs. I almost smirk. Classic Sienna, pretending she has everything under control while stress-eating imported Swiss chocolate. She crosses her arms, leaning against the counter, watching me carefully, guarded, cautious. What do you want, Grayson? Straight to the point. I hold her gaze. You haven't answered my calls. She lifts a brow. Did you think I would? Fair enough. I exhale, shifting my stance. I've been thinking. She lets out a humorless laugh. That's dangerous. I almost smile. Almost. Then I get to the point. We need to figure out what we're going to do about this. Her jaw tightens. I know. Silence stretches. A step closer, lowering my voice as I say, we should get married. Her eyes flash with fury. Oh, for Christ's sake, she snaps, pushing off the counter. You've had 2 days to think, and that's what you came up with? I clench my jaw. Sienna. No. She cuts me off, pacing now, frustration rolling off her in waves. You don't get to throw a ring at this like it's some kind of boardroom negotiation. We are not a contract you can fix with a signature. I grit my teeth, my patience wearing thin. This isn't about fixing anything, it's about responsibility. Her head whips toward me, her expression sharper than glass. And there it is, she murmurs, shaking her head. Responsibility. I hold her gaze. What the hell else would you call it? She lets out a harsh breath, running a hand through her hair, her whole body radiating tension. You know what your problem is? She says, voice tight. You don't know how to feel something unless it's attached to an obligation. I exhale sharply. That's not true. Isn't it? She steps closer, accusing, relentless. The second things get emotional, you turn it into logistics, a case to win, a strategy to execute. I step forward, closing the distance. And what's your solution, Sienna? My voice is low, controlled. To pretend this isn't happening. To ignore it until it becomes another thing we never talk about. She falters, just slightly, her breath catching. For a split second, her walls crack. But then she rebuilds them even higher. You don't have to take responsibility, Grayson, she says, voice quiet but sharp. I don't need you to marry me out of duty. You can't make this about control. I stare at her, my chest burning with something I can't name. And what if I want to? I demand. She freezes. What? I inhale sharply, my hands curling into fists at my sides. What if I want to be here? I say, my voice rough, my heart hammering. Not because it's an obligation, not because it's some goddamn responsibility, but because I want to be with you. She blinks. I read the hesitation, the fear, the way she wants to believe me but doesn't know if she can. But it's not enough. Sienna doesn't let herself believe in things that can break her. She shakes her head, exhaling sharply. No, she whispers. You don't have the right to say that now. I exhale, feeling something inside me crack. You don't believe me! She laughs softly, but it's wrecked. Would you? I don't answer, because I don't know. She grabs the half-empty box of chocolates, holding it against her chest like she needs something to cling to. And then she looks at me, her eyes too guarded, unreadable. I can't do this, Grayson. Her voice is barely above a whisper, but it feels like a gunshot. I step forward, impulsively, instinctively. Sienna, don't. She shakes her head. Just don't. I don't move. For the second time in 2 days, I have no idea how to fix this. I inhale, slow and steady. I turn and walk to the door. Before I leave, I hesitate just for a second. And then quietly, without looking back, I walk away.
Chapter 27. Sienna. Sleep doesn't come. I don't expect it to. Not when my brain won't stop looping the conversation with Grayson. Not when my body feels like it's still carrying the heat of his presence in my apartment, even though he left hours ago. Not when my entire world just tilted on its axis, and I can't seem to steady myself. I twist onto my side, staring at the glow of the city outside my bedroom window. I feel like I'm drowning. Because this is happening. There's a life inside me. I press my hand to my stomach, feeling the slight give beneath my palm, and for a second, fear claws up my throat so fast it chokes me. What if it happens again? What if I lose this baby too? What if I lose myself all over again? And worse, what if I let him back in and I lose him too? The last time I was pregnant, I let myself hope. Grayson had been hesitant, careful with his excitement, like he wasn't sure he had a right to it. But I had felt it, in the small things. The way he ran his hands over my stomach when he thought I was asleep. The way he started researching car seats and baby monitors at midnight. The way he looked at me like I was the most fragile, precious thing he'd ever touched. And then we lost the baby, and he shut down. Not because he didn't care, but because he was terrified of how much he did. At first, I thought he just needed time. I thought he would talk about it when he was ready. But days passed, then weeks, then months. And he never did. Instead, he buried himself in work. He stayed at the office late. He stopped looking at me the way he used to. And eventually, I stopped trying to reach him. The truth was, I had already lost him. Long before I packed my bags. Long before the divorce papers were signed. And now, here we are again, stuck in a cycle of pain and history and things we don't know how to say. Only this time, there's a baby. I lost track of time as I lie there, staring at the ceiling, trapped inside my own head. But at some point, my phone buzzes. I reach for it on my nightstand, barely glancing at the screen. Evelyn, I'm outside your door. Open up. I sigh, already knowing I don't have the energy to deal with her tonight. I type back, go away. Her response is immediate. Evelyn, either you open this door or I'll pick the lock. I groan, because she would. And she has. With a deep exhale, I push myself up and shuffle toward the door, unlocking it with a resigned click. Evelyn doesn't wait for an invitation. She steps inside, giving me one long look before she walks straight to my kitchen and starts rummaging through my cabinets. I watch her in exhausted silence. Finally, she holds up a bag of salt and vinegar chips like it's some kind of trophy. Jesus, Monroe, she mutters. You're going through it, aren't you? I rub my temples. Did you break in just to raid my snacks? No, she says, popping a chip in her mouth. I came to talk about the mess you're in. I pinch the bridge of my nose. I'm too tired for this. Tough. I exhale sharply, dropping onto the couch. Who told you? Evelyn gives me an unimpressed look. Daniel. Of course. Grayson's best friend is the only other person who knows. Because for all his stirring and sarcastic remarks, Daniel Pierce has always been loyal to a fault. And right now, he's probably playing mediator between me and Grayson, relaying information while watching our lives implode like a damn HBO drama. I haven't even told Evelyn yet, because I don't know where to freaking start. Fortunately, she doesn't seem angry, just worried. Evelyn plops down next to me, tucking her legs underneath her. So, she tilts her head. What are you going to do? I let out a slow breath. I don't have any idea where to start. She studies me for a long moment, crunching a chip too loudly just to annoy me. Then she drops the real question. Do you still love him? My stomach twists. My throat closes. I grip the hem of my sweater, my knuckles white. I should say no. I should laugh it off, roll my eyes, deflect. But I can't. I stare down at my lap, fingers tightening. And finally, I whisper the truth. I don't have any idea. Evelyn doesn't say anything for a long time. And when she does, her voice is softer than before. Yeah, you do, she murmurs. You just don't want to. I bite my lip, hard enough to sting. Because she's right. I'm terrified because loving Grayson Carter has never been safe. It has always been risk and fire and the sharp edge of something that could cut me open. And now there's a baby in the mix. A whole life that we can't afford to get wrong. I rub my temples, my head pounding. I can't deal with this right now. Evelyn nudges my knee with hers. Then don't. I blink at her. What? She shrugs. You don't have to decide tonight, Sienna. You don't have to forgive him. You don't have to let him in. You don't even have to figure out what you want yet. I exhale slowly. That actually makes sense. I don't have to fix this tonight. I don't have to decide what to do with Grayson right now. I just have to breathe. 1 minute at a time. 1 day at a time. Until I figure out if my past with Grayson Carter is something worth saving, or if it's the one thing I need to let go of for good.
Chapter 28. Grayson. Daniel Pierce has never been subtle, which is probably why I shouldn't be surprised when he drops into the chair across from me, elbows on the sleek table, watching me like I'm some kind of psychological experiment he's trying to crack. We're in the firm's private lounge, the only place where associates and partners alike sneak away to grab overpriced espresso and pretend their cases aren't suffocating them. It's mostly empty at this hour, except for a few junior associates whispering over their laptops in the corner. I rub my face, already bracing for whatever this conversation is about to be. Daniel leans back, crossing one ankle over his knee. What's your plan with this thing between you and Sienna? I exhale slowly, dragging my fingers through my hair and glaring at him. First of all, it's no thing. It's a baby. I take a deep breath, remembering how Sienna exploded on me in the hospital. Also, I don't have one. Daniel shrugs his shoulders and scoffs. Semantics, and we know it's nonsense. I glare at him. Excuse me? Daniel tilts his head, his eyes sharp. Since when do you not have a plan, Carter? I say nothing. I don't have an answer. Because I don't have a plan. Daniel sighs, shifting forward, his expression losing some of its usual smugness. I get it, he says, his voice quieter. This isn't a case you can strategize your way through. I stiffen. He's right, I can't seem to do this. This is Sienna we're talking about. And I already lost her once. I inhale slowly to compose myself, to not let the memories take over. But it's impossible. The past isn't just in my head. It's woven into my bones, carved into my goddamn DNA. I remember the first time she told me she was pregnant. I recall the way my stomach dropped, not with excitement, but with fear. I had no clue how to be a father. I didn't know what it meant, how to prepare, how to be enough. I never had a father figure growing up. Well, in fact, my childhood wasn't ideal. With a mother that is an absentee and a father that disappeared on us, I never had a role model. Sienna, we lost the baby, and I had no idea how to comfort her. So, I didn't. I let it fester between us, the marriage, the connection, us. Daniel is still watching me, and I know he sees it, the hesitation, the guilt, the weight of everything I won't say out loud. I shake my head, swallowing hard. I don't want to lose her again. Daniel nods slowly, studying me. But I grip the corners of the table, my fingers pressing into the wood. I don't have any idea how to hold on to her without hurting her. Daniel lets out a low breath, shaking his head. You really are a dumbass, Carter. I narrow my eyes. Excuse me. You're standing here acting like you have to have this perfect, airtight plan before you can show up for her. He leans forward, eyes flashing. Newsflash, you don't get to hesitate this time. I tense, the words hitting hard. Daniel leans back, letting the words sink in. She's scared, man, more than you. He tilts his head. But if you make her feel like she's going through this alone, again, his voice lowers. She'll never forgive you for it. His statement lands like a gut punch. Again. I push off the table, standing abruptly, the chair scraping against the floor. Daniel watches me with knowing eyes. Where are you going? He asks, but I already know he knows the answer. I exhale, my jaw tight. I don't have any idea how to fix this, I admit, my voice rough. Daniel shrugs, smirking slightly. Then start by showing up. 20 minutes later, I'm outside Sienna's office. The city skyline stretches behind me, the sharp wind biting at my skin. I don't think. I just knock. There's a long beat of silence. The door opens, and there she is. She's back to work, but still looking tired. The pregnancy is taking a toll on her. Sienna blinks up at me, her hazel green eyes narrowing. She's pissed. Good. At least she still feels something. What the hell are you doing here? She asks, her voice clipped, tired. I exhale slowly, steadying myself. Talking to you. Her jaw tightens, like she's debating whether to slam the door in my face. But she doesn't. Instead, she steps aside. Fine, she mutters. Make it quick. I step inside, my pulse hammering. This is the moment that decides everything. And I don't know where to start.
Chapter 29. Sienna. Grayson stands in my office, looking at me like he's waiting for me to say something he wants to hear. Like I'm supposed to suddenly change my mind about everything, just because he finally decided to show up. I let the silence stretch, making him wait, watching the way his jaw ticks in frustration. I should be calm. I should be rational. I should be anything other than what I am right now. But I'm wired, on edge, too tired for this conversation. You're wasting your time, I finally say, arms crossed, voice cold. Whatever plan you came up with, whatever logical solution you think will fix this, you can forget it. Don't even mention marriage again. Grayson exhales sharply, stepping closer, but I don't move. I don't have a plan, he admits, voice low. I just know I'm not letting you do this alone. I laugh, one sharp and bitter. That's funny. I tilt my head, my lips curving in a mocking smirk. Because days ago, you weren't even sure if this baby was yours. His expression darkens, guilt flickering behind his storm gray eyes. Sienna. His voice is strained. I shouldn't have said that. The baby is ours. Mine. But you did, I snap, stepping forward, my anger coiling tight. And you meant it. Don't backpedal now. His hands curl into fists at his sides. I was in shock. Oh, so now it's a baby? I say, voice dripping with venom. Not an it? His jaw tightens. I never. You did. I cut him off, my heart pounding against my ribs. You called our child an it. The word lingers between us, thick and heavy with the weight of every unspoken thing. His face twists, but I don't let him speak. I can't. If I do, if I let him explain, if I let him apologize, I might start believing him, and I can't afford that. Not again. He exhales roughly, running a hand down his face. I'm the father of this child, Sienna, he says, voice raw. And whether you like it or not, I'm going to be there. I scoff, shaking my head. You don't get to decide that. His eyes flash. Neither do you. A sharp laugh bursts out of me. Excuse me? He steps even closer, his body crowding mine, but I hold my ground. I'm not going anywhere, he says, his voice hard, unwavering. And I'm sure as hell not letting you push me out of my child's life just because you're scared of facing the past. We should be thinking about what's best for our baby. My breath catches, my nails digging into my palms. Because damn him for thinking he gets to throw that in my face, for thinking that he can just show up and demand a role in a life he walked away from before. You don't get to do this, I say, my voice low, shaking with barely restrained fury. You don't get to pretend you're suddenly ready to be a father just because it's convenient for you now. His nostrils flare, his lips pressing into a thin line. I was never not ready, he grits out. I was terrified. I exhale sharply. Same thing. No, he growls. It's not. We stare at each other, our breath ragged, uneven. The air vibrates with tension, with the past pressing down on us so hard it's suffocating. And for one fleeting second, I think he might explode. That he might break every fragile line we've drawn between us. But before it happens, a sharp knock sounds at the door. The door swings open, and Ava Sinclair steps inside, her perfectly arched brow lifting as she takes in the scene before her. Well, she drawls, crossing her arms. Am I interrupting something? I inhale sharply, my pulse still pounding from the argument. Grayson steps back, exhaling roughly as he drags a hand down his face, his body still coiled tight. I force my voice to sound normal. No, what's up? Ava gives me a pointed look, like she doesn't believe me for a second. Then her lips press into a tight line, her sharp eyes flicking between me and Grayson. There's a complication, she says. I still. What kind of complication? Ava exhales, tossing a folder onto my desk. Daniel dug up dirt on me, she says, her voice laced with something I don't often hear from her, real tension. I snap my gaze to the folder, my stomach twisting, because if Daniel dug something up, it's bad. I reach for the folder, flipping it open, my eyes scanning the document inside. In the moment I read the first line, my blood runs cold. What the hell? Inside the folder is a sealed police report, one that Ava never told me about. One that has the power to completely ruin her chances of winning custody. I scan the text quickly, my fingers gripping the page tighter with every word. Charge: possession of a controlled substance. Suspect: Ava Sinclair. Incident date: 7 years ago. Filed, then quietly dismissed. I lift my gaze to Ava, my pulse hammering. What the hell is this? Her lips twitch, but there's no humor in it. It's a mistake. I was framed, and it wasn't mine. I don't use it, and I can get a drug test right now to prove it, she says, crossing her arms. One of Damian's lawyers are going to use against me. Grayson swears under his breath, shaking his head. This was buried, he mutters, scanning the file himself. You never told me this. Ava shrugs, but I see the tension in her shoulders. You never asked. I exhale slowly, my stomach tightening. This could destroy your custody case, I say, my voice hoarse. She nods, pressing her lips together. That's why Daniel dug it up. Damian's team is planning to use it. He's going to say I have a history of drug use, that I'm unfit. Grayson turns to me. This changes everything. I nod, my mind spinning. He's right. This isn't just a messy divorce anymore. It's a war. Now we have to fight like hell to make sure Ava doesn't lose. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to tylerwalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 30. Grayson. The file sits on my desk, a thick stack of paper filled with lies, manipulation, and carefully orchestrated destruction. It's a goddamn masterpiece of legal sabotage. Damian Roth is playing dirty. And now, Ava's reputation, her kids, everything she's fighting for, is on the line. My hands curl into fists as I scan the fabricated witness statement one more time. It doesn't matter that we have proof the witness was paid off. What matters is that Damian planted the seed of doubt. The media loves a scandal, and a dismissed charge, whether true or not, could turn the custody battle against Ava in a second. And to make it worse, it's working. I should be thinking about Ava, about damage control, about how to rip Damian's legal team apart piece by piece. Instead, I'm thinking about her, about Sienna, about the way she stormed out of her office 2 days ago. Her face pale and eyes burning. But the way she hasn't looked at me the same since. I drag my collar, exhaling sharply. But no matter how hard I try, she's under my skin. I walk into the conference room and my pulse immediately spikes. Sienna is already there, seated at the far end of the table, her arms crossed like she'd rather be anywhere else. Her hair is perfectly pinned back, but I notice the faint shadows under her eyes, the tight set of her jaw. She hasn't been sleeping. And judging by the half-empty coffee cup in front of her and the untouched food on her plate, she hasn't been eating either. It shouldn't bother me, but it does. Evelyn and Daniel are seated on opposite sides, both looking far too amused by the tension filling the room. I ignore them. I don't take my eyes off Sienna. She doesn't look at me. Of course, she doesn't. Daniel leans forward, smirking like he's about to instigate something. "All right, children, play nice," he says, flipping through his notes. "We've got a case to win." Sienna straightens. "Then let's get to it." Her voice is pure ice. I grit my teeth, take a seat, and force myself to focus. "We need to get ahead of this," Evelyn starts, flipping a document toward Sienna. "If Damian's team is willing to pull out sealed records, they've probably got more ammunition lined up. The press is eating this up." I nod. We counter with Ava's side of the story. Full transparency, no denials, no cover-ups. Sienna exhales sharply. "That's risky. It's necessary." She finally looks at me, hazel green eyes sharp with irritation. "And what if it backfires?" she challenges. "It won't." Her lips pressed together. "You don't know that." I grip the table, my patience thinning. "I know we can't let Damian control the narrative." She shakes her head, and for a moment she looks so damn tired that my frustration falters. Evelyn sighs, cutting through the tension. "Let's get back on track." We start mapping out our next move. Daniel lays out potential rebuttals. Evelyn talks damage control. Sienna argues, pushes back, sharp and relentless. She's brilliant. Always has been. But today, she's off. She keeps rubbing at her temple, keeps shifting in her chair, keeps avoiding food. I keep watching. It's driving me insane. "All right," Daniel says, leaning back. "We've got a game plan now. Let's talk press statements." "No." The word leaves my mouth before I can stop it. Everyone looks at me. I glance at Sienna's barely touched plate. The cup of coffee she's been nursing for an hour instead of actually drinking. I look back at her. "You need to eat something." Her brows shoot up, and I swear Evelyn and Daniel both freeze, like they're watching a bomb about to go off. Sienna blinks. What? You're barely eating, I say, trying to keep my voice even. That's not going to work. You need to. Don't, she cuts in, her voice low and dangerous. I clench my jaw. Sienna! She shoves her chair back, standing abruptly. I don't need you monitoring my diet, Grayson. Her voice is too calm, too controlled. She's about to snap. I rise from my seat, matching her energy. You're pregnant, I remind her softly as it's only us in the room, my voice rougher than I intend. You can't keep pushing yourself to the limit. She lets out a sharp, humorless laugh. Wow. You really think you get to say that? You, of all people? She crosses her arms, eyes flashing. The man who practically lived at the office while I was pregnant before? The words hit like a gut punch. Daniel clears his throat. Maybe we should. Stay, Sienna interrupts, glaring at me. Let's not pretend this conversation isn't happening. My pulse pounds. Sienna. She shakes her head, her expression unreadable. Save it. And then, before I can stop her, she walks out. I watch her go, and I can't help but wonder, will she ever forgive me?
Chapter 31. Sienna. I need to focus. I need to drown out everything else and get my head back in the game, because if I don't, Ava is going to lose this case, and I am going to lose my mind. To add, Grayson is everywhere. I feel him even when I don't see him. I hear his voice in meetings, firm and unyielding. I catch his eyes from across the office, assessing, calculating. And then there are the little things. The food that appears on my desk exactly when I need it. The unopened bag of the specific brand of chips I've been craving for days. The perfectly chilled bottle of water waiting for me before every meeting. I know it's him because no one else pays attention to me like this. No one else remembers the small things. And I hate that he still knows me this well. I hate that even after everything, he still thinks he has the right to take care of me. And most of all, I loathe that a part of me wants to let him. I keep my head down, throwing myself into work, but the tension is unbearable. Every time we're in the same room, we snap at each other. We argue over Ava's next move. We disagree about everything. We can't go 5 minutes without falling back into our old volatile rhythm. You need to let me handle the PR side, Grayson says, flipping through a legal brief, his voice too calm, too controlled. I scoff. Let you? That's funny. His jaw tightens. This isn't the time for this. Then leave, I snap, turning away. I'm not going anywhere, Sienna. His voice drops, and I feel it like a low-grade earthquake beneath my skin. I refuse to look at him. If I do, I might break. It gets worse when the press gets aggressive. We're walking out of the firm, heading toward the cars, when the reporters swarm. Ava's name is shouted first, then Grayson's, then mine. I keep moving, head high, eyes forward. Then I hear it. Sienna Monroe, any truth to the pregnancy rumors? I freeze. Grayson does too. The whole world narrows to that one question, and in that split second, I don't know what to do. But Grayson does. He moves in beside me, his body a wall of protection. His arm brushes against mine. Keep walking. I can't breathe. I don't even know if I'm moving. But then he says it again, his voice low, steady, unshakable. I've got you. And somehow I believe him. It happens again that night. I walk into my office to find another snack and sandwich waiting for me, and this time I snap. I hunt him down, tracking his presence through the firm until I find him by the elevator, his suit jacket slung over his arm, his tie slightly loosened. You need to stop. He turns, calm as ever. Stop what? I push the bag of chips and the sandwich against his chest. This. He glances at them, then at me, completely unreadable. "You didn't have lunch," he says simply. I grit my teeth. "That is not your problem." His gaze darkens. The hell it isn't. I let out a sharp breath, my pulse pounding. "I don't need you taking care of me, Grayson." "I'm not taking care of you." His voice drops, and something shifts between us. "I'm taking care of our child." My breath catches. The elevator dings. The doors open. Neither of us moves. No one even breathes. Then, just as the doors start to close, he steps inside. He holds my gaze as they slide shut. And for a second, I want to follow him and continue with this conversation. I take a deep, slow breath and say to myself, everything's going to be okay. Yes, everything will fall in its place, like it always will in my life.
Chapter 32. Grayson. The office is quiet. It's late for anyone to still be here except for the people who don't know how to stop. And Sienna. She's always been one of those people. I find her in the conference room exactly where I knew she'd be. Her hair is coming loose from the sleek chignon she always wears, a few strands brushing against her cheek. Her fingers grip a pen so tightly it looks like she's going to snap it in half. The table in front of her is littered with documents, legal briefs, and a tablet with breaking headlines about Ava's past. The scandal has officially blown up. Damian's legal team wasted no time feeding the press a carefully curated destruction plan, the kind that plants just enough doubt in a judge's mind to sway a custody ruling. Ava is being painted as reckless, impulsive, unfit. And I can see it on Sienna's face. She feels responsible, like she should have seen it coming. Like she should have found a way to stop it before it happened. She hasn't noticed me yet, or maybe she has and she's just ignoring me on purpose. Ugh. Either way, I'm not leaving. Not when she looks like she's about to work herself into the ground. I step inside, letting the door close behind me. Sienna. Her head snaps up, her brows drawing together in irritation. What? I hold up the takeout bag in my hand, the same chips she's been craving all week. You need to eat. She lets out a sharp laugh, the kind that's laced with exhaustion and barely contained frustration. Not now, Carter. I exhale slowly, walking toward her. Yes, now. She shoves the papers aside and stands abruptly. We don't have time for this. I don't budge. You're pregnant. I keep my voice level, steady. You need to stop driving yourself to the edge. Her lips press into a thin line. I don't need you telling me how to take care of myself. My jaw tightens. Then do it! Her eyes flash with fury. Oh, don't you dare lecture me on this. I take another step forward, wanting to be closer to her. You're not sleeping. You're barely eating. And I know you're stressed as hell. She shakes her head, scoffing. That is not your problem, Grayson. I don't hesitate. The hell it isn't. Her breath catches just for a second, and her fingers tremble slightly at her sides. She hates that I notice. I lower my voice. You're not alone in this. She lets out a bitter, humorless laugh. Oh, really? She challenges, stepping closer. Where was this concern the last time I was pregnant? Silence. It slams into me like a physical hit. The air between us shifts, tightens, burns. She's looking at me like she wants to hurt me. Like she needs to hurt me. And maybe I deserve it. I exhale slowly, forcing myself to hold her gaze. I was a coward. She flinches like she wasn't expecting me to say it. I take another step forward, so close now that I can see every flicker of emotion in her eyes. I should have been there for you. I should have. Yeah, she cuts in, her voice low and sharp. You should have. I don't look away. I know. Her throat works as she swallows, something breaking beneath her anger. But she won't let it show. Not to me. Instead, she crosses her arms, tilting her head like she's dissecting me. Her voice is quieter when she speaks. So why are you here now? I don't hesitate. Because I won't make the same mistakes. The air crackles. She inhales sharply, and I watch her carefully, waiting for her to run. But she doesn't. Instead, she leans in. Or maybe I do. Either way, suddenly we're too close. Too much, but not enough. Her breath fans against my jaw, and my hand twitches at my side, aching to reach for her. Her lips part. Her gaze drops to my mouth. Just like that, she jerks back, like she's just realized what's happening. Her chair scrapes against the floor as she stands abruptly. "No," she whispers, more to herself than me. She grabs her laptop, her phone, her legal pad. Suddenly, she's gone, leaving me standing in the wreckage of everything we almost did, everything we still want, and everything that's tearing us apart.
Chapter 33. Sienna. The courtroom is a battlefield. Tension coils through the air, thick and suffocating, as the gavel pounds against the judge's desk. Silencing the low hum of murmurs that have erupted in response to the bomb Damian's legal team just dropped. A fabricated witness statement. A damning accusation that Ava used drugs during their marriage. My stomach tightens with rage. The judge, an older man with a calculating gaze, leans forward. "Mr. Roth, your counsel has presented serious allegations today. Do you have proof to support these claims?" Damian's lawyer, an overconfident prick named Hastings, smirks. "Your Honor, this is a signed affidavit from an individual who personally witnessed Ava Sinclair engaging in drug use multiple times throughout their marriage. We believe this is critical to assessing her ability to provide a stable home environment for the children." Ava stiffens beside me. I feel the way she goes rigid, the way her carefully composed mask threatens to crack at the edges. I grab her wrist under the table, squeezing gently. Stay calm, stay composed. Because this is exactly what they want. Chaos. Destruction. For Ava to lose control. The judge adjusts his glasses, his expression unreadable. "Ms. Sinclair, does your legal team have an immediate response to these allegations?" I stand, voice clipped, professional. "Your Honor, this claim is completely fabricated. We request time to present evidence disproving these accusations, as well as an opportunity to cross-examine the supposed witness." Hastings chuckles, shaking his head. "Ms. Monroe, of course you'd say that. But the truth, it always comes out eventually." I want to rip his goddamn head off. Instead, I inhale slowly, controlled, cold, calculated. This is a move. A dirty, desperate move from Damian because he's running out of ways to win. And he knows it. Ava swallows hard beside me, her breathing a little too fast, a little too uneven. The judge nods. "Very well. Ms. Monroe, you have 48 hours to present counter-evidence. Court is adjourned." The gavel slams. The room erupts. The press, who had been waiting for exactly this kind of spectacle, goes wild, cameras flashing, journalists scrambling to take notes. Ava doesn't move. She just stares straight ahead, jaw locked, hands clenching into fists. I squeeze her arm. "We'll fix this." Her lips barely part. They think I'm a drug addict. I shake my head. "No. They want people to think you are, but we're going to destroy that narrative." Her shoulders rise and fall with a sharp inhale. I should have seen this coming. I glance at Damian across the room, his smug, satisfied smirk making me want to personally end him. "He doesn't know who he's messing with," I say evenly. Ava lets out a bitter laugh, but there's a flicker of fight behind her exhaustion. We're not losing. Not to him. The moment we step into the hallway, the press descends like vultures. "Ms. Sinclair, do you have a response to today's allegations?" "Ms. Monroe, do you deny that Ava has a history of drug abuse?" "Mr. Roth, how do you feel about today's progress?" Damian smirks. The bastard. "I just want what's best for my children," And it's not Ava. We can divorce per our agreement, but the children are mine. I see red. Ava grips my wrist. Sienna, don't. But it's too late. I step forward, standing right in front of Damian, my voice calm but laced with venom. Enjoy your little moment, Roth. Because in a few days, you're going to regret every lie you just fed the press. His smirk falters, just for a second. Good. I walk away, guiding Ava toward the exit. And that's when I feel it. A sharp, twisting cramp. I pause mid-step, pressing a hand to my stomach. It's nothing. It's stress. It lingers. A slow, dull ache that doesn't quite go away. Ava turns to me, concern flickering in her expression. You okay? I force a nod, even as something inside me feels off. Yeah, I murmur, brushing it off. Just tired. She doesn't quite believe me. Neither do I. But now isn't the time. I swallow hard and push forward. Damian just declared war, and I'm about to end him.
Chapter 34. Grayson. The office is too damn quiet. The late hours have emptied the hallways, leaving only the sound of muffled typing and distant phones ringing. Most of the legal team went home hours ago, but Sienna? She's still here. She's stubborn as hell, drowning herself in work when she should be resting, when she should be taking care of herself and the baby. But Sienna Monroe doesn't know how to slow down, and that's why I don't leave. Not when she's sitting across from me at the long conference table, eyes glued to the latest reports from our investigation into Damian Roth's fabricated accusations. She's pale, too pale, her shoulders tense, her lips pressed together in frustration as she flips through the documents. We need to tear this apart, she mutters, her voice tight. I exhale slowly. We will. She doesn't acknowledge my words, doesn't acknowledge me. She just keeps pushing forward, ignoring the fact that she hasn't eaten in hours, that she looks like she's running on nothing but caffeine and sheer willpower. She turns another page, but her hands tremble slightly. I see it. I see everything, and it sets me on edge. Sienna, I say, watching her carefully. She doesn't look up. Her fingers move to her temple, pressing against her forehead as she reads, her breathing just a little off. Monroe. My voice comes out sharper. Still, nothing. She sways just slightly. Then, all at once, her chair tilts, her body lurching forward. I'm on my feet before she even realizes what's happening. Before she can hit the ground, I catch her. Her body sags against mine, her breathing uneven. Panic claws through me as I lower her back onto the chair, gripping her shoulders. Sienna, hey, look at me! Her lashes flutter, a soft groan escaping her lips. I grip the arms of her chair, leaning in close. You're not fine. She swallows hard, blinking against the harsh office lights. I'm just tired. I can feel the weakness in her body, the way her fingers tighten on the table like she's trying to ground herself. I don't hesitate. I grab my jacket from the back of my chair and throw it over her shoulders. We're going to the hospital. She immediately stiffens. No. I clench my jaw. Sienna. She shakes her head, pushing against my grip. I said no, Carter. I just need to sit for a second. I cut her off. You need to stop being so goddamn stubborn. Her eyes snap to mine, sharp and burning with defiance. You don't get to tell me what I need. I glare down at her. Like hell I don't. For a moment we just stare at each other, neither of us backing down. No one is willing to be the first to break. Suddenly she clutches her stomach. Her breath hitches, and every single ounce of frustration vanishes. I kneel in front of her instantly. What is it? What's wrong? She shakes her head, eyes squeezing shut. It's nothing. It's just a cramp. No. No way. That's not just a cramp. She inhales sharply, her fingers tightening over her abdomen. And that's it. I don't wait for permission. I don't care that she's about to fight me every step of the way. I scoop her into my arms. She gasps, hands gripping my shirt. "Grayson, put me down!" I ignore her. I don't stop. Not as I carry her out of the conference room. I march down the hallway, ignoring the few lingering associates who openly gape at us. Not as I head straight for the elevator, pressing the button for the parking garage. She glares at me, her breath shallow. "You're being dramatic!" she grits out. I step inside the elevator, eyes locked on hers. I don't give a damn. The hospital room is too goddamn white. Too sterile. Too cold. I sit in the chair beside her bed, watching her closely as the doctor finishes his exam. The monitors beep softly. The IV drips slowly. Sienna glares at me from her hospital bed. She's exhausted, but still fighting me. The doctor clears his throat, addressing us both. "The baby is fine, but Miss Monroe," his eyes flick to her, firm. "You need to slow down." Sienna shifts slightly, arms crossed over her chest. "I'm fine." The doctor raises a brow. "You nearly collapsed from exhaustion." I level her with a glare. "That's not fine." She huffs. The doctor glances between us, clearly sensing the tension. Then he stands. "I'll be back in an hour to check in." The moment he leaves, I turn to her. "You scared me." She looks away. "I told you I was fine." My chest tightens. "You don't get to do that," I say, voice low. She doesn't answer. I stand, stepping closer. "You don't get to act like you're invincible. Like this pregnancy is just some side inconvenience you can ignore." Her lips part slightly, but she doesn't speak. I drop into the chair beside her again, exhaling slowly. "I'm staying." She snaps her head toward me. "Grayson!" I cut her off. "Don't fight me on this." She stares, long and hard. She doesn't argue. She just leans back against the pillows, closing her eyes. I don't know if it's because she's too tired to fight me anymore, or if maybe she doesn't want to be alone tonight.
Chapter 35. Sienna. The hospital room is quiet, not the eerie kind of silence that usually follows bad news, but the kind that settles in the bones, heavy and unmoving. The glow of the early morning sun slips through the blinds, casting soft streaks of gold across the crisp white sheets of my hospital bed. The beeping of the monitors has faded into background noise. And then I hear it, the sound of his breathing. Slow, even, deep. I turn my head and there he is. Grayson. Asleep in the chair beside me, his arms crossed over his chest, his head tilted back against the wall, the sharp line of his jaw ticked tight even in sleep. I stare for a long moment, my heart tangling itself into knots. He stayed. I don't mean to wake him. But the second I shift against the bed, trying to sit up, his eyes snap open. For a moment, he just blinks. Then his gaze locks onto mine. "Hey," he rasps, voice rough from sleep. I don't respond, because I don't trust my voice. I reach for the water on the nightstand instead, but he beats me to it, grabbing the glass and handing it to me without a word. I sip slowly, my throat dry. He watches me, too closely, and then he moves. I watch, wary as he pushes to his feet, stretching slightly before reaching for something on the rolling hospital tray. A bowl of fruit. His voice is carefully neutral as he sets it in front of me. "Eat." I bristle instantly. "I'm not hungry." His jaw ticks. "You haven't eaten since yesterday." "I'm fine." "You're not fine." He says it so matter-of-factly that it grates under my skin. I lift my chin, defiant. "You don't get to act like you care." His eyes darken. I do care. I hate that he sounds so sure. I look away, but before I can push the tray away, he picks up a fork, spears a piece of mango, and holds it up to my lips. I freeze. Eat, Sienna. His voice is quiet but firm. I should fight him. I should slap the fork out of his hand, tell him to back the hell off. But instead, I take the bite. The tension in the room doesn't ease. It just shifts into something else. Something unspoken. He feeds me another piece and another, and I let him. The silence stretches between us. I don't know when I stopped fighting him, but when the nausea kicks in, not bad, just annoying enough to make my head spin. He notices. He always notices. I grip the sheets, breathing deeply, trying to push past it. Here. I feel his hand before I see him, the weight of his touch as he presses a cold towel to the back of my neck. I squeeze my eyes shut, willing my body to calm down. His voice is too soft. You okay? I nod, but it's a lie. This is what hurts the most. The way he takes care of me. Like he never stopped. Like he never forgot. I lost concept of time when we sit in that heavy, suffocating silence. But eventually, I speak. And it's not what I expected to say. I don't trust you. The words cut the air between us. It's a confession, a wound, a truth. He doesn't react at first. Slowly he nods. His voice is hoarse. I don't blame you. The honesty in his voice rattles me. I swallow hard, staring at the blanket over my lap. I can't give you what you want, I murmur. His brows pull together. What do you think I want? I finally meet his gaze. He looks tired, worn down, but determined. You want things to go back to how they were, I whisper. You want us to pretend we can fix this. He holds my gaze, doesn't look away. I don't expect anything from you, Sienna. I exhale slowly. But you want to be here? His jaw tightens. Yes? I press my fingers to my temples, inhaling shakily. I don't trust him. I don't know if I ever will. But I can't push him away forever. Not when there's a child involved. Not when he wants to be here. I force the words out, knowing there's no turning back once I say them. You can be in our baby's life. His breath hitches. A flicker of something raw and unspoken crosses his face. I steel myself, bracing for a reaction. I expect him to argue, to push for more. But instead, he just exhales, nodding once. Thank you.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit tylerwalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
tylerwalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler. Chapter 36. Sienna. I've taken one day off, and I just got back today. But the moment I enter the firm, I know. There's a distinct shift in the air, the kind that sets every nerve in my body on edge. Conversations halt mid-sentence as I pass, whispers following in my wake, stares, muted curiosity, barely concealed judgment. I keep my chin high, my expression unreadable. Control the narrative before it takes over you. That's the first rule of surviving in a firm like Thompson and Gates. But today, I don't even have time to assess the battlefield before I spot Victoria Langley standing outside her office, arms crossed, watching me like a predator waiting to pounce. And then I see Grayson. He's already there, standing near Victoria's door. His suit is crisp, his tie effortlessly loosened like he's the epitome of cool under pressure, but I see it. The tension in his jaw, the flicker of something unreadable in his gaze as he meets mine. He knows too. Monroe, Carter, inside. Victoria orders. I don't hesitate. Neither does Grayson. But the second I step into her office, my pulse kicks up another notch. Sitting across from her desk are 3 senior partners. Victoria takes her seat, fingers steepled as she watches us both, unreadable as always. The room is silent for a beat, then she leans forward and slides a printed email across the desk toward me. I glance at it. Anonymous tip. A vague but damning statement about an inappropriate personal entanglement between 2 high-profile attorneys at the firm, now further complicated by a pregnancy. I set the paper down carefully. And you're calling us in here because of some anonymous gossip? My voice is even, controlled. Victoria lifts a brow. Because the press got wind of it. That's when my stomach drops. Grayson shifts beside me, his stance perfectly controlled, but I can feel the slight movement, the way his fingers flex at his sides before curling into a fist. We have a situation, Victoria continues. And it's not just about office rumors. The firm is now under scrutiny because of your involvement in Ava Sinclair's divorce case. One of the senior partners, Jonathan Walsh, speaks up next. You both are handling one of the most high-profile celebrity divorces in the country right now. Your personal relationship calls into question whether you can remain unbiased. I scoff. We're divorce attorneys. If anything, we're the most qualified people to handle this case. Still, Victoria says smoothly, we have a reputation to uphold, and we need to determine whether this situation will become a liability. I grit my teeth. My situation. Grayson speaks up then, his voice like steel. There is no conflict of interest here. We're professionals. Our personal lives have nothing to do with how we practice law. His words are exactly what they need to hear. But I recognize the undertone, the warning. Victoria watches him for a long moment, then exhales slowly. The firm needs reassurance. And to be frank, some of the partners are considering removing one of you from the case. A rage so potent it nearly blinds me spikes through my veins. I lean forward, locking eyes with her. Are you kidding me? We built our careers on this firm. No one questions Jonathan Keller when he sleeps with half the junior associates. But suddenly, I'm the liability? Don't be dramatic, Walsh says, but I see the flicker of discomfort in his expression. I glance at Grayson, expecting him to argue, to fight. But when I see the unreadable steel in his expression, my stomach turns. Grayson, I challenge. He meets my gaze head on, then exhales sharply. We can handle the case. Together. That's all they need to hear, Monroe. I want to scream because that's the problem. He's handling this like a damn business deal. Like we're just a PR nightmare that needs a polished statement. But before I can respond, Victoria taps the screen of her tablet. Well, unfortunately for both of you, it doesn't matter what I think. Because this, she turns the screen to us, and my blood turns to ice. A breaking news article. Divorced power attorneys expecting a baby. But can they win their case? A photo of me and Grayson at the golf club event is plastered across the screen. A moment frozen in time where we were standing just a little too close. Our expressions unreadable, but charged. The press has officially made this a scandal. The meeting ends on a tense, we'll be watching your performance on this case. One mistake, and we'll have to reassess. Reassess, which means we could be pulled from the biggest case of our careers. By the time I storm out of the office, I'm vibrating with rage. Grayson follows, his pace unhurried, like he isn't remotely fazed. You're taking this well, I snap as we step into the hallway. He stops, turning to me. What do you want from me? Throw a fit? That won't change anything. You could at least act like you give a damn that they're treating me like the problem. His jaw tightens. This isn't about you, Monroe. It's about both of us. And the more you react, the more they'll see us as a liability. I let out a sharp laugh. Oh, so now we're a we. His gaze darkens. Don't do that. Do what? I challenge. Act like this affects me more than it affects you. Because, newsflash, Carter, I'm the one who's pregnant. I'm the one they're treating like some scandalized woman. You get to be the charming lawyer with an ex-wife who can't keep it together. Soon they'll be writing that I can't keep my legs close long enough for you to pull out. He exhales harshly. That's not how I see you. But it's how they see me. I bite out. And all you care about is looking professional. Grayson steps closer. Number, I care about keeping you from losing everything. The words hit like a wrecking ball. We stare each other down, neither of us willing to break first. Then his phone buzzes. He pulls it out, his eyes narrowing as he reads whatever just came through. I watch the muscles in his jaw tighten. What? I demand. Grayson exhales sharply, then looks at me. Damian's legal team just released a statement. I stiffen. Saying what? His gaze meets mine, something sharp and dangerous in his expression. About Ava's history of drug abuse, they have more evidence. The ground tilts beneath me. My pulse spikes. That's nonsense. Grayson nods grimly. I know. I swallow hard, everything crashing down. The firm, the press, the case. The stakes just got higher. This has gotten way, way personal, and it makes me care more about burning Damian to the ground.
Chapter 37. Grayson. The second I walk into the office the next morning, I know Sienna is already here. Not because I see and her hear voice cutting through the corridors, but because the entire goddamn building is buzzing with tension. I don't need to be told she's in a meeting with Victoria, probably tearing apart every argument against us being on this case. I know her too well. She's ready to fight. I don't want her to fight alone. I take the elevator up, heading straight for Victoria's office. The door is open just a sliver, and I hear Sienna's voice, sharp, controlled, laced with barely restrained fury. You don't get to question my professionalism just because I'm pregnant, she snaps. You know damn well I'm the best shot Ava has in court. Victoria, cool and unreadable, replies, The concern isn't your capability, Sienna. It's the optics, the way the press is already spinning this into a spectacle. I push the door open fully. You're worried about optics? My voice is calm, but Sienna stiffens the second she hears me. Because she knows me. She knows I'm about to burn everything down. Victoria lifts a brow. Carter. I step inside, ignoring the way Sienna tenses, like she's bracing for a fight. I think we've established that we can handle this case yesterday with 3 other partners, I say smoothly. Unless you're saying that the firm wants to punish us for a personal situation that has 0 effect on our ability to win. Sienna exhales sharply. Exactly. Victoria watches us, her gaze shrewd. You two do realize that proving your ability to stay professional means not tearing each other apart in the middle of the firm. I don't flinch, but Sienna does. Then let us do our jobs, I say, voice flat. And we won't have a problem. Victoria studies us both for a long moment. Then she nods once. Fine. Prove it. She stands, grabbing a file from her desk. Ava's hearing is in 3 days. The press will be there. So will Damian. Every eye is going to be on you two, waiting for cracks. Don't give them any. I don't look at Sienna as I reply, "We won't." But as soon as we step into the hallway, she rounds on me. "What the hell was that?" she hisses, crossing her arms. I had it under control. I tilt my head, unimpressed. "Right. You mean the part where you were about to set the entire firm on fire?" She glares at me. "There's no need for you to save me, Grayson." My patience snaps, and I don't need you acting like you're fine when you're not. Her breath catches, but I don't stop. "You're running yourself into the ground, Monroe. You're barely sleeping, you're skipping meals, and now you're one cramp away from landing back in the hospital." My voice lowers, razor sharp. "Tell me, how exactly do you plan to fight for Ava when you can't even take care of yourself?" Her eyes blaze with fury. "Oh, you do not get to play that card!" I step closer, voice tight. "What card is that?" "The worried father act." She scoffs, shaking her head. "You didn't even want this baby, remember? You wanted to fix it with marriage, with some business transaction that made sense to you." My jaw clenches. "That's not what You can't just flip a switch and act like you care about me now," she snaps, voice low but lethal. "That's not how this works." The words hit harder than they should. She's wrong. I do care. I never stopped caring. I take a breath, steadying myself. "You're right," I say finally, my voice eerily calm. "I don't get to decide how you feel about me, but don't mistake my silence for indifference. I'm not indifferent to you, Sienna." For a second, she just stares at me, like I've just said something she wasn't expecting. "Jesus Christ, can you two not do this in the middle of the firm?" Daniel's voice cuts through the tension like a knife. I exhale sharply, stepping back from Sienna just as Daniel and Evelyn approach. Evelyn, arms crossed, looks annoyed as hell. "You two need to get your mind together before you self-destruct," she states flatly. Daniel leans against the wall, unimpressed. "Or, before Victoria actually fires your asses." Sienna scoffs, crossing her arms. "We're fine." Evelyn gives her a pointed look. "You're not fine. You're avoiding your feelings, and he's throwing himself into fix-it mode." She shakes her head. "It's exhausting to watch." Sienna narrows her eyes. "Are you two done psychoanalyzing us?" Daniel smirks. "Not even close." Sienna throws up her hands. "I can't deal with this right now." She turns to me. "And you? Stay out of my way." I don't reply as she storms off, her heels clicking sharply against the marble floors. Daniel whistles low under his breath. "Well, that was fun." Evelyn sighs. "They're going to crash and burn, aren't they?" I say nothing. I'm starting to think she's right. The tension doesn't fade. By the time lunch rolls around, I'm trying to focus on prepping for Ava's case, but I can still feel the weight of Sienna's anger. And then it happens. We're in the middle of the firm's lounge area, surrounded by associates and partners, when Sienna and I collide again. She's arguing with someone from our litigation department. The guy is smug, dismissive, and I know exactly what he's trying to do, rattle her. I move before I think. "Is there a problem?" My voice is flat, sharp. Sienna's eyes flash. "No, there isn't." The lawyer smirks. "Just discussing whether you and Carter are too emotionally compromised to handle Ava Sinclair's case." Rage flares hot in my veins. But before I can respond, Sienna turns to me, voice dripping with irritation. "Do you see what you've done?" I freeze. "What?" She steps closer, eyes blazing. "You hovering around me like some protective guard dog? It's making it worse." I tense, so I should just let them talk. "Yes!" she snaps. "Because I can handle it myself." "I don't want you to have to handle it alone," I grind out. "Well, maybe I want to. We're so close now. The fight is loud, public. I see associates glancing over, partners pausing. The attention is everywhere, And then Victoria walks in. She doesn't yell. She doesn't even raise her voice. She just looks at us both, cool and detached. Silence follows, her eyes saying 1,000 words. If you don't prove yourselves, someone will have to step back. Sienna and I are still glaring at each other, but for once, neither of us has anything to say. The stakes just got even higher.
Chapter 38. Sienna. The folder is waiting for me on my desk. Plain, unmarked, harmless, until I open it. The moment my fingers skim over the smooth cover, an inexplicable chill slithers down my spine. I know something is wrong before I even flip it open. The silence in my office feels wrong, the hum of conversation outside my door, distant, the weight of unseen eyes pressing against my skin like a warning. I shouldn't open it, but I do, and I wish I hadn't. Because inside is my entire medical history, every detail, every private moment exposed in clinical, detached language, the pregnancy, the miscarriage, the one thing I buried, the one thing I never wanted to see laid out on paper like a statistic. A sharp breath leaves my lungs, but my fingers tighten around the pages as my stomach knots. And then I see it. A single folded note tucked between the sheets of medical records. Black ink. Simple. Director. Vicious. You lost one before. Be careful, or history might repeat itself. The room tilts. I sit before my legs give out. What the hell is this? A threat. A clear threat. My baby. My chest tightens. Nausea rolling in sharp, suffocating waves. Someone knows about my past. Someone has dug into the most painful moment of my life and is now dangling it in front of me like a loaded gun. I grip the edge of my desk, my breaths too shallow. A knock at the door. Sharp, measured, familiar. I don't move. I can't. The door opens anyway. Grayson. His eyes find me instantly, scanning, assessing, freezing when they land on the file clutched in my hands. A muscle in his jaw twitches. Sienna? I say nothing. I can't. I just look at him, and he knows. In 3 strides, he's in front of me, reaching for the file before I even think to stop him. He flips through the pages, his movements slow, controlled. But the air in the room shifts. His grip tightens. His pulse pounds visibly at his temple. When he reaches the last page, the note, his whole body locks up. The stillness before an explosion. Then his voice, lethal and ice cold. Who sent this? I swallow hard, trying to force words past the panic clogging my throat. I don't know. Grayson stares at the note like he wants to set it on fire with his bare hands. His fingers curl into fists, his knuckles stark white. We're taking this to the police, he says, voice like gravel over steel. I let out a bitter laugh, shaking my head. And tell them what exactly? That someone sent me an anonymous threat but didn't sign their name? He steps closer, invading my space, radiating fury. You think this is a coincidence? I meet his stare, fire to fire. No, I don't. But what the hell do you expect me to do, Grayson? Call the cops and say, hey, someone mailed me my own trauma? His nostrils flare. You can't just... I can't just what? My voice is sharper than steel, the weight of the past coiling tight around my chest. You don't have to do this alone anymore, he grits out. Something inside me snaps. I laugh, harsh and broken. That's funny coming from you. His jaw tightens. Sienna, no. I shake my head. The ache in my chest turning to something cold, bitter. Because where was this we when we lost the first baby? The words cut through the air. His face goes blank. The silence stretches. I know it wasn't fair of me to expect him to grieve the same way. I know he was hurting too. But knowing didn't make it easier. Grayson exhales. dragging a hand through his hair. His control is slipping. Are you really going to keep bringing this up whenever something pops up? He asks in a choked voice. I'm trying to make up for my mistakes. That's why I'm here. I stay silent. He's right. He's trying, but I just can't let it go. I take a shaky breath, forcing my emotions back into a box, and instead focuses on the problem at hand. This isn't just about Ava anymore, I say, my voice quieter. Whoever sent this, they're trying to get inside my head. They're trying to scare me. Grayson steps closer, his voice low, stormy. I won't let them. I look at him, really look at him. His posture is rigid, his hands stuffed in his pockets, like he's forcing himself to stay in control. His mouth is set in a grim line, but his eyes, they give him away. Determined, possessive, terrified. For me? For our baby. A lump forms in my throat. This is too much, too messy, too dangerous. It's been years since I let myself lean, just a little. What do we do? I whisper. His response is instant. We make sure to bring them down.
Chapter 39. Grayson. This is war. I sit across from the private investigator, fingers drumming against the dark mahogany of my desk. The man is sharp, methodical, his presence a stark contrast to the controlled chaos in my head. The threat wasn't random, I tell him, voice clipped. Someone has access to her private medical records. That means money, influence, or both. The investigator nods, flipping through the file I handed him. And you suspect Damian Roth? I grind my teeth at the name. It has to be him. Sienna is representing Ava, and he has every reason to rattle her. But I need proof. He lifts an eyebrow. I'll dig. Find out who leaked her pregnancy, who got their hands on these records, and whether your instincts about Damian are correct. The tension in my chest loosens slightly. Fast. I need answers fast. The man nods. You'll have them. But even after he leaves, the weight pressing against my ribs doesn't lift. Because while I can investigate, while I can fight back, there's one thing I can't control, Sienna. And she's determined to ignore the danger. This is what he wants, Carter. He wants us distracted. Sienna stands across from me, arms crossed, frustration radiating from every inch of her. I told her about the PI, about the next steps, and she wasn't happy. Her jaw clenches. You're playing right into his hands. You want me to ignore it? My voice is sharper than I intended, but I don't take it back. She exhales, rubbing a hand over her face. I want you to focus. We're in the middle of a high-stakes trial, and this... She gestures toward my desk, toward the files, the evidence of the threat hanging over us like a goddamn guillotine. Is exactly what Damian wants. For us to get so caught up in this mess that we lose focus. I step closer, forcing her to meet my eyes. And what if we don't make it to trial, Sienna? My voice drops, the weight of my fear pressing into every syllable. What if something happens before then? She flinches, just slightly. Nothing's going to happen. I want to shake her. You don't know that. Her lips part, something flickering in her expression, fear, hesitation, but she shuts it down, walls slamming up before I can crack through them. Just don't let him control us, she says, softer this time. Don't let him win. The next morning, my phone rings while I'm getting coffee. Sienna's name flashes on the screen, but the second I hear her voice, everything inside me goes cold. Grayson, she says, her voice tight. My car. Someone slashed my tires. I don't even think. I grab my keys and head straight for the elevator. The sight of her standing next to her car 15 minutes later, a sleek black Audi with 4 slashed tires, nearly undoes me. She looks fine. Physically, at least. But the tension in her shoulders, The way she keeps touching her stomach like she's trying to reassure herself, it makes something tighten in my chest. I step beside her, my voice low even. "You okay?" She exhales sharply, tilting her head up to look at me. "No, Carter, I'm not okay." She never calls me Carter anymore. That tells me just how deep this has rattled her. I glance at the tire's deep, deliberate slashes, and rage simmers beneath my skin. "This is deliberate," I murmur. Her arms cross. "Obviously." I turn back to her. "You're not driving alone anymore." Her eyebrows shoot up. "Excuse me?" "You heard me." My tone leaves no room for argument. "I'm driving you to and from work from now on." She scoffs, shaking her head. "That's ridiculous." I step closer, deliberately invading her space. "You're pregnant, Monroe, and someone is making direct threats against you. This isn't up for debate." Her eyes flash. "You don't get to make that call." "The hell I don't," I fire back. "Not when you and our baby are at risk." Her lips part like she's ready to keep fighting, but then she stops, closes her mouth, swallows, and I see it. The exact moment her fear outweighs her stubbornness. She hates this. Hates feeling vulnerable. Hates feeling like she's lost control. But this isn't about control anymore. This is about keeping her safe. She exhales sharply, looking away. "Fine, for now." Later that night, I step into her kitchen like I've done it 1,000,000 times before. Because I have. The memories press against my ribs, but I shove them aside and get to work. Sienna leans against the counter, watching me with narrowed eyes. "What exactly are you doing?" I pull out a cutting board. "Making you dinner." She scoffs. "You don't have?" "Too bad." I grab a knife and start chopping vegetables. "You're barely eating enough for one person, let alone two." She huffs. "Oh, so now you're a pregnancy expert?" I smirk. "I've been learning." She freezes. I don't look up. Just keep chopping, my voice casual. "Been reading about what you should be eating. What helps with nausea. What foods are high in iron, since I know you don't eat enough red meat." She doesn't speak. I finally glance up and find her staring at me, lips parted slightly, like she doesn't know whether to argue or cry. She settles on glaring. "This is ridiculous," she mutters. I smile. "Just eat the damn food, Monroe." She rolls her eyes, but she eats. And I watch her the entire time, pretending like it's no big deal. But it is. She let me in, just a little. And for now, that's enough.
Chapter 40. Sienna. I enter my office. Something doesn't seem right like the last time. There's a subtle shift in the air, a stillness that doesn't belong. The blinds are slightly drawn, casting long, slanted shadows across my desk. My chair is positioned just a little too perfectly, like someone has been sitting there and then meticulously pushed it back into place. And then I see it. A plain, unmarked envelope, lying dead center on my desk. My heart thuds. It's the miscarriage threat all over again. No name, no label, nothing to indicate who left it. Just a crisp, taunting presence waiting for me to open it. My stomach tightens. I glance toward the door instinctively, scanning the firm's glassed-in offices and open spaces beyond. Everything looks normal. Associates are moving through the hallways, interns balancing coffee cups and legal pads. The usual quiet hum of controlled chaos that is Monroe and Carter LLP. But none of them are looking at me. No one seems to notice that something feels off. I sit slowly, my pulse hammering against my ribs as I reach for the envelope. The weight of it is nothing, just a few sheets of paper inside, but it feels heavy. I flip the flap open and slide the papers out. My entire body locks up. It's a printed copy of an email. One I wrote. The subject line is clear as day. Confidential. Sinclair strategy discussion. A conversation between me and Ava about our next move. detailing our approach to shutting down Damian's latest stunt. This email should have never left my inbox. I flip to the next page, my breath catching when I see the bold, neatly typed words on a single sheet of paper. You should be careful who you trust. A cold wave of nausea crashes over me. I stare at the message, my brain scrambling to process what this means. Someone has access to my private conversations. Someone is watching. Someone wants me to know I'm being watched. I drop the papers onto my desk, pushing back from my chair like I need distance from them, from what they imply. My fingers press against my temples, willing myself to think, to breathe, to not panic. Sienna. My head jerks up at the sound of his voice. Grayson is standing in my doorway, the usual composed steel of his expression cracking the second he takes in my face. His brows knit together, eyes narrowing as he steps inside, not even waiting for an invitation. I should tell him to leave. That would be the smart thing. Instead, I stay frozen in place as he reaches my desk. His gaze drops, scanning the papers scattered in front of me, and in an instant, his entire body language changes. The shift is immediate, visceral. His jaw tightens, the muscle ticking. His shoulders coil with tension, and the careful, calculating part of him that makes him dangerous in court slides into place. He picks up the note, reading it slowly. I don't say a word. His fingers curl around the edges of the paper, gripping it so tightly I think it might tear. His other hand goes flat against my desk, bracing himself like he's fighting the urge to break something. Then he exhales sharply through his nose, turning to me. Who sent this? His voice is deadly calm. I shake my head. I don't know. Grayson's eyes flick to the email printout, his nostrils flaring as he realizes what it is. Where did this come from? It was on my desk when I walked in. My voice is quiet, but even I can hear the raw edge to it. He sets the note down, straightening, his entire body radiating a tightly controlled rage. This isn't just a warning. His tone is sharp, clipped. This is a message. I swallow hard, forcing my arms to uncross. I know. His hands press into his hips. His tie slightly askew as he glares down at the papers, like he can will them to burn. Then, without looking at me, he says, I'm hiring a security detail for you. I blink, snapping back to reality. No. His head jerks toward me. Sienna, I'm not doing this. I push to my feet, my chair rolling back with the force. I'm not going to let Damian, or whoever the hell is doing this, make me afraid. I am not changing my entire life because some coward thinks they can intimidate me. Grayson's eyes flash. This isn't just about you anymore. I stiffen. He steps closer, voice lowering. You're carrying my child. I hate how those words get to me. How they make something tighten in my chest, even as my instinct is to fight against them. I lift my chin, matching his intensity. And that doesn't mean you get to control me, Carter. His gaze darkens. No, but it means I'm going to protect you, whether you like it or not. We're standing too close now, the heat between us a storm waiting to crack open. I should step back. Instead, I do what I do best. I push. So what's your plan? I ask, tilting my head. Are you going to stand outside my office door like some kind of guard dog? Drive me to work always? Track my movements? His jaw tenses. If that's what it takes. My breath hitches. Grayson Carter is dangerous when he makes a decision. Unyielding. Terrifyingly certain. And I hate that for a split second I feel safe because of it. I shake my head, turning away from him. This is exactly what Damian wants. Grayson exhales sharply, his voice low. And you want me to do nothing? I squeeze my eyes shut. I want you to let me handle it. Silence stretches between us, heavy and thick. I hear him move, stepping closer until his voice is right behind me. No, not alone, he says. his tones steel. Together.
Chapter 41. Grayson. The email hits Daniel's inbox at exactly 10:42 a.m. A tip. Anonymous. No name. No traceable IP. Just a series of attached files with a subject line that makes my blood run cold. Your client's husband isn't as clean as he pretends to be. The moment Daniel flags it, I'm already moving. We grab a conference room, shutting the door behind us. The entire room feels electric with the weight of this discovery. Daniel scrolls through the documents with sharp eyes, muttering curses under his breath. What the hell? Sienna leans over the table, her fingers drumming against her crossed arms. What is it? Daniel exhales sharply, spinning the laptop around so we can all see. Wire transfers, hidden accounts, falsified business expenses. Damian Roth has been funneling money into offshore accounts for years. I skim through the numbers, my mind racing. This isn't just corporate greed. He's hiding something. Sienna's expression is unreadable, but I know her well enough to see the shift in her body language. The calculation. The way her fingers tighten around the table, like she's physically holding herself together. She exhales, voice even. This is enough to take him apart in court. I nod slowly. It is, but it's too convenient. Daniel tilts his head. Do you think he wanted us to find this? I glance at Sienna, watching as realization flickers in her eyes. This is a distraction, she says, voice quieter now. He's throwing something flashy at us so we won't look deeper. I nod. Which means whatever he's hiding, it's worse. Daniel exhales, shaking his head. This case just got a hell of a lot messier. I don't get the chance to respond, because my phone rings, and the second I see the caller ID, everything inside me goes still. Linda, Sienna's neighbor and a friend of ours. I answer immediately. What's wrong? Linda's voice is sharp, breathless. You need to get to Sienna's apartment, now! My pulse spikes. Why? She was out when it happened. Nothing was taken, but someone broke in. Everything inside me goes ice cold. Is she safe? My voice is already slipping into something lethal. She's with me. But Grayson? Linda hesitates, her voice quieter now. Whoever did this, they weren't looking for valuables. They were looking for something else. I don't even think. I'm already grabbing my coat, already halfway to the door. I'm on my way. By the time I get to her apartment, Sienna is standing outside the building with Linda. The moment I see her, my stomach twists. She looks pale, shaken, but she's trying to hold it together. She always tries to hold it together. Her eyes flick up as I approach, and I can see the war going on inside her. The immediate resistance. The stubborn tilt of her chin. I don't care. I stop in front of her, my body buzzing with adrenaline with the need to fix this. Sienna. My voice is rough. Are you hurt? She shakes her head. No. I scan her from head to toe anyway. No cuts, no bruises. But there's something else. A fracture in her expression. A tension in her posture that shouldn't be there. I turn to Linda. What happened? Linda exhales. She came home and found the door open. Someone forced the lock. I drag a hand down my face, exhaling sharply. Jesus Christ. Sienna shifts, crossing her arms tightly. I already called the police. They're checking security footage. That's not good enough, I snap. Her jaw tightens. Grayson, you're not staying here. She goes rigid. What do you mean? I move forward, lowering my voice. Someone broke into your apartment. And don't try to convince me it was random because we both know it wasn't. She opens her mouth to argue, but I cut her off. I'm not asking Sienna, you're staying with me. She glares at me, and if I say no, I level her with a look. Then I follow you everywhere, to work, to court, to the damn bathroom if I have to. Linda coughs, barely disguising a laugh. Sienna shoots her a traitorous look before turning back to me. You're overreacting. I step even closer, my voice dropping. You're pregnant, Monroe, and someone is threatening you. This isn't up for debate. Her throat works, and I can see it now, the hesitation. The part of her that knows I'm right. I soften, just slightly. Stay with me, just until we figure this out. She swallows, her arms tightening around herself. She exhales. Fine, she mutters. I don't breathe until I hear that word. But this isn't over, not by a long shot.
Chapter 42. Sienna. I step into Grayson Carter's penthouse and start to regret everything. It's not because it's cold or unwelcoming, quite the opposite. It's sleek and modern, all dark wood and glass, the kind of place that should feel sterile, but somehow it doesn't. The scent of his cologne lingers in the air, sandalwood, and something unmistakably him. That's the problem. This place is so him, it's suffocating. I drop my overnight bag by the entryway and cross my arms, watching as he locks the door behind me like I'm some fragile thing that needs protection. This isn't necessary, I say, ignoring the way my voice wavers. I regret agreeing. Grayson doesn't even look at me as he sets his keys down. It is. I exhale sharply, trying to push past the frustration clawing up my throat. You don't get to decide that. His gaze flicks to mine, unreadable. Actually, I do. I bristle. You can't just... Sienna. His voice is low, edged with something I can't quite place. Someone broke into your apartment. Someone is watching you, threatening you. You're carrying my child. If you think I'm going to sit back and let you stay somewhere unsafe, you're out of your damn mind. There's no heat in his tone, just quiet certainty. I hate it, because it makes me feel safe. I swallow, looking away. This isn't permanent. His expression doesn't change. Didn't say it was. The silence stretches between us, too thick, too loaded. I drop my bag and run. Where am I sleeping? He gestures toward the hallway. The bed's yours. I frown. And you? His lips twitch like he's fighting a smirk. The sofa. Something sharp twists in my chest. I don't want to care that he's putting me first. That he's making space for me in a life that shouldn't have room for me anymore. I shouldn't care. But that night, as I lie awake in his massive bed, surrounded by the scent of freshly laundered sheets, I hear him shift on the couch in the living room. The quiet rustle of fabric, the deep exhale as he tries to get comfortable. And all I can think about is how he still sleeps on his back with one arm slung over his stomach, like he did when we were married. Like nothing has changed, except everything has. Hours later, I wake to the sound of hushed voices. It takes me a second to register where I am, the unfamiliar weight of the blankets, the absence of my usual surroundings. Grayson's penthouse. Then I hear his voice. I push myself up, blinking against the low glow of the city lights filtering through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows. His voice is steady, clipped, serious. I don't care how much it costs, just make sure it's handled. A pause. No, that's not good enough. I want someone outside her office, at the firm and wherever the hell she goes, no gaps. My stomach tightens. I slip out of bed, moving silently across the room. The floor is cool against my bare feet as I inch toward the hallway. He's standing in the living room, back to me, his phone pressed to his ear. I don't give a damn if she doesn't want it. She's getting it. My breath catches. He's doing this behind my back. I step forward, arms crossed. So this is how it's going to be. He stiffens. The conversation on the phone wraps up in a clipped, "Call me with updates," before he ends the call and turns around. His jaw is tight. You should be asleep. I arch a brow. And you should stop playing puppeteer with my life. He exhales, rubbing his temples. Sienna? You don't get to make these decisions for me, Grayson. His eyes darken. It's not a decision. It's a necessity. I step closer, pointing a finger at him. You're not in control of me. His lips press into a thin line, his hands dropping to his sides. You're pregnant, Monroe, and someone is threatening you. Do you think I'm going to wait for something worse to happen? We keep repeating this argument. Can you just listen to me for our baby? I swallow, ignoring the shiver that rolls down my spine. He's not wrong. I hate that he's not wrong. I square my shoulders. I don't want you throwing money at my problems. His jaw ticks. This isn't about money. Then what is it about? His gaze locks onto mine, sharp and intense. It's about keeping you safe. Both of you. The words land hard. For a moment, we just look at each other. Then I break away first. I'm going back to bed. His voice stops me. Sienna? I don't turn around, but I hear it. The weight in his voice, the unspoken plea. I pretend not to. Later that night, I wake up with a craving. It's ridiculous, really. Completely absurd. But suddenly, I need mangoes. I groan, pressing the heels of my hands to my eyes. This isn't normal hunger. This is pregnancy hunger. The kind that refuses to be ignored. I roll over and glance at the clock. 2:14 a.m. Absolutely not an acceptable time to go hunting for mangoes. I groan again, burying my face into the pillow. Suddenly I hear it. Rustling. Movement. The faint sound of the penthouse door closing. I frown, pushing myself up. Grayson? Silence. I grab a throw blanket and shuffle out of bed, stepping into the dark living room. The couch is empty. His shoes are gone. What the hell? 30 minutes later, I get my answer. The door opens, and Grayson walks in. Holding a paper bag, I stare at him. Where the hell did you go? He exhales like he's already tired of this conversation. You were mumbling in your sleep. I blink. Excuse me? He walks into the kitchen, pulling out a perfectly ripe mango. I freeze. I literally don't know what to say. He sets it on the counter, completely unbothered. You said mangoes. I blink again. That could have been a dream. He shrugs, pulling out a knife to start peeling it. It wasn't. My brain short circuits. I inhale sharply. You went out at 2 a.m. to find mangoes? He slides me a look. Yeah? Like it's the most obvious thing in the world. Like it's not a big deal. Like this isn't the same man who shut down after our miscarriage. Like he hasn't been learning everything about pregnancy just to take care of me. I swallow past the sudden lump in my throat. He finishes slicing the mango, holding a piece out to me. I hesitate. Then, before I can overthink it, I take it from his hand. It's sweet, making me feel emotional. I don't feel so alone anymore.
Chapter 43. Grayson. I know I should keep my cool. I should walk in here and have a rational conversation with her. But I'm already strung too tight. The tension in my body coiled like a wire about to snap. I push open the door to her office, barely giving her time to react before I'm closing it behind me with more force than necessary. Sienna looks up from her laptop, arching a brow. She's got her reading glasses on, her hair pulled into a messy bun, and that sharp, don't mess with me expression that has sent entire boardrooms scrambling. But it doesn't scare me. Not tonight. Not when I've spent the last hour digging through another security breach. Not when I've just found out that Damian has someone feeding him inside information from our own firm. And not when Sienna, the woman who refuses to trust me with her heart, is blindly trusting the wrong people. I toss a file onto her desk. She barely glances at it. What now? My jaw clenches. Damian has a source inside the firm. It's been pretty obvious. She sighs, rubbing her temple. You came in here like you were about to rip my desk in half, and that's what you have to tell me? I step closer. This isn't a joke, Monroe. Her gaze flicks up to meet mine, sharp and unreadable. I never said it was. I grit my teeth, shoving my hands into my pockets before I do something stupid, like grab her by the arms and shake some damn sense into her. And stop acting like it. She exhales roughly as she leans back in her chair, looking me up and down like I'm exhausting her. And why are you telling me this like it's somehow my fault? I try to keep my voice level. Because you keep giving people the benefit of the doubt when you shouldn't. Her eyes flash. Wrong move? Sienna stands, hands braced against the desk, anger radiating off her in waves. Are you seriously standing in my office, implying that I am responsible for someone leaking information? I'm saying you should be careful about who you trust, I grind out. She laughs, sharp, bitter. That's rich coming from you. My jaw locks. Sienna. No. Seriously, Carter. She steps out from behind her desk, moving closer. You're standing here accusing me of trusting the wrong people when I was the one who trusted you and got burned. I exhale sharply. This isn't about us. Why do you always make it about us? Isn't it? She tilts her head, daring me to deny it. I know what she's doing. She's trying to turn this into our mess instead of the very real, very dangerous situation we're in. And it's working, because all I can think about is the way she's looking at me. The way her chest moving too fast. The way her body is so damn close to mine that I can smell the faint traces of her perfume. This isn't the time for that, I say, but my voice is hoarse. Her eyes drop to my mouth for half a second, just long enough to make my pulse spike. And then she smirks. I move first. Or maybe she does. It doesn't matter. A split second later, my mouth is on hers. I've been wanting to do this since she started staying in my penthouse 2 days ago. It's not soft, not careful. It's messy, heated, frantic. She fists my shirt, dragging me closer. My hands find her waist, pulling her against me so tightly that I feel every single inch of her. A groan rumbles in my throat when she bites my bottom lip, teasing, taunting, ruining me all over again. We shouldn't be doing this. We should not be doing this. But stopping. Not an option. She presses me back until my spine hits the bookshelf. I swear I see actual stars. Damn, I mutter against her mouth, my hands sliding lower, gripping her hips, grounding myself in her. She hums, a low, satisfied sound like she knows exactly what she's doing to me. Suddenly, there's voices. Just outside her office door, we freeze. Our breathing is too loud, too ragged. Sienna shoves me off her. I barely have time to process it before she grabs my hand, yanks open the door to her office's ensuite bathroom, and drags me inside. I slam the door shut just as Evelyn and Daniel's voices filter in from the hallway. "Where is she?" Evelyn asks. "She was just here," Daniel responds. Sienna and I stand way too close in the tiny bathroom. Her chest brushes mine with every frantic breath she takes. I drop my forehead against the door, exhaling slowly. This is not good. I should not be this turned on when I'm hiding in a goddamn bathroom. I risk a glance down at her. She's flushed, lips swollen, eyes still hazy with something I refuse to name. She looks like she's thinking the same damn thing. I smirk. That was reckless. She glares. Shut up. I chuckle, low and deep, because despite everything, the threats, the case, the chaos, this makes me feel alive. And from the way Sienna's still pressed against me, still breathing hard, still not moving away, I think she does too.
Chapter 44. Sienna. The office is buzzing when I step out of my office. My body is still overheated, my thoughts tangled in the remnants of what just happened with Grayson. My lips are swollen from his kiss. my skin still tingling from his touch. I shake my head, forcing the distraction out of my system. I can't think about that right now. There's work to do. Then I see Ava. Ava is already in one of conference rooms, and from the way she's pacing, I can tell something is seriously wrong. Ava? I close the door behind me, my pulse kicking up a notch. What is it? She looks at me, eyes wide, voice low and tight. Lock the door. I don't question her. I do as she says. Ava shoves a folder onto my desk, flipping it open with a sharp flick of her wrist. I found something, Sienna. Something big. The words don't fully register until I look down at the documents spread across my desk. Financial records, transaction logs, offshore accounts, all linked to Damian. My stomach twists into knots. I shake my head. What am I looking at? Ava's throat bobs as she swallows. Damian's been hiding money, but that's not the worst part. She flips to another page, pointing at a column of numbers. These payments? They aren't business deals. They're purchases. The nausea in my gut sharpens into something colder, darker. My eyes skim the document again, my heart hammering so hard it hurts. A list of names. Some of them have ages next to them. Some of those ages are too young. Ice creeps up my spine. I snap my gaze back to Ava. Tell me you're wrong. Her jaw tightens. I wish I was. I can't breathe. My fingers tighten around the pages. Are you telling me? Ava exhales sharply. He's trafficking them, Sienna. Young models. He's running an entire operation. The words slam into me. Trafficking, minors, powerful men. Everything inside me turns to stone. Ava looks afraid since she walked into my office. I don't know how deep this goes, she continues, voice shaking. But Damian's not just some manipulative bastard fighting for custody anymore. He's a criminal, and if I found this, someone else can too, and that makes him desperate. A lead weight settles in my stomach. Desperate men are dangerous. I grab my phone and dial Grayson. No answer. Damn it. I take a shaky breath. We need to go to the police. Ava shakes her head. Not yet. We don't have enough. Ava, if we do this wrong, he'll bury it. Her fingers tighten into fists. He has money, power, connections. If we don't have something solid, this disappears. I force myself to think, to breathe, to push past the pounding in my skull. I need Grayson. Now I call again. Voicemail. I glance at Ava, jaw set. We need to figure out our next move. Ava's phone rings, the sharp sound slicing through the tense air. She startles before glancing at the screen. It's my assistant, she mutters, exhaling sharply. Probably something about the paperwork I asked for earlier. I nod, though my stomach is still twisted in knots. Take it. We need to cover every base before we make a move. Ava steps away, pressing the phone to her ear. Yeah, what is it? She says as she walks toward the door. She barely makes it 3 steps before she halts, listening intently. Her expression shifts, from exhaustion to something sharper. Fear. I sit up straighter. Ava? She shakes her head, distracted. Hold on, she tells the person on the other line before looking at me. My assistant is downstairs in the parking lot. She says there's something I need to see. Something about one of Damian's accounts. A name that just got flagged. I frown. Can't she send it up? She said she's scared, Ava says, already grabbing her bag. I'll be quick. Something about this doesn't feel right. Ava's been jumpy all day, and I don't like that she's heading into an isolated parking lot. Wait, I start, but she's already out the door. I exhale sharply, pinching my nose bridge. My nerves are raw, my body still coiled tight from everything we just uncovered. I glance at the documents still spread across the table, my stomach rolling at the thought of what's at stake. Damian is trafficking young girls. He's running an operation that has to involve some of the most powerful people in his world, and Ava just found the paper trail that could destroy him. I should be relieved we have something to take him down, but all I feel is dread. I glance at my phone. No response from Grayson. Damn it. I breathe deeply to focus. Ava said she'd be quick. She's just meeting her assistant, getting the information and coming right back. But then 5 minutes pass, then 10, and she doesn't come back. I stand abruptly, my chair scraping against the floor. Something's wrong. I grab my phone, dialing Ava's number as I stride toward the door. It rings once, twice. Straight to voicemail. A bad feeling claws up my spine. I push through the hallway, my pulse pounding harder with every step. I hit the elevator button, my foot tapping against the carpet as the numbers slowly descend. Come on. At last, the doors slide open, and I step inside, my heart hammering now. The parking garage is eerily quiet when I step out. Dim lighting. The low hum of the ventilation system. Ava's car is parked near the far side of the lot, but she's not here. I scan the space, swallowing against the rising panic in my chest. Ava? My voice echoes. Nothing. I take another step forward. That's when I see it. Her phone. Lying on the concrete. The air leaves my lungs. I rush toward it, my pulse a wild drumbeat in my ears. The screen is cracked. The last call still displayed. Call ended. Assistant. A noise scrapes from behind me. First turn. Too late. A cloth slams over my mouth, cutting off my scream before it even forms. The strong, sickly scent of chemicals floods my nostrils, and my body reacts instantly. My vision blurs. My limbs weaken. No! I struggle, thrashing, but I'm losing control of my body. My fingers scrape against the pavement, my legs buckling beneath me. The last thing I see before darkness takes me, a shadow moving, Ava, unconscious, being dragged away. And then, nothing.
Chapter 45. Grayson. The investigator's voice fades into background noise. I'm staring at my phone, my gut twisted in a way that feels like something is wrong. Sienna's name is on my screen. Missed call. Voicemail. My fingers are already moving before I process it. I put the phone to my ear, her voice filling the space. Grayson, I found something huge. Ava did, actually. It's about Damian. She exhales sharply, like she's barely holding herself together. I need to meet her. She has proof. Call me back. Silence. Then the voicemail ends. A sharp, searing chill spreads through my body. I check the timestamp. 37 minutes ago. I call her back immediately. One ring, two, straight to voicemail. I try again. Nothing. I grip the phone so hard I nearly crack it. No. A tension I can't name coils inside my chest, wrapping around my ribs like a vice. I shoot up from my chair, barely acknowledging the investigator's confused look. I have to go. My voice is sharp, unyielding. He starts to say something, but I'm already moving. My heart is pounding so hard it drowns out everything. Ava, Sienna, evidence. And now, silence. I race through the firm's hallways, my mind screaming at me to stay calm, to think rationally, but I can't, because this feels too much like a warning. I shove open the stairwell door and take the steps 2 at a time, pushing past the panic clawing up my throat. By the time I reach the parking garage, I know I'm too late. The air is different. The usually quiet space is now filled with police sirens. Flashing red and blue lights bounce off the concrete walls. Officers are already setting up a perimeter, speaking into radios, their faces grim. I stop dead in my tracks, my lungs turning to stone. No. I shove through the nearest officer. Where are they? Sir, you need to step back! Where the hell is Sienna? My voice is sharp, lethal, echoing off the garage walls. The officer's face hardens. Sir, this is an active crime scene. I don't care. I growl, pushing forward, my pulse a frantic drumbeat. Then I see it. Blood. A dark, wet smear on the concrete. My breath stops. It takes me 1 second to recognize the phone lying on the ground. Sienna's phone. I grab it, my fingers curling around the shattered screen, my stomach twisting into something dark and cold. Sienna, I murmur under my breath. I turn back to the officer, my voice steel. Tell me what happened. The officer hesitates. 2 women, both taken. A struggle. His gaze flicks to the bloodstain. The stabbed woman was identified as Ava Sinclair. A witness said they saw a man forcing them into a black SUV, no plates. My vision tunnels. The pounding in my head turns into a deafening roar. Ava! Stabbed! Sienna! Taken! Damian! I know this was him. My grip tightens around Sienna's phone until my knuckles turn white. I've never been the type to panic. But right now, I'm 1 breath away from losing my mind. I turn on my heel, already moving, already dialing. The moment Daniel answers, my voice is razor sharp. Sienna and Ava were taken. His sharp inhale is the only response I need. Find them! You have connections, Daniel. Use them. I'll owe your brother a big one after this. Damn, Daniel curses. You don't have to owe my brother anything. What a brother's for. Thank you, I reply, exhaling as I hang up. At least I'll find them soon enough. And if something happens to Sienna, Damian won't see the authorities. There's no need for that.
I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 46. Sienna. Pain, blinding, searing agony. It's the first thing I register when consciousness claws its way back to me. My head throbs, a relentless pounding against my skull, and for a moment, I can't figure out where I am. The world feels off, rocking, unsteady. Then I realize I'm moving. No, the car is moving. A sharp inhale burns through my lungs and I jolt upright, only to feel the unforgiving bite of something coarse digging into my wrists. Rope. My hands are bound behind my back. Panic flares through me, white hot and all-consuming. Memories flood in. Ava, the parking garage, the attack. My pulse skyrockets, and I twist to the side, heart lurching at the sight next to me. Ava. She's slumped against the seat, her face pale, her chest rising and falling in slow, uneven breaths. Blood stains her blouse, a deep crimson blooming at her side. Oh, God. Ava, I rasp, my voice hoarse. My throat is raw, probably from screaming. I nudge her with my shoulder. Ava, wake up. A small groan slips past her lips, but her eyes barely flutter. She's slipping. Panic surges through me, but before I can try to rouse her again, a voice cuts through the darkness. "You're awake?" I freeze. The air shifts. My body tenses, every muscle locking into place. Because I know that voice, slowly I force myself to turn. Damian. He's sitting in the front passenger seat, legs crossed, posture unnervingly relaxed, as if this is just another business meeting. The dashboard lights cast eerie shadows over his sharp features, making the smirk on his face look almost inhuman. I swallow hard, my pulse a frantic drumbeat. "Damian," I say carefully, my voice void of the fear curling inside me. "Where are we going?" He hums, tapping a finger against his knee. "Somewhere quiet, where we won't be disturbed." The driver, one of his men, I assume, says nothing, his grip firm on the wheel as the car speeds through the city, heading toward the outskirts. I keep my breathing steady, refusing to let him see how rattled I am. "You're making a mistake," I say, forcing steel into my tone. "You're not going to get away with this." Damian chuckles, slow and deliberate. "Oh, sweetheart," he muses, turning in his seat to look at me fully. "I already have." I grit my teeth. Ava found evidence. He tilts his head, watching me with something close to amusement. "Did she?" I clench my fist behind my back. "You're trafficking young girls, selling them to men with money and power. That's not just fraud, Damian. That's a death sentence." For the first time, something flickers in his eyes. Annoyance. Then, just as quickly, it's gone, replaced by cold, calculated indifference. And yet, he murmurs, "You're the ones tied up in the back of a car." I bite the inside of my cheek to keep from screaming. Ava shifts beside me, a weak whimper slipping from her lips. Damian tisks, shaking his head. "She shouldn't have stuck her nose where it didn't belong. Neither should you." I force my shoulders back. "So what's the plan? Kill us and dump our bodies?" I scoff, lifting my chin. "A little messy, don't you think?" He smiles. "Oh, sweetheart," he muses, shaking his head. "Killing you? That's far too easy." A slow chill slithers down my spine. He leans in slightly, lowering his voice. "You and Ava? You're loose ends. And I don't like loose ends." I swallow hard. "Think, Sienna. Think. I can't fight him. Not like this. I need to buy time. Grayson. I left him a voicemail. He has to have heard it by now. He has to be looking for us. But how long will it take?" The car slows as it veers onto a secluded road. The streetlights are few and far between, casting long shadows over the pavement. Trees line the narrow path, swallowing the vehicle whole. We're heading into isolation. My pulse pounds. This is bad. Ava stirs again, her breaths growing shallower. I push down the panic, focusing instead on Damian. "You can't run from this," I say, keeping my voice steady. "Even if you kill us, the evidence is already out there." His smirk fades. A flash of uncertainty. Good. I press harder. "I sent copies to multiple places. If anything happens to me, they go public." It's a lie. A complete bluff. But Damian doesn't know that. His jaw tightens. Then, for the first time, I see it. A crack in his composure, a sign of weakness. He's scared. Before I can push further, the car jerks to a stop. Damian exhales sharply. End of the line. The back door swings open, and a set of rough hands yank me out. I stumble, my knees hitting gravel. Pain shoots up my legs, but I barely register it. We're in front of an abandoned warehouse, the metal exterior rusted and worn. No one around, no witnesses. The panic I've been fighting claws up my throat. Ava is dragged out next. She groans weakly, her body limp. I move toward her, instinct taking over, but Damian's grip clamps onto my arm. Ah, he taunts. You're not going anywhere. I glare up at him. If she dies, there won't be a place on this earth where you can hide. Damian leans in, lips curving into a sinister smile. Then I guess we better make this quick. The doors of the warehouse creak open. Darkness awaits. No, I won't die here. Grayson will come. He has to. Because if he doesn't, we're dead.
Chapter 47. Grayson. Rage and fear. That's all that's keeping me standing. I grip the steering wheel so tight, my knuckles turn white, my pulse pounding like a war drum in my ears. My mind is cycling through every possible worst-case scenario. Every second that ticks by, another reminder that I might already be too late. I can't be too late. Sienna's last voicemail plays in my head like a ghost on repeat. Grayson, I'm meeting Ava. She has evidence. It's big. Then Daniel's voice had cut through the fog, sharp and urgent. We have a problem. That was 20 minutes ago. Since then, Daniel's brother David, former military, specializing in high-risk retrieval, had pulled every favor he had to track down a black SUV that left the parking garage where Sienna and Ava had last been seen. The SUV had been spotted entering a condemned industrial area on the city's outskirts. Now I'm breaking every traffic law to get there. I don't wait for backup. I don't give a damn about protocol. Sienna is in that warehouse, and I will burn the whole goddamn city to the ground before I let anything happen to her. And our baby. By the time I reach the outskirts, the buildings are nothing but skeletal remains of a long-forgotten era. Factories that once roared with life are now hollow and crumbling, their broken windows like gaping mouths. I cut the engine a block away and step out, my fingers wrapping around the gun at my side. My heart is a grenade primed to explode. The warehouse looms ahead, metal walls rusted with age. The security lights flicker weakly, casting long, distorted shadows. Something is wrong. It's too quiet. Ava. Sienna. I move quickly, stepping into the darkness, my breath controlled, my grip on the gun steady. The air inside is thick with dust and something worse, coppery, metallic. Blood. Then I see her. Ava is sprawled on the ground, unmoving. Blood seeps from a wound in her side, staining the cold concrete beneath her. My chest tightens. And then I see Sienna. She's standing, barely. Damian's arm is locked around her torso, a knife pressed against her throat. Her eyes meet mine, and for a second, fear flashes by in her eyes. But she masks it quickly, her expression morphing into something cold, something defiant. Damian's grip tightens, pulling her closer. His face is a mask of unhinged fury. You should have stayed out of this, Carter, he sneers. You always thought you were better than me, smarter, more powerful. His breath is ragged, manic energy rolling off him in waves. But look where we are now. My hands remain steady, my aim locked on his head. Let her go, Damian. He laughs. Or what? He taunts, pressing the blade harder against Sienna's skin. You shoot me? Maybe. But not before I slit her pretty little throat. The word snaps something inside me. My jaw clenches. Cold calculation overrides rage. You know, Damian, I murmur, my voice even deadly. You've made a lot of mistakes in your life. Cheating, lying, stealing. But this? I take a slow step forward, watching his grip twitch. This is the biggest one yet. His smirk falters. Oh, yeah? Yeah. I shift my weight, keep him locked in my sights. You will die here. The silence is suffocating. Suddenly, Sienna moves. She stomps hard on Damian's foot, drives her elbow back into his ribs. He stumbles just for a second. A second is all I need. I take the shot. The bullet tears through his shoulder, making him cry out as the knife drops from his hand. Sienna shoves away, stumbling toward me, her breath ragged, her hands shaking. I open my arms, catching her. Damian lunges. I don't see the second knife until it's too late. I turn around, shielding Sienna's body. A sharp, searing pain rips through my side. For a split second, the world slows. Then I pull the trigger again. This time, the bullet finds its mark, right through his chest. Damian staggers, eyes wide, mouth opening in a silent scream before he crumples to the ground. The sound of his body hitting the floor echoes in the vast emptiness. I exhale sharply, my vision blurring for a split second. Sienna is in front of me in an instant, her hands pressing against my side. "Grayson! Oh God! Stay with me!" Her voice is breaking, and I hate it. I blink, forcing my vision to focus. I can't die. Not here, not now. My lips twitch in something weak, something close to a smirk. "You forgive me yet?" Tears spill over her lashes. She shakes her head, gripping me harder. "I already did, you idiot!" she whispers. A weak chuckle escapes me. Then blackness swallows everything whole. Chapter 48. Grayson. Pain. It drags me back into consciousness, dull at first, then sharp and insistent, radiating from my side. The sterile scent of antiseptic clings to the air, and somewhere in the distance a heart monitor beeps in steady intervals. I try to move, but a deep, burning ache shoots through my body, pinning me down. My throat is dry, my limbs heavy, and for a brief, terrifying second, I don't know where I am. Then I hear her. "Grayson." Her voice is soft, hoarse, like she hasn't slept in days. I force my eyelids open, and there she is. Sienna. She's sitting beside my bed, curled up in an uncomfortable-looking chair, her hair a mess, her skin pale with exhaustion. But her eyes, God, those eyes. They're red-rimmed, her gaze locked onto me like she's afraid to look away, afraid I might disappear if she blinks. She stayed. Relief crashes over me so hard my chest tightens. I don't even care about the pain anymore. A shaky breath escapes her, and then her fingers curl around mine, hesitant at first, like she's testing if I'm really here. I squeeze back. Her lips tremble, but she stays put. "Hey," I rasp, my voice rough and weak. Tears well in her eyes, and she lets out a breathless, choked laugh. "Hey." The weight in my chest eases. For a long moment, we just stare at each other. The last time I woke up in a hospital, she wasn't there. This time, she is. And I don't give a damn if it hurts. If my entire body feels like it's been put through a shredder, I'm alive. And so is she. I swallow hard, forcing my voice to work. "You okay?" She blinks, as if she can't believe I'm asking that. "Am I okay?" A humorless laugh escapes her. "You were the one who got stabbed, Grayson." I manage a weak smirk. "Still doesn't mean I don't get to worry about you." She shakes her head, and for a second I think she's going to snap at me, maybe scold me for being reckless, for almost getting myself killed. But she doesn't. Instead, her expression cracks wide open. Her fingers tighten around mine, and she looks at me like she's breaking. "I thought I was going to lose you," she whispers. Her voice is barely there, but the pain in it, it guts me. I hate that I put that fear in her. I hate that she had to go through that. I shift, ignoring the stab of pain in my side, and lift my hand to her face. Her breath catches as my thumb brushes her cheek, wiping away a stray tear. "I'm here," I murmur. "I'm not going anywhere." Her lashes flutter shut for a second like she's absorbing the words, like she wants to believe them. When she opens her eyes again, something shifts. Her lips press together, and then, before I can prepare myself, she says the words that send my world spinning. "I still love you." The air rushes from my lungs. She looks like she wants to take it back the second it's out, her fingers twitching in my grasp, her shoulders going rigid like she's bracing for impact. But I won't let her run from this. From us. "Sienna," I breathe, tightening my grip on her hand. She shakes her head, blinking rapidly. I tried to stop. I tried to push you away. I tried to hate you. But I can't. Her throat bobs. I never could. A lump forms in my throat. I knew it. I felt it in every fight. In every moment she stood too close but refused to touch me. I saw it in the way she let me take care of her even when she claimed she didn't want me to. She still loves me, and I never stopped loving her. Come here, I whisper. She hesitates, her walls flickering back into place. But then she gives in. Slowly, carefully, she leans forward, pressing her forehead against mine. I close my eyes, breathing her in, letting the moment settle deep into my bones. I love you too, I murmur against her skin. Always. A broken sound escapes her, somewhere between a sob and a laugh. I should be weak, I should be exhausted, but I feel more alive than I have in years. She pulls back just enough to meet my gaze, and then she kisses me. Soft at first, hesitant, a whisper of a touch. She falls apart, and I catch her, because I always will.
Chapter 49. Sienna. The world outside is moving too fast. News stations cycle through the story like vultures circling fresh prey. The headlines are relentless. Damian Roth, arrested in sex trafficking sting. High-profile divorce case exposes criminal empire. Former CEO's secret empire comes crashing down. Every time I turn on the TV, his face is there, a mugshot burned into every screen. And I see him for what he truly is, a predator, a monster. Now he's in handcuffs. Damian Roth, the man who manipulated, terrorized, and tried to control every piece of Ava's life, has fallen. I should feel satisfied. I should be happy because justice has been served. Instead, I feel tired. Bone-deep, soul-crushing exhaustion wraps around me as I sit in Ava's hospital room, watching her sleep. She looks fragile, her bruises still fresh, a stark contrast against her pale skin. But I know better. Ava is not fragile. She survived Damian's lies. She survived his control. She's free. I lean forward, resting my elbows on my knees, and let my head drop for a moment. Just breathe. It's over. It doesn't feel real. The door creaks open, and I glance up as Grayson steps inside. He's still moving carefully, his injuries slowing him down, but there's nothing weak about him. His presence alone steadies me, like a silent reminder that I'm not alone. His eyes flick to Ava, then back to me. How is she? She's stable, I say, voice raw. The doctors say she'll make a full recovery. Grayson exhales, tension softening around his shoulders. He walks over, settling into the chair beside me. His fingers brush over mine on the armrest, a barely there touch, but I feel it everywhere. And you? His voice lowers, rough with concern. I swallow, not looking at him. I don't know yet. He doesn't press me for more. He just sits there, solid, steady, giving me exactly what I need. Silence, understanding, a presence that doesn't demand. The sound of Ava stirring pulls my focus. Her lashes flutter and then her blue eyes open. For a second, she blinks, disoriented. Then she exhales, her gaze locking onto mine. Sienna, she murmurs, her voice barely there. I sit up straighter, squeezing her hand. Hey. Her lips twitch into a small, tired smile. We're alive. I let out a breathy, almost hysterical laugh. Yeah, we are. She shifts, winces, then glances at Grayson. And you? How bad did you get it? Grayson smirks. I'm still standing. Ava rolls her eyes, but there's warmth there, a flicker of the old her. Resilient, fierce, unbreakable. She looks back at me, her expression turning serious. You saved my life. My throat tightens. Ava? No, she says, shaking her head. I need to say this. If you hadn't been there, if you hadn't fought, I wouldn't be here. She swallows. I don't think I'll ever be able to repay you for that. Tears burn behind my eyes, but I force a small, wry smile. How about you name your firstborn after me? Ava chuckles, an actual laugh. Grayson snorts beside me. Ava Carter does have a ring to it. Ava groans. Okay, forget it. Laughter fills the room, lightening something heavy. For the first time since that night in the warehouse, I feel like we might actually be okay. Grayson drives me home. The doctor gives him an all clear. The wound is superficial, and after the initial 24 hours observation, he's given the all clear. It feels strange, stepping into my apartment knowing I don't have to look over my shoulder anymore. No more threats, no more shadows. I feel safe. I step inside, kicking off my heels, and turn to see Grayson lingering in the doorway. He looks like he's waiting for permission, like he doesn't know where he stands. I hesitate, then exhale. Come in. His lips twitch, but he obeys, shutting the door behind him. The silence stretches, not uncomfortable, not tense, just loaded. So, he says, hands in his pockets. This is the part where we talk about what happens next, right? I nod slowly. Yeah, I think so. A beat of quiet. No more running, he murmurs. It's not a question. It's a promise. I swallow hard, my fingers tightening around the edge of the counter. I need time, I admit, my voice barely above a whisper. I can't just flip a switch and pretend like everything is okay. His expression doesn't waver. I don't expect you to. I exhale, some of the tension in my chest loosening. But I want to try. Something flickers in his eyes. Hope. A small, quiet, achingly real kind of hope. I step closer. Just enough for our fingers to brush. Take all the time you need, he says softly. I'm not going anywhere. I believe him, and suddenly, in a blink of an eye, everything's okay. I feel like I can do. Grayson stands up to leave, but I grab his hand. What is it? Are you not feeling well? Craving something? Is the baby asking you to? I stand and up and cut him off with a kiss. He's surprised, but grabs my waist and kisses me back. Finally, we can start anew.
Chapter 50. Grayson. She kisses me first, and for a second I'm stunned, because Sienna Monroe doesn't give in easily. She doesn't surrender. But right now, she's here. She's in this. Her fingers twist into my shirt, pulling me closer, and that's all it takes for me to snap. I devour her. My hands slide to her waist, gripping, anchoring myself as I press her back against the counter. Her soft gasp fills the air. And damn, I've missed this. The way her lips feel beneath mine, the way she breathes my name between each kiss like a prayer and a warning.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 51. Grayson. I've had the ring for 3 weeks. 3 goddamn weeks of carrying it everywhere, waiting for the right moment, waiting for something that feels like us. And now, standing in our home, the place she slowly made hers again, with her books scattered across the coffee table and her fuzzy socks abandoned by the couch. I know. This is the moment. It's nothing grand, nothing elaborate. No cameras, no pressure, no expectations. Just me, Sienna, and the life we're building back together. She's standing in the kitchen, her back to me, humming softly as she moves around. She doesn't know I'm watching. I lean against the doorway, just taking her in. Her hair is up in a messy bun, loose strands framing her face. She's in one of my sweatshirts oversized on her, swallowing her completely, and she's making herself a cup of tea like it's any other night. Except it's not. Because I'm about to ask the woman I love to be my wife again. I step forward, sliding my arms around her waist from behind. She stills for a second before leaning back into me, instinctive, like she belongs there. "Hey," she murmurs, her voice softer now, content. "You okay?" "Yeah." My lips press against the curve of her neck, my pulse hammering harder than I want to admit. "More than okay." I turn her gently, and when she looks up at me, I see it. Love. Trust. Something unbreakable. Her hands rest against my chest, fingers brushing the fabric of my shirt. And I drop to one knee. Her breath catches. I hear it. Notice it in the way her lips part, in the way her hands tighten on my shoulders. "Grayson." I pull the ring from my pocket, holding it up between us. It's nothing extravagant. A simple, elegant solitaire, exactly what I know she'd want. Classic. Timeless. Like her. Like us. I take a breath, steadying myself because I need her to hear this. To believe it. I know we didn't get it right the first time. I start, voice rough with emotion. And I know we hurt each other in ways that still leave scars. But Sienna, I love you. I never stopped loving you. And I don't want to spend another second of my life without you by my side. She swallows hard, her eyes shining, her fingers trembling as she cups my face. "No pressure," I add, my lips tugging up slightly. "No expectations. Just us. Always us." A shaky breath escapes her lips, her hands sliding to my shoulders. And then she nods. "Yes," she whispers, like it's the easiest answer in the world. I exhale sharply, relief crashing into me like a tidal wave as I slide the ring onto her finger. She lets out a watery laugh, looking down at it, and then back up at me. And before I can say anything else, she pulls me up, crashing her lips against mine. I kiss her back, hard and deep, pouring every bit of love, devotion, and promise into it. I caress her stomach, already showing a bump. We're different now. Stronger. And this time, we're going to get it right.
Chapter 52. Sienna. The morning air is crisp, carrying the scent of fresh roses and ocean salt. The private vineyard estate we chose for the wedding is bathed in soft golden light, the sun dipping just beyond the rolling hills. It's perfect, everything we never had the first time around. I stand in front of the full-length mirror, hands resting gently on the curve of my 7 months pregnant belly, my heart pounding harder than I care to admit. My dress isn't overly elaborate, no heavy beading or long trains. Instead, it's soft, flowing, designed to accommodate the small life growing inside me, a symbol of our future, of everything we fought for. Behind me, Evelyn fusses with my veil, her eyes glassy with emotion. "You're really doing this," she whispers, her voice thick. I meet her gaze in the mirror. "Yeah, I really am." A slow smile spreads across her lips, but she blinks rapidly, trying to hold back the tears. I never thought I'd see the day. Not because you don't love him, but because I wasn't sure if you'd ever let yourself have this again. I pressed my lips together, my throat tight. Neither did I. The music shifts outside, the guests quieting, signaling the start of the ceremony. My stomach clenches, not with nerves but with anticipation, because this time it's right. Evelyn gives my shoulders a reassuring squeeze before stepping away, leaving me with Uncle Gerard. He clears his throat, offering me his arm. "You ready, kid?" I glance at him, my heart swelling at the sheen in his eyes. "Yeah, Uncle, I am." The moment I step onto the aisle, everything else fades. It's not the flowers or the perfectly arranged chairs or the soft murmur of guests that captures me. It's him. Grayson stands at the end of the aisle, hands clasped in front of him, his black tux crisp against the soft hues of the vineyard. But it's his face that undoes me. His blue eyes are locked onto me, unblinking, like he's afraid if he looks away, I might disappear. His throat works as he swallows hard, his jaw tightening just slightly like he's trying to hold himself together. He looks wrecked. And when I reach him, when my fingers slide into his warm, steady grip, I realize so am I. We wanted a simple ceremony. No over-the-top readings or long speeches. Just us. Grayson holds my hands, his fingers brushing the inside of my wrist, grounding me. When he speaks, his voice is hoarse, raw. "Sienna Monroe, I've loved you from the moment I laid eyes on you." He exhales a quiet laugh, shaking his head. "I don't think I even had a choice. You walked into my life, turned it upside down, and I knew. You were it." My breath catches. "I didn't always do it right," he continues, his thumb brushing over the band of my engagement ring. "I let fear dictate too many choices. But loving you, that's the only thing I've ever been sure of. I promise to stand beside you, to fight for us, to never let go." I let out a shaky breath, gripping his hands tighter. "Grayson Carter," I start, my voice thick. "I loved you when I was 19, and I love you now. Even when I tried not to, even when I was angry and hurt, even when I swore I'd never let you back in, you were always there." I swallow past the lump in my throat. "You are my home, my safe place, the father of our child. And I promise you this, I am never running again." His lips part, and for a second he just stares at me, like he's memorizing every word. Then, without waiting for permission, he kisses me. The guests laugh, some clapping, but I barely register it. Because the second his lips claim mine, I know. We got it right this time. Golden fairy lights twinkle above as guests laugh and drink, the music shifting from soft melodies to something livelier. Daniel is already tipsy, making an absolute spectacle of himself. "Now listen," he announces, one arm around Evelyn, the other raising his glass dramatically. "I've known Carter for years, and I can confidently say, no one thought he'd land a woman like Sienna." Laughter erupts, and Grayson glares at him. "I can fire you, you know." Yeah, Daniel waves him off. "But seriously, look at them. These two are proof that love is insane, and messy, and completely, stupidly worth it." I laugh, wiping at my eyes because he's right. Evelyn stands next, raising her glass. "I've seen Sienna at her best and at her worst, and I've never seen her look at anyone the way she looks at you, Grayson." She meets his gaze. "Don't screw it up." "I won't," he says, voice steady. "Not again." I don't know how long it's been, but eventually the party quiets, the guests beginning to drift off, leaving just us. I'm in Grayson's arms, my head against his chest, swaying slowly on the dance floor. "You okay?" he murmurs, his lips brushing against my temple. I nod, exhaling softly. "More than okay." He pulls back slightly, his eyes searching mine. "You sure?" I smile, tracing my fingers over the back of his neck. I love you, Carter. Something shifts in his expression, his jaw tightening just slightly before he exhales, soft and sure. You were always mine, Monroe. This time, I believe him. Chapter 53. Sienna. The world outside fades, the music, the laughter, the clinking of champagne glasses. All of it disappears the moment Grayson closes the door behind us. We are alone. Finally. The room is dimly lit, the glow from the city skyline casting soft shadows across the suite. My wedding dress pulls around my feet as I step out of my heels, my heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and something far deeper. Grayson stands near the bed, his jacket already discarded, the first few buttons of his shirt undone. His eyes, dark and unreadable, never leave mine. This is different. This is not like the nights we spent tangled together in frustration, in unresolved tension. This is the first time we make love as husband and wife. He watches me, taking in every inch of me. The way my breath shudders, the way my hands tremble slightly as I lift them to the zipper at the back of my dress. I got it, he murmurs, stepping forward, his fingers brushing against my spine as he slowly drags the zipper down. His touch is reverent, careful, like he's unwrapping something fragile. The dress slips from my shoulders, and I let it fall, leaving me in delicate white lace. His breath catches. Jesus, Sienna! His fingers trail down my arms, his touch feather-light. You're so goddamn beautiful. I press a hand against his chest, feeling the steady thrum of his heart beneath my palm. So are you, I whisper. A slow, wicked smile tugs at his lips as he captures my hand, bringing it to his mouth, pressing a kiss against my fingers. Is that right? I nod, exhaling shakily as I unbutton his shirt, sliding it from his shoulders. My fingers trace over the scars on his side, the faint reminder of the night he almost left me, the night I realized just how much I couldn't lose him. His hands tighten around my waist, his grip grounding, steadying. I'm here, he murmurs, like he can feel the weight of my thoughts. I nod, my throat tightening. I know. His mouth finds mine, slow at first, tasting, savoring. His lips move with a kind of patience that makes my knees weak, that unravels me thread by thread. He doesn't rush. He doesn't need to. Tonight isn't about urgency. It's about forever. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
no one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.